If I can activate this shit. Activate. 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 Oops. Hold on. Wait. Don't activate that one because I'm not streaming there. Oh, wait. I forgot. I need to... I realized I probably can stream on TikTok. I just need to, like, I have 10 views. 10 whole views. Why does it not say I am live? Oh, there we go. I probably can stream to TikTok. I'm just gonna have to do a little workaround where I just like set up like a laptop separate from my own computer to like just mirror my screen using TikTok's own special thing, and I don't just stream from OBS because it's really hard to stream to TikTok from OBS. But I was gonna set that up and I completely forgot until now, so I have to do that next stream. Okay, I also have to activate this chat. And then the YouTube Shorts chat. Obviously, for all my Vert game people who are all out there somewhere. Hopefully. All right. Oh, that's right. I did it earlier, technically. Estonia to Eritrea. Okay, so Russia, Georgia, Turkey, Syria, Israel. Egypt. I'm pretty sure Sudan borders Eritrea. So, wow, that was easy. Okay, damn. Goated, as always. Don't look at when I have to do Africa. I'm not so good at when that happens. Finland or Luxembourg? Wow. Right. Oh wait, no. Sweden then Denmark, because this game because they border. And then Germany borders them both, right? Yep, easy. Absolutely insane. Okay, one of these, then we'll. Okay, Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea is that one. I think this is the one on the lake. Yep. Okay, Namibia. It's the one South Africa occupied, so it has to be that one. Morocco. That's Ivory Coast. This one's gone, I'm pretty sure. Oh, shoot. I think it's that. Okay, good. Eritrea, it's easy. Mozambique. I don't feel confident that it's this. Okay, thank God. Tanzania. Gabon. Ethiopia. Gambia. Nigeria. Oh, shoot. Okay, Cape Verde. I wanted... Wait, no. Cape Verde. This is the Sicilies. This is Comoros. I don't remember which one Cape Verde is, bro. You can't expect me to know this shit. I feel like it's this one. Fuck, it's that one. Guinea. Which one's just Guinea? I don't remember. Okay, thank God. Zambia. I think it's this one. Madagascar. Republic of the Congo. Ghana. Botswana. Benin. I feel like Benin's. No, fuck, that's Togo. Got it. Okay, that's Benin. DRC. Western Sahara. Togo. Mali. Oh, shoot, was that was this one, right? Yep. Okay, Chad. Mauritania. Liberia. Lesotho is that one. Eswatini is that one. Okay, Libya. Libya. Kenya, Sudan, Zimbabwe, Comoros, Senegal, Cameroon, Burkina Faso. I get these three messed up all the time too. I don't remember. It's one of these three. I want to say it's the bottom one. Okay, thank God. Algeria, Rwanda. I want to say it's a tiny one. Yep. Okay, Tanzania. What's that one? Djibouti, Angola, South Africa. That's the Sicilies. This is Somalia. Guinea-Bissau is a tiny one. This is this island. South Sudan. Uganda. Okay. 96% ain't bad. That's pretty good. Okay, I just wanted to check to make sure that YouTube Shorts is working. What up, Zachary Zeitner? Someone made it to 800? Oh, wait, did I? Did you sub? Thank you. I appreciate it a lot, man. Hell yeah. Wonder how that happened. Oh, new subscriber. That's crazy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it a lot. I don't, I have like follow alert set up, but YouTube fucking sucks. So it's really slow on YouTube. On like Twitch is instant. You know, if you stick around for like a few hours, eventually someone will sub and like it'll actually notice it, and then it will actually run through all of my new YouTube subs at once. So like randomly it'll just do like 10 YouTube subs at one time, and you'll be in that list. Don't worry, it'll happen. Gotta hop in my alt now. I don't know if it's gonna work, but you can try. Yeah, thanks. All right, I had I tried to I think I might do like a fucking stream where like you can either donate or use just channel points, which people get for free on Twitch. It's Bubby, by the way. Oh, okay. Where you can do shit to influence my Minecraft world, because I thought I had an idea of like well, Kaisenot and Speed were doing their thing. I was just doing like my own thing. Like I was just gonna do a stream in Minecraft hardcore to prove how easy it is. I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm like semi-confident in my ability to beat Minecraft hardcore in like 4 hours. Maybe like 8 hours. I'm pretty. Yeah, I was gonna have it so like you could donate and like spawn creepers or like do channel points for like one creeper and like yeah. But I'm not spawn bimming. No, don't do that. Don't do it, dude. I'd have to charge real money for that one. The other ones are. Other ones are fine, but I don't know. So I wanted the stuff I want to watch. I don't know how much commentary I'll have though, so that's why we're doing the ADHD Minecraft stream in the background, and I'm gonna get a baseline for if I can actually beat Minecraft hardcore, because if it would take forever, then I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, this is a debate between Sound Soul. I'm leeching off Sound Soul again. I don't think he's here right now. He's pops in sometimes. Between it's some random conservator. I don't think the conservator has any audience. I watched a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of the first part where they talk about inflation, and then I watched a little bit of where they talk about Afghanistan, and it seemed semi-interesting. So
there's a whole lot to unpack there, right? But going into this next one, we need to have somebody that's going to encourage business to invest in the country.
All right,
business isn't going to invest. Huh?
I said based, yes.
Yeah. We need somebody that when they say they're gonna come over there with fucking hellfire and fury, that they fucking believe them. And short of that, those are the two things that we need, right? There's some other shit that I could want, right? Like I could want somebody that might actually be able to rally both parties, call a constitutional convention, get the federal government reduced in size back to its original limits, at least mostly. I can want
this
those
is a
things,
single
right?
player.
But the two things we fucking need: somebody that when they say they're going to fuck you up, that they believe them, and somebody that's business minded, so that the money starts going the ways that it needs to go.
Business minded. I'm trying to. I used to talk about like Biden's shit on the Houthis a lot because like Trump didn't do very much when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, right? So I used to mention like Biden when the Houthis were attacking shit, they Biden went and did stuff, but I feel like I never read this article. Houthis, Biden failed. I just choked on my fucking spit. Good one, dude. To triumph the Houthis in Iran, the U.S. told Israel it would deter the terrorists in Yemen, and it has failed. The bombing exchange between the Houthis in Yemen and Israel over the weekend isn't merely another military escalation in the Middle East. It represents the failure of the Biden administration policy of appeasement to contain the Iran-backed Houthis as they terrorize commercial shipping in the Red Sea and U.S. Navy. Oh, is this going to talk about? Is it not going to talk about our actual military response? Israel bombed the Yemeni port of I don't know how to pronounce that, Hodeidah, including oil and gas depots, a power station, and cranes used in Houthi military operations. This was retaliation after a Houthi drone invaded Israeli air defenses Friday and landed in Tel Aviv near the U.S. consulate, which may have been the target. One Israeli civilian died, and 10 were wounded. What if the drone had killed Americans? The Houthis attacking Israel from Yemen for more than have attacked Israel from Yemen more than 200 times since October 7th. Though Israel's defenses have managed to intercept most drones and missiles, the terror group is boasting that its drones supplied by Iran are becoming sophisticated enough to make it past Israel's radar and interceptors. Israel's never done anything wrong. All blame goes to France and war and its allies. Yeah, I know. Obviously. Biden administration told Israel 9 months ago that the U.S. would handle the Houthi threat and it should stick to playing defense, but the attack in Tel Aviv shows U.S. efforts have bust. Why won't Mr. Biden and administration's commander-in-chief by committee do more? For the same reason they've responded so tepidly to other attacks by Iranian-backed proxies in Iraq and Syria. They know Iran is the Houthi supplier and terror master, and that the U.S. would have to hurt the Iranian military to make enough of a deterrent impression. That would probably mean sinking much of Iran's navy. Mr. Biden's political advisors are afraid such a U.S. response would lead to Iranian escalation and more fighting before the U.S. election. Because it's too perfect for making progressives mad. I know, yeah. Everyone wants to trade. True. I love trade. Well, actually, not. Trump doesn't love trade. Oh, really? I can't fucking zoom in. There we go. I don't know. Kamala doesn't love trade. Why do you think Kamala doesn't love trade? She's pro-tariff. I haven't seen anything from Kamala saying she's pro-tariff. Oh well, I mean, Biden did like the EV tariffs and stuff. I guess has she And she says she's going to keep doing that. Listen, the Biden tariffs are a lot better than the potential Trump tariffs. So you know what? You know what? I'll take what I can get. Didn't Trump want to start multiple trade wars? Yeah. Harris and Trump embrace tariffs, though their approach is different. Both Democrats and Republicans are expressing support for tariffs to protect American industry, reversing decades of trade thinking in Washington. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Where's Harris? Miss Harris sought to differentiate herself from Mr. Trump's trade proposals, which include tariffs of 10% to 20% on most imports, as well as levies of more than 60% on China. Many economists say that level of tariffs would drive up prices for consumers, since companies would be likely to pass on the higher import cost. At the DNC in Chicago last week, Ms. Harris described proposals as a national sales tax. Described the proposals as a national sales tax called a Trump tax, instead of plans would raise prices on middle class families by almost $4,000 a year. Economist estimates vary. Okay, blah 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 blah. Mayor Harris has not said much about how she would approach tariffs, including whether she would impose additional levies on China. But Charles Lutvack, spokesperson for Harris' Walz campaign, said in a statement, Ms. Harris would, quote, employ targeted and strategic tariffs to support American workers, strengthen our economy, and hold our adversaries accountable. I would assume, what is, I think Biden, Biden kept the, she would fix inflation by making imported goods more expensive. So true. I mean, inflation is mostly fine, but tariffs could definitely change that. That's all that she said, though? I would assume the Biden tariffs have been on EVs, and then I think he kept the steel and aluminum ones, right? The steel and aluminum ones are cringe. I can see the reasoning behind the EV tariffs, I guess. But actually, no, I don't even see the reason behind it. Who gives a fuck if China makes EVs? Do we really care that much? Biden increased to 25%. Yeah, he increased these. Chinese made shore cranes. What's up, Fawn? Just stopping by to like the stream. Thank you, Golden Snakey. I appreciate it. Everyone, smash that like and sub button right now. Those effects scared me for a second. They're awesome, dude. By the way, people, I used this term in my fucking short, and then I regretted it because I don't know if people, have different understandings of the term capital stock. When I think capital stock, I don't think this. I think the amount of capital assets in the economy, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong on that, but I feel like I've heard it used that way before. Gonna go watch some videos on communism since Magianians keep referring to communists being communists. Dude, they refer to. I mean, people have always been calling the Democrats communists. It's nothing new. Okay. Anyway, we didn't even get past the intro, dude.
Well, I would say that if you want those things, you should almost certainly.
Well, thanks for the elixir. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you. Mutt Yucca 8.
So
We had the last 4 years of that, and inflation's then went up to what's it at now? Matter of fact, I
think
just
it's
went
like
to the store.
3.9%, which is
I just-
It's at 2.9 with CPI. That's kept up by owner's equivalent rent. The harmonized data is back down by 2%. So
Went to the store a pound of fucking sliced turkey for sandwich meat, $8 for a pound of fucking chicken or turkey.
damn.
You don't do the grocery shopping in your house, do you?
No, I do. Prices have gone up a little bit. It looks like right now.
Minecraft
Our
lags your stream on YouTube. Is it that bad? It says I'm fine. It says I'm doing 0% off frames and like 8,000 kilobits per second or whatever. The game itself is a little laggy, but
Inflation rate is 2.9% as of last month, and it updates.
Where are you getting that
monthly.
statistic? Is that the federal government telling you that?
Nope, tradingeconomics.com.
oh, I can't believe they're making up the inflation data. Of course,
Inflation CPI.
They got they're probably donors of the Democrat Party. Or
Oh
some
yeah,
kind of sponsorship.
if it's something that disagrees with you, then it's got to be
I'm
something.
looking.
It's gotta
I'm
be paid.
literally looking at the grocery store, bro. Like, I don't need to have some
Wait, hold on.
far and away idiot.
Do you remember what the price of that turkey was in 2020? Just off the top of your head, do you remember what the price of that?
Probably about $5.
You say probably.
About
Do you
$5.
remember?
Hello, if you want me to,
I'm just
I'll tell you
asking.
what. If you're going to ask a question where you're asking me to guess,
Well, you asked me a
Right.
question. I googled the answer. Then you said it was
I'm
fake.
just telling you. If you're going to start the question off by asking me to take a guess, and then I take the guess, you don't get to criticize the guess.
I said off the top
you
of
get
your
to
head.
say,
Do you know? You said.
it sounds like a
maybe.
fucking guess to me.
Well, maybe it's a guess. Maybe it's a really
See?
bad guess. You never know. Maybe it was.
It doesn't
$6,
fucking
maybe it was
matter if it's a good
$7.
or a bad guess. It's my guess that you asked for. Don't criticize the fucking guess.
So would you say that you're
Awesome,
feeling
dude. What
about,
a
like,
productive
how high the prices
conversation.
have risen? Would you say that those are
Oh,
vibe
yeah.
based, or would you say that those are based off of something that you
No,
saw on the internet?
It's directly a result of them printing trillions of dollars during COVID.
oh,
It's
I can't
directly a
believe they would
result
do
of the
that.
government forgiving fucking student debt. Is definitely a result of
Well,
the
that
government
hasn't
spending
happened.
money that it doesn't fucking have.
Did you just start hardcore? Yeah, I wanna. I'm not like doing. I want to see if I'm overconfident in my ability or not. So I'm doing it while I'm reacting. He's not wrong about the student debt part. Rip. No, I mean, listen. We need a pro-trade, anti-woke, pro-establishment third party. True, unironically. Well, don't you know? Libertarian candidate Chase Oliver. Don't you know? Actually, he's gay, so he must be woke. Actually, I guess he doesn't quite meet that criteria. What was I gonna say? Oh, student debt forgiveness did come at a bad time because it came at an inflationary period. It probably was a little bit inflationary, but whatever.
Well, the
Why
second
does the
one you
impact
said
pick the
didn't happen,
president?
so-
It makes no sense.
Thank God.
So yeah, I looked at a different website.
Why
not a
isn't
government
Netanyahu
website,
himself?
and it says the exact same thing. So I feel like
So it's up. So
I mean, you can look at whatever website. They're all using the same CPI, which is measured by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But I mean, like, he just doesn't trust the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he thinks it's all democratic deep state operatives. If I were elected, I would let Israel annex us. Can we? Well, Israel probably doesn't have Israel's probably a unitary state. I was going to say, could we be Israel's? How many other states they have, but I don't think
it's
they
up
probably don't
another
have that.
2.9%
Probably
from
too
when.
small.
no, it's at 2.9, and it's gone down since 2021.
That's year over year.
2021, the inflation rate was 7%, which is way above the target. Then 2022, they averaged out inflation rate because it fluctuates month to month. Averaged out was 6.5. Then 2023, it was 3.4. And then this year, up to this point, has been 2.9. So it seems like they have gotten inflation under control because the target inflation rate, I believe, is no more than 3.
It's 2%.
Yeah, I don't got to be an economist to know that shit's costing more at the store.
Well, nobody disagrees that it costs more at the store.
Okay. And guess who's in office?
I disagree that it costs more. It costs more at the store since when? The grocery price inflation has been like literally almost. We saw deflation that one month, I think. Grocery price inflation has been like basically zero since like November of last year or something. I disagree. As someone who never goes grocery shopping.
Guess who's responsible?
What policy, when the inflation rate jumped up to 7, that was really bad?
I tell you what, it was probably in like the first
it's an easy debate
250 that Joe
conservatives, a
Biden
Southern
signed by
accent,
executive
yeah.
order within the first 3 fucking days of being in office. They completely turned the economy upside fucking down, where we were an energy
Within its
producer
first 3
and
days.
exporter to
We're
then
still-
begging
we're still in-
Venezuela.
Oh, an energy producer and exporter, and now we export even more. We make more oil than ever, than any history in a country of ever. If you lose a debate to someone with a Southern accent, you gotta
We're
have an
fucking
entire
oil.
We
accurate.
still have more oil than anybody else. I think we're still
Yeah, and
producing more oil
inflation-
than anyone else.
And inflation compounds, right? The shit doesn't go back down, right? It was like, oh, we added another.
Oh, that's great! Wow. He's. Can you believe it, guys? I don't know. I hate that people don't understand economics enough that they think this like is a good talking point. If you like know very basically what inflation is and how it's measured, inflation is just the rate at which the price level increases. He's talking about cumulative inflation. I wish if I could inject one piece of knowledge into every voter's head, it would be that. It would be the difference between inflation and cumulative inflation.
7.9, and then we added this, and it goes. It
What I'm
keeps
saying
adding,
is,
right?
when the inflation was at its worst in 2021, none of the bills that Biden would have signed into law, and also none of the bills that he did, or nothing that he did executive action-wise, would have affected this, because the president doesn't have that power. So this would have been all the bills that passed during COVID, right? The bills that passed during COVID. Who was the president?
I mean,
during that?
Trump did 2 stimulus bills, which did also contribute to inflation. If you look at the reason they didn't contribute to inflation as much during his first term is that a lot of people didn't spend that money. You can look at the graph of Americans' excess savings. Excess savings went pretty far up under Trump because we were just handing people free money, which is based and awesome. It was good that he did that. It kept a lot of people out of poverty. It acted as an automatic stabilizer. But a lot of people didn't go out and spend that money immediately. They used it to pay down debt. They kept it saved up. And then later in 2021 and 2022, they started spending it. And that's why we saw inflation get higher then. And Biden did also pass the American Rescue Plan, which did worsen inflation. By how much is debatable. But yeah. But also it was good. It was good that he passed it. Inflation allows it to go back down.
was Trump.
Well, it can't.
And then-
I know. Yeah, it can't go back down. But now it's a deflationary spiral. But he probably don't want to do that. Yeah.
By the time that those things had taken into effect and would have been showing up on any kind of economic markers, that would have been
So
2021.
what does the president actually have the power to be able to do during that time?
He has
Was it
the
not?
ability. It was to the
Oh, and
president-
also again, it's I got a DM sound so all these talking points. it's artificially high because it's kept up by owner's equivalent rent, which lags. If you look at the new tenant rent index, rent inflation is already really low. And again, if you use harmonized data, which excludes housing data, which by the way is how European countries measure their inflation, they don't include housing data in their inflation. We are also back down to basically the Fed's target level. And also, as the GOAT himself, Greg Mankiw, has said, okay, a 2% target is better than a 2.0% target, okay? I'm fine. Listen, we're back down to 2.9%. That's chill. Cut rates, dude. We can do it.
has the ability to sign something into law and to heavily endorse bills and to set the agenda of the party.
Right. And in order for it to get to the point where you can sign that, it's got to do what?
It's got to go through the House and the Senate.
Got to go through the House and the Senate, right?
Yeah.
So who is the majority during that time?
It was the Democrats in the House and the Republicans in the Senate.
And somehow we end up with trillions of dollars. You just got
Yep.
spent away.
Well,
Increase the inflation.
well, yeah, that was under Trump, and he signed into law, and he said it was a great thing.
And let's not forget that it's been under Democrat leadership, right? That we had a former president get fucking pop shotted by
Final
some
cutting rates
20-year-old
according to MT, that will low
snot-nosed
inflation
kid
right now.
that
Yeah, I'm aware.
outsmarted the
I
Secret
know
Service under Democratic leadership.
that. Now we're moving on to
What was his party
the
affiliation?
Trump
Do you remember that?
assassination.
Doesn't matter party affiliation.
Oh, if he was a Democrat,
Doesn't matter because he donated. He donated $15 to Act Blue one time. So
would be screaming that the
Doesn't matter.
Democrat tried to
Right
kill.
now-
Oh, it doesn't
right
matter
now,
because
we're
he was a
talking about
Republican.
Democrat leadership. That's
Did
what we're
Democrat
talking
leadership
about.
tell him to do that?
are you on Twitch? Yeah, I'm everywhere. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Kick. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube Shorts. I'm on literally any fucking platform you could imagine. I'm on Trovo. I don't think lowering interest rates will cause that much more lending at the moment. Well, interest rates lag anyway. They have lagging effects anyway. It takes like a fucking year for them to come into full effect anyway. So, yeah. Oops.
Democrats were not the ones that stopped the guy at the 1 hour notice that they had.
Monetary policy is very ineffective. Yeah, I want to. You know what's. I simultaneously find a lot of monetary policy stuff interesting, and I want to like do like a pretty deep dive into like fucking NGDP targeting at some point. But like I literally, where are you from? I'm from America in North Carolina. But simultaneously, I don't think I don't think it's that effective. I do think fiscal policy is like a million times more effective. Now there is part of the reading of monetary policy we're going to do is monetary offset. To what extent monetary? Oh, I am Turkish base thrower. Monetary offset would regard where the Fed basically monetarily offsets any effect of expansionary fiscal policy with its own contractionary monetary policy. I don't know to what extent that exists. We got to read about that too. Anyway, right.
In office, they're in charge, right?
Wait,
And
hold
the
on,
Secret Service.
Wait, I just legitimately don't know what you mean by that.
Democrats are in charge right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
and it
base
was under
Keynesian is not
Democrat
Neo
leadership that we
Friedman.
had a former president almost get pop shot about. Well, actually did get pop shot.
Got a
in
little
the
bit of his ear.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow
okay.
20-year-old
Does that mean that
20-year-old snot-nosed kid was able to figure that shit out.
Okay,
And they had
so
a full hour's notice. Dude was flying a drone, right?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I didn't like watch all the investigate like the House investigative whatever committee. I didn't watch all of that. I don't know exactly what happened. It seems like there was a massive fuck up, but I don't know how you can pin that on the Democrats.
Well, who is in charge?
Yeah,
They're in office. That's literally all that people need.
Okay, so the inflation that came because of the COVID bills that happened, all of the bad shit that happened during COVID, January 6th, all of the riots that happened during BLM during the summer of 2020. The Republicans were in office; they were the ones that were in charge, so that was all of their fault.
George Soros was funding that
now
summer.
we have someone else to blame. So if something bad happens under the Democrats, it's obviously the Democrats' fault
it's
directly.
funny
But if the Republicans are in charge, nothing that happens can be attributed to them.
Yeah, but what you're trying to do here is make a correlation to a non-government organization to a government organization that I'm specifically calling out. So I don't even know how you're
Are you
making
saying the
those mental
Secret
gymnastics
Service
work.
is like a political entity?
Oh, I'm definitely saying that the Democrats were in charge. The Secret Service fumbled this football so fucking hard. It was this DEI bullshit that led to some motherfuckers getting put in places
And
that
now
they
we're on the
definitely should be
DEI.
trying to
Let's
protect the former
go.
president. Right? So yeah,
What do you
Democrats
mean?
need to get them and all their bad fucking ideas out of government because I'm done hearing them.
Wait,
right?
hold on. I don't understand what you mean. The DEI? What are you talking about?
Yeah, didn't earn it. Right? They got put there because they got the right thing between their legs or their skin's the right shade, right? That's why they got put there. It ain't because they could actually do the fucking job.
The people that were directly following this kid, do you know if they were women or black?
Oh, I don't know about the ones that were following them. I know the women that were definitely like 5'5", trying to protect a dude that's 6 foot. He's 6'2", 6'4". Trump is, right? How the fuck does that happen? Democrats are in charge and there's DEI. You fucking tell me how this shit happened, Sanso.
It sounds like there was like a massive fuck up in the communication and the like response of the Secret Service. I don't know if it's because of the women, the gays, and the blacks.
Well, and let's not forget that Biden refused to give Robert Kennedy Jr. any fucking Secret Service protection either.
Wait,
Biden.
That wasn't even. I don't think Biden's involved in that decision. After the Trump assassination, I think he did order the Secret Service to give him protection, but I don't think Biden is consulted in determining who gets Secret Service protection ordinarily. It was only after the assassination attempt that they I think he ordered it directly. I don't think he. Yeah.
Refused it.
Well, I don't know if he's entitled to it.
I'll put it this way.
Bert
They can grant
Dang,
it.
what's up?
That said, we're talking about a Kennedy that's running for political office. I don't know. These guys seem to have a fucking track record of needing that shit.
I don't think anyone cares enough about RFK to assassinate
You know
him.
what? They probably didn't think enough about
True.
Robert Kennedy either. But you know
He
what?
was a very popular politician. I mean, like we can keep
just
on
saying.
trying. We can like I feel like I'm talking to Charlie in the basement of the business building in the mailroom with all of the yarn connecting a bunch of things. And like Pepe Sylvia, it's Pepe Sylvia. I feel like that's what I'm talking to because I literally can't. I'm literally not following. You're going all over the place with it, my guy.
No, I'm literally.
What's
staying
going
in
on with
one
the meta
place,
thing? I don't
and
know how to interpret it. I haven't
I'm
looked too
building
far
the
into it.
spider
I
web,
think
but I keep coming back to the same place.
I don't know. I forget exactly why he sent it, but Mark Zuckerberg, I don't know, he just like sent a letter saying, "Hey, oh, it's the archaeology shit." Is there a chest in this stuff? I don't remember. I don't remember anything about the archaeology shit in Minecraft. I don't know. I think Mark Zuckerberg sent a letter basically saying, "Hey, we suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story because the FBI said that it was possible Russian misinformation. We probably shouldn't have done that until after we confirmed there was misinformation because it later turned out it wasn't Russian misinformation, and we've changed our processes." And there was another thing as well. I forget what it was. It was like there was the Hunter Biden laptop thing. There was the COVID misinfo stuff as well. I think he said the Biden administration pressured them to crack down on COVID misinfo. I don't know. It shouldn't be. I think Republicans make way too big of a deal about it. It's probably not like a super great thing that happened, but like it's literally just like the FBI saying, "Hey, there could be Russian disinformation about this." Probably. I mean, there had to be Russian bots somewhere spreading the Hunter Biden laptop story. Yeah, even if they weren't the ones who originated it or whatever. Like there's concern about Russian bots spreading misinfo on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere. So it makes sense why they would do it. And then the COVID misinfo stuff makes sense as well. Although, like, I don't know. I don't have strong opinions on it, but that's what I got.
In the same place is that the Democrats are fucking rotten to the core.
Except you don't have anything to like directly say that the Democrats were the
I'm
reason.
cool dropping the whole fucking party.
Well, your channel is growing.
Every
Great.
fucking one of them will just have
Great job,
Republicans and
non-fun.
Libertarians.
Thank you. Lucius laptop. Speaking of laptops, I
We've done
appreciate
the
it, man.
Democrats. They got a
The
history
Democrats are the
going
only
all.
good party in the United States right
The
now.
Democrats are the fucking racists.
True.
Democrats
okay.
are racist. Period. They're the only ones that wanted and actually and fucking put in their state legislative letters that they sent to the federal government that the white man is better than the black man and we want to leave. They did that. Democrats.
Are you talking about?
Oh, he's talking about the
in
Civil
The
War.
Civil War. That's how far
1864?
back that shit goes. That's right. That shit goes all the way back.
If that's the
Democrats are
case-
racist.
Why don't Democrats win the southern states anymore? Why is that why that happened?
Why do black people support Democrats more? Why does like literally every
True.
minority group
True.
support
You know what? I got
Democrats
something
more?
to share with you. I got something to share with you on that note. You ready for
Don't
this?
you know black voters have been moving to Trump recently? Like,
Do you think that the Republicans have more black support than the Democrats? One second,
Oh,
my
I'm about
cats
to
are fighting.
wait.
the black voters are probably moving away from Trump again now that Kamala is the candidate. I would imagine. I don't know for sure, but that would be my guess.
His pussy's spiking, y'all. There you go. We about to blow him up.
Sorry about that.
Here we go. No worries, bro.
Okay, so what are you sending me?
Here we go.
Oh, you're showing me
You ready
something.
for? You ready
Oh,
for
I
this?
thought you were about to show me some polling or something. Instead, you're showing me a video of one guy that made a nice car.
Oh shit, wrong one. Yeah, dude, I'm showing you our
Finally called.
culture. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for it, man.
Here we go.
Black MAGA. Legalize cousin love, sweep the
I
self.
think
True,
you-
Sergeant.
Wait.
Nobody on this song, baby.
Which candidate will endorse First cousin marriage equality.
Salute that boy, you know, we coming in, we coming hard, we going tough. Let's go. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Let's go. Donald
Bad
Trump, yeah, that's
lookalike.
my president. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. For real. Black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA, black MAGA.
Awesome, dude. This is fire, man.
Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president. Donald Trump, the first black president. Ever seen a black patriot? Yeah, we exist. The Democrats use my color just to stay rich. Indict my president, you might as well indict me too. Call me an Uncle Tom, but really what Obama do? Not a damn thing.
Why is this guy looking at polling? Whoa, sounds so. Why are you pulling up polling? Are you telling me the Black MAGA song isn't enough? You're using actual polling. What the hell?
Take influence with my people, he really so effective. Hey, Joe Biden, yeah, I really want to raise some poor kids. It's just as talented as white kids in this country. 3.6 million black kids in poverty.
Probably mansion.
Illegal immigrants right in front of me. We should make them vote at the gas pump. We got fake news, man, because us out here voting Trump. Donald Trump, yeah, that's my president.
I think I need to go more. Send you the link. But
All right. Now I got
the
something.
point,
Okay.
that's just changing, bro. It's changing right before our very
Yeah.
eyes.
Let's see here.
People are waking up.
Turn. Now, can you pull
Wake
this
it
up?
up.
It's not
slowly
entirely
on your
wrong that
screen
it's
for me real
changing,
quick?
but Democrats still have
So
way more
this was
support
April
from
5th of
minority
this
voters.
year. The Hispanic, Black, and Asian voters continue to favor the Democratic Party. And then if you scroll down right here, 83% of Black voters support the Democratic Party. Hispanic
Yeah, this
voters,
is where we find out
61%.
just how deep the fucking seeds of betrayal to the country go. Right there, peer research. There you go. Pew research.
I forgot. You know what? I missed this. I forgot how impossible it was to talk about politics with you because there's like literally nothing that I can show you that you will ever change your mind on it. Like,
You know what? It should be refreshing to you though that the consistency stays there right over the years.
I mean, it's a terrible consistency. It's like spoiled milk. It's like it's just like lumpy and it's the same
No, it's like,
consistency,
look,
but it's a consistency
I'll
that
tell you
like
what.
shouldn't exist.
The reality is we've been going off of these fucking statistics, and you kids want to fucking, any of them out there like, oh, we got a statistic for this, we got a statistic for that, right? But as soon as the statistic doesn't
Texas
support what it is
Republicans
you're
really
talking
just
about,
like
you
Trump.
drop it.
Change,
But
you
for Abbott and
change your-
landslides,
you change your
yeah.
opinion accordingly.
Oh wait, dude, is that even true? Do Texas Republicans actually dislike Trump? I don't know if I haven't heard anything about that, but hello, unpause. I haven't Texas isn't that popular compared to other people. Literally, what the fuck is happening? If playback doesn't start, try restarting your device. Hold on. Control-Shift-T. It's still not playing. New incognito.
Like, I used to be a socialist. and
Ooh,
then-
Black
he's playing.
black people are the most aggressive people.
Oh,
Why would you say
whoa,
that? Because the FBI.
we just made a big leap from black voters who are like supporting Trump more now to now we're on like race realism shit. Okay, fire, dude. Let's go.
At crime statistics report that, right? But as soon as you say
I
that,
would change
it's like,
the
oh, there's a
wording
problem.
slightly. Aggressive. I would say that like according to FBI
if they're the
statistics,
ones
black
that are
people do
being
more crime.
If black
yeah.
males are being convicted of more aggressive crimes, then it's not even a stretch, right? It's literal fact. There you go. But it's like
I
if
mean,
you
do
that's
you
the
think I'm
crazy
like
part,
gonna
right?
argue with you that like black people commit less crime than white people? Do you think I'm gonna
No.
argue with you on that?
But that's
Listen,
that's
the
the
way
case
that
in
I've
point
lived
though.
my-
For when the statistics don't support what a Democrat would want, that they'd be like, oh well,
I don't think
which
anyone
is,
would
you know,
disagree with you on that.
I'm gonna drown.
There's too much that
right.
shows that it's
So that
true.
right. So that's why I personally
But the
don't like going by
Democrats-
statistics when it comes to groups of people anyway, and I deal with people as individuals. And my individual experience tells me whenever I go to talk to people that they are pretty much done with all of the bullshit. the prices, the continuing, like people are waking up. It took COVID to wake up a majority of the country, and a majority of the country is now awake. And this is we're heading in a direction
And
now to where
why did Biden win right after COVID then? I don't know where is it on? I hope it's on this side.
I tried to tell everybody 4 years ago.
Not COVID.
When the pendulum was swinging left, all you guys were super happy about it, right? Oh yeah. I told you weren't going to be happy when it swung back the other way. Democrats were not able to deliver on anything positive for the country over the last 4 years.
You're just
Nothing.
so wrong. You're so wrong.
Name me one time in the last 3.5 years that Biden's been president where he's conducted some type of military action that we could actually be proud of.
Against the Houthis, against Russia and Ukraine.
Military action that
yes, we have actually. We've engaged in quite a few
hold on.
different.
You know what? I will say this. I was about to say like public or like widely publicized military action, but you know what? There is one that I can think of off the top of my head, and that would be us bombing the fuck out of the Houthis.
Yep.
We started bombing the Houthis? Oh wait, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
we fucking demolished them. It was actually super fucking based.
Yeah.
Our Navy is unbelievably fucking incredible. So
that I couldn't tell
you. Yeah. You're a Navy guy. I forgot about that. Yeah.
But no, the thing that comes to mind whenever I think about that though is our pullout out of Afghanistan. That was horrible.
Yeah, it was
horrible.
You know
and that horrible? pretty much set the seed for what happened in Israel.
Absolutely not.
They
that's specifically stated why
did Biden have a hand in the FTC ban and non-compete agreements? I didn't pay attention to the process. I mean, it wasn't like actually, wait, maybe he did have a more direct impact. I think he nominated the head of the FTC. So like he's going to nominate like a more progressive person than Trump would. Like the person Trump nominated wouldn't have done that. They didn't do it when Trump was president. He's in charge of like nominating the head. But he's not like directly involved in a process, although he did like have oh, I forgot I got struck down. He did have a he's cracked down on junk fees a lot. Why they do that? I think they just ruled like the FTC doesn't have the authority to ban it without Congress banning it or something. Federal judge in Texas. Oh, wait, I know why. Because it's Vox made this really good video. Anytime you read a federal judge in Texas ruled against something, it's literally like one judge. So you're not supposed to be able to pick the judge, right, when you like bring a case against somebody. But in Texas, there's like certain districts with only one judge, so you can bring a case against the federal government in a Texas district, and you're guaranteed a conservative judge who you know is likely to side with you. And then once he sides with you, that ruling can stand until the Supreme Court hears the case, which may take forever. Texas judge.
Something is happening.
We're not going to watch all this, but just real quick.
Since 2021, there have been 31 separate lawsuits in federal district courthouses all over the state, in which Texas has sued the federal government. Let's look at just one in Amarillo about immigration. The judge in this case, there was no jury, ruled that the Biden administration had to continue a Trump policy called Remain in Mexico that keeps asylum seekers out of the country. The Biden administration eventually got that decision reversed, but it took almost a whole year. And as they waited for the Supreme Court to do that, they also had to obey the decision and keep asylum seekers out of the country. All because of this one judge's ruling. And in fact, the Texas Attorney General's office, which filed the case, had sought this judge out specifically. And over the next 2 years, they would bring him cases against the federal government again and again and again. And he's not alone. Texas has gone back to this judge again and again too. You're not supposed to be able to pick which judge hears your case, but in Texas, you can. It's called judge shopping. It's only possible in a place like Texas, and it's helped make Texas into a powerful weapon for changing how things work everywhere in the country.
Yeah. So anytime you hear Texas judge strike something down, that's probably the story there. U.S. District Judge Ada Brown in Dallas, as you mentioned.
Each state in the U.S. has of the federal court system.
a neutral
federal court districts, case gets randomly assigned multiple divisions. Meant to file a case in whatever division you choose. Same with the other Texas
Not
districts.
fair, yeah.
Here's where that becomes a problem. The Southern District of Texas has 28 judges for 7 divisions. But for most of the last 2 years, 2 of those divisions have had just 1 active judge each. Here in the Victoria division, that's been Judge Drew Tipton, and in the Galveston division, it's Judge Jeffrey Brown.
Damn, I wasn't one of them. But
And this happens
Texas
all over
should
the state.
succeed.
In the Northern District, this judge, Matthew Kazmarek, is the only judge in the Amarillo division, and Judge Reed O'Connor is the only one for the Wichita Falls division. And that means that if you choose to file your lawsuit in one of those places,
That's my district. No way. It's all your fault. Started insurrection against against one of the judges. It's a joke, YouTube. I'm not condoning violence. Do not cancel me, YouTube. Federal judge in Florida ruled the ban was likely invalid given that it blocked and applied real estate developer and blocked it from being applied to a real estate developer. But a judge in Philadelphia went the other way. On the FTC, reason included non-competes for are virtually never justified. I don't know. It's just like a dispute over whether the FTC can ban it without Congress saying that they have the explicit authority to ban it. Wait, so I can vote for a judge? I don't actually know how it works in Texas. I don't. Some states you vote for judges. But these are federal judges, so they're appointed. You know, they're like federal district judges, they're appointed. I don't understand Texas politics more, but I know a lot of state Supreme Courts are elected. A lot of NC State Supreme Court. I'm pretty sure we hold elections for our Supreme Court justices in North Carolina, yeah. I don't know for sure if that is the case in Texas. Oh, you do. But these are federal districts, so I'm pretty sure they're appointed. Federal District Court judges appointment process. I'm pretty sure the president appoints them. Nominates judges to fill a court vacancy. Yeah, these are all appointed, I'm pretty sure.
you know who the judge will be.
Although I don't know for sure. Are these? No, wait.
Here in the
These might be elected because these aren't federal districts. These are state districts, and they're suing the
Victoria
federal
division,
government.
it's much easier to file.
That's the Texas state judges election. Like if I look at I don't know. I don't know if these are elected
File case
positions or
in
not.
whatever division you choose. Same with the other Texas districts. Here's where that becomes a problem. The Southern District of Texas has 28 judges for 7 divisions.
I don't know.
Why they did October 7th.
I
You realize that
think
part of the reason was because Trump made recognized Jerusalem
Ooh, the Wi-Fi just shit itself there. Uh-oh. Why is that doing that?
as the capital of Israel and moved our embassy there, and that was part of the reason.
we've been saying for years that we were going to do it. He just finally
No,
had the
we
balls to be
never
the one to
said
do it.
that. We never said that. I don't think that's been the official policy of literally any president. Now, if they did, that was a stupid thing to say, but they didn't do it because of the political ramifications of it. Because obviously it would heighten tensions in a part of the world that we're trying to constantly reduce tensions in. And if you want to talk about Afghanistan, yeah, it was like not a great pullout. It was about as good as we could do given the circumstances. You know where those circumstances came from? All of the negotiations beforehand. All of who was that? CTV.
Is he debating another streamer? CTV. Critically thinking better. I don't know about this guy. It's live 6 days ago. Does he have a Twitch? He doesn't seem to be very active on YouTube.
Sorry, I'm looking up the.
Yeah, it was Trump that
yeah.
negotiated all of that, and he negotiated all of that.
You know what? The
without
moving of the capital.
No. I'm talking about Afghanistan. When it came to Afghanistan, who negotiated all of that process?
Right, he had it all laid out. It was supposed to be.
No.
As
The
a matter of
reason it
fact,
was
he
bad.
said as much.
The reason it was bad.
It's
was
because Biden
no,
pulled the fucking military out first.
No. Trump
That
did.
was Trump.
He was the one that drew down our military there.
Trump
like, so
wasn't
low.
fucking.
What does non-fun mean? Not much. It's a nonsense name that I came up with like 5 years ago. Is this him? 11,000. Oh, yeah. Last streamed 2 hours ago. Oh man, I didn't know about this guy. Okay. It was non-frog. It was only ever non-frog in Overwatch for like a little bit.
Bro, I was like 20 years. I was 20 years of age.
Guy with Discord. Oh, he does.
He set the time scale with the Taliban. He was the one that
Hello, do you
negotiated
not
with the
know-
Taliban. Hold
Okay.
on, I do know about this. He was the one that negotiated with the Taliban without including the Afghanistan government in there. He completely cut them out of those of those conversations. Agreed on a certain time.
Should I react to Adlin Preach? Is that the strategy, Kyle? How is this guy? How have I not heard of this guy? He has Dylan Burns, KOE Nation, Pisco, Sound Soul. They're all on his server.
Table by which we would be reducing our troop presence in Afghanistan. They had all of that in writing. All of that continued under Biden, and then when it came time to do it, there was a choice. Either we
I
could
don't know, they don't
walk
talk
back on
about
our
you
promise
stuff?
and
Oh,
start
okay.
putting more troops into Afghanistan, and that would be a really bad political move, and it would be a really bad move in terms of keeping us out of another war, right? Or he could stick to his guns and take the political hit for it. And Biden is the only president that was willing to take that fucking hit. Oh, okay. Sorry, I almost hung up by accident. If you want to know, like, there are parts of it that really sucked, but the parts of it that really sucked, guess who negotiated those things? It was Donald J. Trump, because he wanted to be the one that got us out of Afghanistan.
All right, now Trump was a president. Trump was making all of the steps to be able to do a pullout, right?
Yeah.
But Biden gets in office. Biden's now the president. You don't pull the fucking military out first before you pull out your civilians and high value fucking people. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. You're like, I get reminded of that scene from fucking Inglorious Bastards, right?
Fuck, I haven't seen
Where
that
he's
in
like,
10 years.
Bro, he's like, you know what? You don't got to be a genius. No, you don't want to fight in a basement, right?
Wait, say it again.
And you don't want to fight in a basement. Remember that scene? It's like, you don't got to be a fucking genius. No, you don't want to fight in a basement.
No, I don't remember. I remember.
Well, you don't got to
them
be a
showing the
genius.
bear for
No,
the first time, and that's about it.
You don't got to be a genius to know you don't want to pull the military out first. Hey, let's pull the people out with guns so that our people without guns can then be subject to other people that are not our people and they have guns. As a matter of fact, our plan is to pull the fucking military out and leave all of the equipment behind. So not only are we pulling out our armed people to leave our unarmed people there, but we're going to leave arms there so that unarmed people can then become armed with our arms and then point those arms at our unarmed people.
What up, Kinley?
I'm actually curious. Timeline of troop levels in Afghanistan since 2001.
Oh,
my
TNT
God, all these
fire.
places are fucking paywalled. Can we get like a graph? Can we get
Anyway, the sad but true situation that the everyday person finds himself in Soul is that they know what to expect.
Can't
from
exist.
Trump,
We only have pistols,
and
revolvers.
They do not. But you know what? And they kind of know what to expect.
Lame fucking unfree country. Can't have tanks even.
As a matter of fact, They know exactly what to expect with Harris. The same shit they've been getting with Biden.
I'm sorry, I just found
And they're
something
not
that's
happy about
really
that.
rough. I found something that's really rough. Damn it. You were right.
You're getting the same shit.
You were right. They pulled down the forces. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I was reading the dates wrong. It was actually under Donald Trump that the troops went down below 10,000 troops. In 1 year, he pulled out, looks like, right around 10,000 troops. And by the end of his time there were only 4,000. It was him that pulled down our troop numbers there.
Yeah, that's how you start a move out. When it comes to the last part of it, though, you don't pull out the fucking military first, which is what they did.
That happened under Trump. That's what I'm telling you. I'm looking at a graph right now. Do I need to share screen with you? Or here, I'll just screen cap it.
There you go. There you go. There's the ad or the article from NPR about the specific incident that we're talking about.
Well, I want to DM this guy. I guess I will. Oh, well, we'll see.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find where they're talking about the drawdown. One sec. This isn't talking about the troop levels. This is just talking about the political implications to.
Because it was that pullout that went so horribly wrong that the American people after that.
Who set up this? Who set the stage for that withdrawal? Who was the one that negotiated the pullout of Afghanistan?
Look,
Donald Trump. He was the one that was bragging about it. He was bragging about it.
I get that your inexperience with any type of military operation is why
I probably have just as
time.
much. No, well, you're right. But I probably have
Because
just as
here's
much
the reality.
military experience as Donald Trump, who was the chief negotiator with the Taliban when he went around the Afghanistan government, the government of Afghanistan. He went around their back,
Right.
and
Right. So
negotiated this, and he started drawing down the troop levels to below 10,000 before Biden even took office. Right? He set a
Right.
timetable for when we were going to pull out. He didn't set up any support for the government of Afghanistan.
Okay.
So is it all fall on Biden?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I forgot. Only Democrats can do something wrong. Like
No,
whether it's the
because-
hold on, because we've been over inflation, which
Are you gonna
began
listen?
because of
You gonna
policies
listen?
under Trump. I will listen after I
You're
finish
not gonna
this.
listen.
I promise you, I will.
Wow.
You know me.
U.S. has 2/3 of the gun. Realistically, we'll always have more guns than any other country, in my opinion. Don't we? Literally, we have more guns than people, right? Like that's the meme. Like we literally, we're always gonna. I don't know what to do. I don't have any strong opinions on gun control. I don't know. I think the U.S. probably fucked ourselves. Like any national buyback program, I just don't see being like super realistic when we have an absurd amount of guns.
Love me, and this is why you love me, because I spit facts at you. First, we went over inflation.
No, seriously, it comes down to the commander in chief. If a part of the plans, the Trump plans, right, it's written down, pull out military first, leave unarmed civilians, then sure. I guarantee you that wasn't the case. So setting everything up, which does take time to move things logistically, you're pulling out people, you're pulling out officials, blah, blah, blah. You would set those things up. When it comes to the last operation, right, or the last few operations, you don't pull out the people that are protecting the unarmed people. That's the basics of what it comes down to. That's it. So all the pre-setting up, all that stuff, it comes down to the last few operations where there was no thought to protecting the unarmed people that were still there. It was a bad event.
29th of 2020. US
and if you're not all that familiar with it, then that's fine, because there's shit that I'm not. But that one right there specifically stands out in my mind.
Okay, well here's what I'll say. All right, so first, I will agree, it wasn't a great pullout of Afghanistan. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was. I'm saying it's probably about as good as it could be, given the circumstances that preceded it. Right?
I don't agree though, but that's me.
Well, how about this? I'll add this caveat. All right, it was probably as good as it could be without increasing the amount of troops on the ground.
No.
If we were to keep to the timetable that was laid out by the Trump administration. I mean, like it seems to be like, I mean, I'm looking at one article from 2021.
Well, anyway,
Trump officials back away from 2020 Taliban peace deal after withdrawal chaos because they didn't want to be associated with it, even though it was their deal that they were enacting. But we can move on to a different topic.
Yeah, we can just not agree, and that's fine, right? You know, but
this
like
is the
it's
frustration.
my opinion. It's
Yeah.
my opinion, right? That pullout specifically led to emboldening other characters in the region to then start doing the things that, like the Houthis down in fucking Yemen, right? They start seeing that there's not a strong United States. Let's start testing these motherfuckers. That's exactly what they did.
And then they fucked around and they found out, didn't they?
And people are still fucking around, right? And we still haven't got our shit.
I don't even think, to be fair, I don't even think the Houthis attacks have stopped. On ships timeline, Wikipedia, and yeah, they're still doing it. They're still at it. Houthis fired 2 anti-ship ballistic missiles into the southern Red Sea, later claimed to have been targeting the CGM-owned Tage container ship. No damage was reported. The Houthis claimed that she was en route to Israel, but she was actually voyaging to Egypt, according to her manager. I don't know why. I mean, I just needed the example. Damage and averted. Damage and averted. Not diverted. I haven't sunk a ship in a while. Oh, sink. Abandoned, sink 11 days later. This was February 18th. I think we have this report here. I remember one quote from it. It's literally on like one of the first pages. Most intense type of research here. Control F Trump. The most important factor in the collapse was the decision to withdraw military forces and contractors from Afghanistan through signing the U.S.-Taliban agreement in February 2020 under the Trump administration, followed by President Biden's withdrawal announcement in April 2021. Due to ANDSF's dependency on the U.S. military forces, these events destroyed morale. Additionally, the Afghan government failed to develop a national security strategy plan. It's just like, I don't know, maybe you could read the like executive summary. I don't know, if not today, or what's this called? I guess it isn't called assembly, but or a summary.
Straight. And who's fucking president?
What do you mean they're still fucking around? Every single time they try and do something now, like it was a like crazy big deal when it first started, but then we blew up like 150 of their launch silos, and they haven't really recovered from that. They'll try and launch off something every once in a while, and then the second that they do, our 5G like giga military tech pinpoints their asshole, and we drive a fucking Tomahawk missile straight up it. Like, dog, you're zooted, aren't you?
I'm kind of honestly. I'm kind of more like, I don't know. I guess it's
sorry. I might be coming off a little bit too strong here. I'll smoke some weed too. I'm not trying to be like super big. So something I've been talking with. You remember Doghouse?
Yeah.
Something I've been talking about with Doghouse is there's different ways conversations can go, right? And for like the past 2 years, I've gone about doing conversations in a specific way.
How do I know? How do I know which way to go? I never use treasure maps.
And it was very, I probably gave, and this was both with left-leaning people and right-leaning people when I was arguing. I gave way too much up, and I was trying to be way too nice. And these people were very obviously arguing in bad faith. These people were very obviously like they don't believe the things that they're fucking saying. And so,
well, that's the people. Those people right there. We pretty much know who those people are, though.
I don't think you would agree on which people.
It's me.
I have specific names in mind, but I'm not.
Well, those people though. Those people
Okay,
are different to each individual. Because you might not be.
Repeat that last sentence.
I said those the people, like the people that you'd have on your list might not be the people that are on my list, because that list is always going to be unique to the individual, right? That said, though, there is some commonalities between them, and if we could ever get the commonalities between them to actually get together and work, you could have, decent conversations most of the time, and it'd be, not having, somebody that is just trying to drive a point instead
Well, I feel
of.
like if I got like these kinds of people together and tried to like work towards their strengths, and they were able to like work together to have a conversation, it would just be like a huge lie fest. I'm tired of people fucking lying to me, right? I'm fine with people being wrong, right? But I'm tired of people fucking lying about what they believe, because it makes it impossible. Like the only time that it was less frustrating was when I was arguing with Nazis. Because the only reason that they lied about what they believed is because they didn't want to get banned off the platform. But they did it in a way where, like, you knew what they actually believed, Like, yeah.
I never really went, like, hunting for those people, but I did run into a couple of them, to be sure.
I love shitting down their Nazi fucking throats, all right? I don't like bad people, all right?
I don't like bad people either, but then I guess maybe this is the old age kicking in, right? But I'm a lot more pick and choose your battles anymore.
No,
right?
no, you know what? I've talked about this a lot recently. Probably since last year. When it comes to like all of the drama stuff, when it comes to like talking to specific people, I just don't anymore. I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, or if it's because the arguments are stale, or if it's because like I don't know what it is. I think I'm getting old though, because I don't find as much pleasure in doing the stream slop, all the drama coverage and jumping into the dramas.
I love
like,
stream slop. I love stream
out to have a
slop. I
conversation,
don't do that much stream. This is stream slop right now, but I don't do that much stream slop. I do.
I think is a bad.
I do it when I feel like
a
it.
dishonest person or something like that, or someone who's just like super wrong. I don't like go out of my way to talk to people. If they pop up in my chat, usually fine to have them on. But like I am much pickier about who I talk to nowadays.
Yeah. Well, I think before it was less of a consideration about your own mental health, right? And say more about, because it's fun, right? It's fun building a channel. It's fun building a community. It's fun streaming, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of fun to it, but you can get lost. You can get lost in that pretty easy.
Yeah, you can.
And that's where I'm glad I took my break, because slowing down and actually just kind of connecting back with nature, which is why I'm glad, like during the day, man, I'm out working in the sun, doing landscape work.
Mm.
It's easy. I don't have to think much about it. I'm listening to audiobooks while I'm doing it, so it's good work for me. But
yeah, no, I understand. I feel like it's not so much
the
like
conversations with people though. They like it's like I
play Dying Light. It's on Steam on sale, and I got it. It's a very good game.
Places, this, that, and the other. But for me, I've always put more faith in my
in a buried treasure being a river. Or I guess is there another ocean on this side?
gut than I have anything else, because that's been the thing that has kept me out of shit in some cases, And my gut tells me, with everything that's going on, based off of how I know that the Constitution frames the government, and then also like the things that
what is it?
Different if I was actually the guy making
I mean, I know it's a game, but like what?
The idea of, and that's where like you and I've had lengthy conversations about government.
Zombie.
So it's not even like we don't have to go through all of that to get to where we can just, we just disagree, and it'd just be cool. Whereas with other people, they want to try to hold a grudge, and they're looking for that.
No, you're not that person for me. There are some people that I would be
with hardcore
like,
and night is danger.
Hold you
just
to
like
the
Minecraft.
Fire. You're going to answer me this fucking question. Yeah, but like, I think that something that has kind of changed for me is so like I said, I just really don't like bad people, right? And I think that in the past, especially during my socialist days, I had a really bad gauge of what a bad person was, right? I was listening to too much like ideologically, focused,
$3.99.
Things where, essentially if someone has X opinion, then they don't have any moral consideration or some shit like that, Uh-oh, man's lost his lighter.
Yeah, but I'm listening.
If you were a real man, you'd have flint and steel.
I don't know, maybe it's on my co-op, so.
chomp and spit it
You
out.
know what? What I really need is I need like something off the computer case. Just
Let's fucking go. But oh shit, yeah, no, I took 2 hits and now I can feel it. But yeah, I think that my gauge for like someone's moral character, it wasn't like the worst.
Oh wait,
in the
this is the
world,
same
but I think I
fucking
gave too much grace to some pretty horrible people, and I attacked some people in a
Fire.
way that they probably didn't deserve. Right? Like I used to fucking despise Rob Noor. Okay, I used to think he was like fucking scum of the earth. Right? I don't think that he's scum of the earth.
I don't know why.
Well, it like the argumentation and the politics
If
of
you
it
love
all,
Dead
like,
Island,
especially
Dying Light.
very
I've
early
never
on.
played Dead
But I think,
Island,
like,
but
close to take a breath, breathe. The coughing
that's
makes
the
you get
formula
higher.
of those games.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, right.
But I
Where
think
did that
like
fucking lighter go? I just here's a different.
check your pockets.
I did, right?
But yeah. So I think it like close to like I think it was probably like beginning of 2021, maybe mid 2021, where like I started shifting out of that socialist like bubble. I started changing my opinions on some stuff and talked to Rob some, and he's like actually in real life a really excellent person, right? Now, especially with some of the stuff that's happened recently. Oh man, I'm gonna give you a second, all right? Get some water. Damn, man's dying. Give me a thumbs up if you're alive. Okay. But yeah, he's like a that's the CTV I fucking know. There we go. I thought it felt so weird seeing you without it. Yeah, he's like in real life like stuff. He's like a really excellent dude. Now, I think that I don't know if he's spiraling right now or something. Like something's going on with him, but I don't think he's a bad person, right? Heavily disagree with a lot of the stupid shit that he says, and I don't know why he's doing the things that he's doing in regards to Twitter right now, because that shit's been crazy. But
What is he doing on
don't know.
Twitter?
Dog, he had a debate with Destiny that I
Oh, I
think-
heard a little bit about that.
it was long, torturous, and the fallout of it was the real bad thing, right? And I just saw
Fallout.
so there was they talked for like 5 hours, okay, and it was the most grueling type of debate you've ever heard in your entire life. It was difficult to listen to. I only listened to it because I wanted to hear how Rob argued against it, because he's probably the best right-leaning debater, right? And man,
Yeah, I'd say that.
there were some things in there that he just wouldn't concede that were just like, there's no way you don't believe this, right? Like if someone breaks into your house and they have a Glock on them, right? And you pop out and they shoot you, would that be considered manslaughter or murder, right? It's obviously murder because he's using a weapon in furtherance of a crime. But Rob said he didn't know, and it would really depend on like some factors, because they're debating about January 6th, and
Of
he didn't want to
course.
like bite a bullet that if someone uses a weapon in furtherance of a crime, or if they like bring a weapon along with them to do a crime, that doesn't mean he wanted to say that doesn't mean they were planning on using it, right? Like if you rob a liquor store, right, and you're unarmed, you're probably not planning on shooting someone.
You know what? I definitely understand exactly what he's talking about.
Okay.
Oh,
then
no.
explain it to me,
Oh, no.
right? So,
Oh,
like,
no.
tell me this. If
It's
someone-
one of those.
Yeah.
It's one of those catch-22s, right? You know, it's like in this situation it's okay, but in this other situation you end up fucked, right? And that situation is, say I'm out just on a fucking stroll and I'm carrying my Beretta with me, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Now, yeah, say I'm at fucking January 6th. Say I'm in DC, the shit's going down, I got my fucking Beretta at me, and it's okay in DC to carry at the time. We'll just say that it is. We'll say
Right.
it's like Florida, right? I got my concealed carry permit, I can carry, no fucking worries, right?
Right.
Now, a bunch of dumbasses start doing some dumb shit, and next thing you know, fucking barricades get thrown out, this, that, and the other, and then somehow I end up in custody. I have my gun on me. Now they're trying to throw another extra fucking
Oh, sure.
charge
No,
at
they
me, and
were-
I'm like, fuck you, assholes. And I'm sure that's exactly
Well, I mean,
the
like if you
situation
were
that
like
Rob.
if you were fighting the cops and you had the Glock on you, that might be. But if you were just like there, I don't think that's what they're talking about. It would be like so.
The point in that would
No, I
be is
understand
that
what
the
you
only
mean.
reason why. Yeah.
But like
So
here,
if I
this
had
is
to
a
whip on me
closer
for
analogy.
self-defense,
Yeah, here's a closer
Bring a
analogy.
weapon is
Like, if
it
you went
wasn't
to rob
to
a liquor
use.
store,
Rob said he had to.
if-
Rob said he had to probe if I was going to use it. Destiny said, "You having it is intent." I don't know. I don't. God, we should watch the entire debate at some point. Oh fuck! I don't have enough wood to make a fucking chest. Fire. Okay, cool.
if you had a gun with you, would you consider that like what if someone robs a liquor store and they have a gun on them? Why do they have the gun?
Well, for one, I believe that if you purposefully use a gun in the commission of any crime, that at a minimum you should lose your firearms rights for life. Period.
Well,
you made a conscious choice.
Well, what
there.
if you have the gun, right? But you're
Not
not
a
like
hard debate, it was a
immediately pointing
dumb
it at them,
debate.
But you go to rob the liquor store, you say, "Hey, I'm robbing you. I've got a gun," right?
That's a threat of force.
Yeah,
And you're
so
using
that's
you're using yeah.
That's what they were talking about.
The person's not doing it because you said some words to him. The person's doing what you're saying
you
now
have
because
a
you have
weapon.
you have a fucking gun, right?
Yeah. And so like if I'm not incorrect, and I'm pretty sure this is exactly what the point was, like Rob wouldn't. This was very early on in the conversation. I was like, Rob, what the fuck are you doing? Like I know you're smarter than this.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So let's say that somebody is open carrying a firearm. They've got it in their holster, right? There's and for the purposes of this scenario, we're going to say that weapon does not have like a strap over it, right? It's just like a 6-shooter.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Old West
ready
style,
to come out, right? Exactly. Now, if that person says, in 5 seconds, I'm going to pull my gun out and shoot you.
I love how he's standing up right now. Yeah.
I didn't hear. Right.
Oh, no, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So he says that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have 5 seconds to make a choice to shoot the son or get shot.
Mm.
What
Fire.
do you do?
Well, isn't he the one that's sticking you up? That's self-defense at that point.
Bro, the gun's in the holster. He said some words. What do you do?
I'm like 99. Well, actually, it depends on the state. Some of these states are like really cucked with their self-defense. I'd shoot him.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not fucking. Okay. Listen, I thought you were asking me a question on whether that's self-defense or not. Okay. Yeah.
No,
I fucking
what do
shoot
you
the
do?
guy. Yeah, I shoot the guy. Yeah, no fucking shit.
You're like, what if you end up in like that 10-second hold? You're like, well, that's a lot to think about. Wait,
yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Also, I just got high too. Okay, you're gonna have to give me like at least like 50% more time on any question. Don't put me under pressure, motherfucker. But yeah, it basically the argument was about to get to the point where Destiny was going to say, well, there's a bunch of people outside of the Capitol. Some of them are armed. Some of them do have firearms. A lot of them have like pole arms and shit like that, and they've erected a gallows. Like, do you not think that they're threatening violence? Like they're brandishing weapons and they're like getting rowdy, and like are the weapons not a threat? And like Rob,
well, the biggest thing with January is that the actual Democrats, right? And I don't think you're an actual Democrat. I think you're a free-thinking American, okay? But the actual Democrats, right? They fucking they want to believe, they want to paint, right? The Trump and anybody that supports him in a way that makes it easier for them to divide and conquer. That's not it's the same Democrat playbook since way back when.
Since the
Instead
Civil
of trying
War.
to actually hold to some type of value, some type of like, these are the kinds of policies that you can expect from our party every time we get into office. We're going to be the ones reducing the size, and we're going to actually be taking steps to do that. Now, all it is now is them playing we're trying to appease a particular group of people so that we can have that group of people vote for us every time, and they build their whole voting platform around that. At least the Republicans over time have tried to hold their party to a set of ideals. I mean, the whole fucking reason the Republican Party was created to begin with.
The Republican Party of even like from 2010 and earlier, every single politician from that time period is rolling in their graves over January 6th, and you know it.
I think that there were some bad actors that were in the crowds.
I talked
that
to you
were there
the
for
night that it happened. CTV. We were all fucked up about it. You were fucked up.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about it. But the reality of it was that having that many people there, it wasn't hard for them to set off, and if you got which there were lots of reports of, there being guys that were there purposefully being bad actors, and there's videos to that effect, right? Where they were encouraging.
Don't you know of what's his name? What's his name? People say the FBI informant. I want to say, Ray Epps. It's all Ray Epps' fault, clearly.
Had their own plan. They were fucking doing a thing. Those are the people that should be fucking next 20 years. Think about it in a fucking box, asshole.
Well, yeah,
right?
I think that the seditious conspiracy people, and if you remember Suspect
What do you mean
Susie,
conspiracy people?
it's a crime. It's a charge. Seditious conspiracy. You conspire to commit sedition.
Okay, so how did Sushi come into that? Because
suspect Sushi, because he was part of that plot. Did you not know?
I
that?
saw the video of what he did specifically. There wasn't no part of anything that
you
they
saw the
did
part of
that
him
I
in
would
the
have called.
Capitol. But I don't. To be
There's
clear, he didn't.
video
Hold
of
on, really quick.
touring news in the Capitol on that day too.
Are you fucking kidding me? I have never heard that.
Yeah, I'm like almost certain.
How the fuck did he
I'm
not get
almost positive
charged?
that
I don't think that they allowed people in unless he
I'm
literally.
pretty sure touring news was there too.
I've never heard that. The only person that
Really?
I
I have no clue.
Like if someone like if
Because I know
someone in anyone's
Dylan was
chat-
out.
yeah.
Dylan was out away from everything, right?
Yeah, he didn't
But I
go
know
in.
that I'm pretty sure touring news was up closer to
He
the
might-
shit.
But if he trespassed
I
on
don't
the
think he did.
grounds.
I don't think he went in, but he
Okay,
was
that's
definitely
yeah.
like
I thought that's what you were
fucking
saying.
up on the steps.
Gotcha,
Because like I
gotcha.
saw a video
Yeah.
from he was out, not in the building, but out, on the thing, steps
okay.
looking down.
I thought you were saying he was inside. I was like, damn, what the
No,
fuck?
I'm saying he was
Yeah.
there. Like,
But suspect
No,
Sushi
I'm just saying,
did
like-
go in, but to be clear, let me
I
be
didn't see a
ultra
video
clear.
of him going in, but even if he did go in, I'd still say the same thing for all the other people that walked in peacefully. They shouldn't be getting fucking charged.
Well, hold on. Let's.
And the
let's
Well, they're
government should be held
trespassing.
responsible for Ashley Babbitt. The asshole that shot her should be in fucking
She
jail.
got warned like
Period.
5 times at gunpoint to stop smashing the glass. It is tragic that she died, but like,
She wasn't the one smashing the glass.
is there
It
not
was
literally
already
a video?
smashed.
She was reaching through
There's
the
literally
fucking
video
door,
of
was
her
she
smashing
not?
the glass, and she was continuing to smash the glass, and there were barricades, and she
She
was
was
trying to get.
going through the glass, not smashing the glass.
Oh, so she was
everything that
entering
I
the area
saw
that the
did.
guy with the.
Yeah,
with-
she had already smashed the glass. I don't actually know if she was the one that smashed the glass, but I'm pretty sure she was literally fucking crawling through that door. Actually, I don't know if I can play it on Twitch if I remember correctly, at least.
the Glock in his hand said, "Do not enter, or I'm going to shoot you." And
She was the only one that got shot that day.
she was the only one stupid enough to charge the guy with a gun who was telling her repeatedly.
She was
"Please don't."
crawling through a fucking window.
Yeah, and that was the last. There were lawmakers inside of that room, and he was
Oh
saying,
my
"Do not come
God,
in here." I don't
That
know.
guy needs to be charged,
Okay, well,
and the
really quick,
government needs to be
let-
held responsible.
we're never going to agree on that. Okay, so I'm going to move past it. I do not know in what world someone can like directly disobey like a officer who is pointing a gun at them and saying, "Do not enter
I
here,
don't
or
know
I
in
will
what
shoot."
world. I don't know in what world where we have the government on one hand inviting people through the fucking door, and then on the other hand losing complete control to where people even get to that fucking point where they're
No
doing
one
all that.
got invited.
fucking
Every single
crazy
video,
How
every single
unprepared
video.
the government was for that fucking
It
day.
is crazy how
It was like
unprepared
every
they
other
were.
person. As a matter of fact, leading
hold
up
on,
to
really quick,
that
I wanted to
event,
get back to
So you know
streamers
Trump
all
asked
over
Nancy
Twitch
Pelosi.
were talking about how tense that situation was going to be up there. My wife and I had a conversation for 2 fucking days about whether or not
Policeman
I
that
was
guarded
going
the
to go.
Capitol
Yeah,
had his
before we
like
get to
How
that, I just
happy
dancing
wanna-
out.
she was that my ass was not in DC when the shit happened.
I am very happy that you were not there.
God damn, I need 2 fucking more. I guess I can just use regular cobblestone. Okay. Well, whatever. Okay, good enough.
As well.
But I can use my one
I just
jungle
wanna-
plank.
Before I
Don't you
forget,
say
because
it,
I'm
bro.
high, I'm going to forget if I don't say it. Okay. The part about the seditious conspiracy, that was the Proud Boys had a specific plan. You should read through the indictment on that shit. It is absolutely fucking buck wild. Like the amount of coordination that they had, and like they knew exactly what they were doing. They were trying to help like overthrow the government. And there's like
I don't know
screenshots
how
of
they're
the
planning on overthrowing the government in a day. I mean, come on.
read
like
the
the
They're
worst
going to
plan ever.
overturn the
It
election
might be just because
It
it's
only
a
takes
bad
one day
plan
to
doesn't mean that it wasn't.
to certify the results.
Well,
But anyway, they were the first ones. They were the ones that were the leading charge in every single breach of barricades. Like they were like very coordinated. They were like, we're going to attack this gate. Okay, where's the next weakest point in the security? Oh, it's over there. They had walkie-talkies and they had their little signal encrypted group chat, and they all met up at that gate and they fucking charged in. The first person that broke into the Capitol was it Joe Biggs? But it was like the second in command of the Proud Boys. And I don't know as much about the Oath Keepers, but they also had some kind of like wacky ass fucking plan.
really, the Oath Keepers?
Yeah, the Oath Keepers were the other group that had people convicted of seditious conspiracy.
Mm.
Like it was blatant.
So it
once
doesn't
they
sound
got
like
the-
there's anybody tied directly to Trump there.
well, they were the Proud Boys. You know that line that everyone attacked Trump for, and everyone said, "Listen, it was a
Stand back
misspeak,"
and
or
stand by.
Proud Boys stand back and stand by. Yeah, they talked about that a lot in their group chat, dude. They're like, Trump told us to stand back and stand by, and here we are. And then they did little saluting emojis. They took that as an invitation.
So what part of stand back and stand by means go fucking do this.
Well, that's how they took it to be, and then
That sounds like a them problem.
well, it was a them problem. They're the ones that got convicted and sentenced.
Right.
Like,
Now,
Well, he's
how,
just gonna
why
say
did the
there's
Proud
no
Boys
point.
even end up being a thing at all?
Or Trump's not responsible for that.
I don't know. They really hated feminists at first.
No, because Antifa started fucking attacking people in the streets. So then the Proud Boys,
Wait,
they,
It's a job illustrating. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to save money anymore. The $1 million that you save today won't be enough by the time it's for you to retire. All the retirees out there saved so that they wouldn't have to work their golden years. Now their savings and investments are drained because of the currency, which is a bedrock of any republic, has been devalued by printing trillions of dollars. Simple supply and demand, and where you have something else value it is. The less would everyone believe that the currency is worth simple. It's simply worth what people think it is. From a certain viewpoint, they're right. It's not black gold, etc. However, regardless of the dollar being the world reserve currency, it's not immune from the same problem that history shown time and time again. What else? I don't. Okay, well.
they
that
started
the
coming
Proud Boys
together
started because of
to
feminism.
form at these fucking no, no, it didn't.
I thought
I watched it, bro. I
Oh, are you
literally
talking
watched
about?
it.
Are you
First,
talking about like?
Antifa was attacking people in the fucking streets during this whole summer of fucking whatever the fuck.
I thought
right.
that-
So then
sorry.
the Proud Boys were the group of guys that came together to fight back
Hold
against
on.
these
the
fucking
Proud Boys
assholes.
have been around since like 2016, 2017.
I don't know anything about that. I'm just
Yeah,
telling
that's
you
what-
when the
that's what-
motherfuckers
yeah.
start showing up on the scene
Yeah,
and why
yeah.
they did.
I understand. I thought you were talking about like why they.
I don't give a
formed
fuck
in
about
the
their
first place.
history. I care about
Yeah.
when they started showing up on the scene and actually start doing shit, right? Like before this, I didn't know fuck all about them, right? I started hearing them after the Antifa motherfuckers all dressed in black started attacking people. And we were watching that shit too.
Yeah, Antifa and Proud Boys have been fighting for years before 2020.
And that's how that. Well,
Yeah,
I know that the Antifa
yeah.
fuckheads were doing that shit for a while before anybody was fighting back against that shit. And
Yeah, I don't know
everybody
exactly
was
when
even saying,
the
who's gonna,
Antifa thing started.
who's actually gonna fucking fight? You know, who's gonna start standing up for themselves? That was the question that was being asked. So,
Well,
but yeah,
I
that's
get-
all.
Yeah, but yeah, just like in terms of oh, we were talking about like damn, we've kind of winded pretty far. This is what happens when both people
Yeah.
smoke weed. The oh yeah, but we were talking about like good and bad people. I was trying to like I keep on trying to make sure that I make it clear. I think that Rob is a good
I
dude.
think my internet is messing with me. Is it? Oh no, I think it is your internet. That sucks. I every time someone says that, I have to check, make sure it's not my fucking Wi-Fi being stupid, dumb. Spectrum. I hate Spectrum.
Like, man, it feels like something's going on and I don't understand it right now. But yeah, just like in terms of like people that like, I have no desire to talk to people that I see as very, very dishonest or very, very, content brained. Like they'll just like lie to make their audience happy, whether it's like lying about you or like, it's just like 90% of lefties are just completely out of bounds for me. I don't want to talk to any of them because they have no fucking values. They will say and do fucking anything to like make their side look good. And it doesn't make them look good except for to themselves, which is why socialism is dying off. But like it's just like why would I ever want to talk to someone that doesn't take any conversation seriously, that doesn't care about like the fact of the matter, like would never change their mind on anything. Their entire point is just to go in there and get dunks. Like real frustrating nowadays.
That's been that way. Well, it's probably because you're leaning a little bit. Well, I wouldn't even say leaning. I just say everybody else fucking further fucking. Yeah, you probably are now.
I mean, like,
if we okay,
technical terms, but like most of the stuff.
Do you feel like you should have the right? Do you feel like you have the right to defend yourself regardless of what? As a matter of fact, with any of the stuff I'm about to ask you, right? Regardless of whatever the fuck anybody else says, right? Do you feel like you have the right to defend yourself by any means necessary?
I mean, like, if you're talking about self-defense, yeah.
Any means necessary. What's that mean?
Like if someone's aggressing on me?
I'm self-defense is it. There's so many different levels, right? And so many different places that you might need to defend yourself from. Fucking nature, other people, the fucking government. Do you feel like that you should have the right, or that you do have the right to defend yourself?
It's such
by any
a
means
like
necessary.
like I think I know what you're asking me, but like the way you're asking it, like could just like endorse like literally all kinds of violence that I wouldn't necessarily
I'll tell you
subscribe to. I know what you're talking about. I think that you
I need
should
to
be
pee
able to,
right quick.
yeah.
You think about that?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
maybe
Does he edits it
Hey,
out, right?
listen. CTV's chat. If you guys maybe it's my high lefty brain, all right? Maybe you guys, or maybe CTV is himself fucking crazy, all right? Someone translate it for me. See if I got it right or wrong. Oh shit, someone just followed him named H-Town Fella. We got a Houston person in chat, my guy? Let's go. H-Town hold it dine. If anyone who line item agrees with everything any political party stands for, they aren't thinking for themselves enough. I mean, yeah, obviously. Like you gotta, yeah, Talon, any means no. It's like the way he's asking the question is makes it impossible to say yes. Yeah, like the way that you're asking the question could like, oh well,
Yeah, but
you know,
now I can't hear you because I fucking went out of range on my raindrops.
oh shit. Tell me when you can hear me. I'll just keep on talking until you can hear me. Oh, he's got to reset them. Boy's got
Fishy
that high
phone.
tech. Oh, can you hear me?
My user is easier to read. What? Oh, magical duck stealer.
Hello, hello.
Is it cutting out?
Test. Hello, hello.
Fucking raindrops.
Testing. I'm just gonna keep on talking until you tell me to stop. Just talking until you tell me that you can hear me. Blah 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 blah. Hello. CTV. Is
Oh
it?
shit. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, how we doing?
I'm good.
Wasn't expecting to get put on the spot.
I wasn't, no.
That's not how I do business.
Oh, all right. Based.
I'm about
So
the
I'm just-
education more than I am the content. So
Oh, okay.
I got a few minutes.
You have what?
So I got a few minutes before I go take a shower and head to bed. So I was like,
Okay.
let me talk to this guy right quick.
Well, let's remind me more in a few minutes for me to explain this more in depth. Okay. It seemed like in the council debate, you like briefly mentioned, I think you guys were like disputing about how much inflation was at, and like council brought up that inflation with the CPI was back at 2.9%, and you seem to have an issue with that. Do you not believe CPI? Do you like? What are our feelings on that?
I put it like this, man. I pretty much stopped paying attention to all the statistics and all of the shit because at the end of the day, none of that stuff actually fucking matters. What matters is how much am I being paid per hour to do a job, and then how much of this is the cost of everything at the store. You know, those things matter. That's really what most everyday people are going to be looking at anyway. You know, people can have their head buried in the sand and the statistics and continue to, you know, repeat the same rhetoric over and over to try to build, you know, a facade of reality that online people are going to be the ones that are your audience for only. You know, for me, I am going to stay rooted in reality for everyday people because that's the shit that I have to worry about every fucking day. It doesn't make me any fucking money to sit there and bury my head in the sand with the statistics of the narrative that I feel like that all of these assholes are trying to paint, right?
Well,
Like I said,
I guess
if you go watch the video that I posted in the Discord, that does a good job of taking you through the currency from like 60 years ago, right? To what it is today. And then do you actually have any more? And the answer is no. You have the same, but they're taking more away from us.
well,
So-
I guess you're right in that what matters is, you know, to a lot of people is how much things cost and how much they're getting paid per hour. But if I'm trying to find out, like in general, like how much the price of things have gone up, I'm probably going to look at statistics, right? I'm going to have to use statistics to
No,
answer that
honestly,
question.
if you want to, no, just do a Google search of a particular item that you buy pretty regularly and see what the difference in cost is, and then do the math, and you'll get a percentage increase, at least on that one thing specifically. And then you might go
Yeah.
down and do the same thing with other things, and you do it yourself. Looking at a statistic that somebody else did means that you have no skin in the game, which means you have no accountability or responsibility for any information that you're going to intake and then put out. You obfuscate all responsibility for the actual fucking work. So
I mean, you
no.
understand, I'm not going to want like just how much the price has gone up for one item or a few specific items. I'm going to want like in general, how much has the price level gone up? And this is what like CPI and other inflation measures exist for.
Yeah,
so
so
CPI does almost exactly what you just said. It tracks the price of goods, and it calculates the percentage increase for them, and then it puts them all together in a weighted average. So like, you know, housing is counted more than the price of food because housing is generally a greater expense for people. What you just described is basically what CPI is. That's what it exists to do. Hello?
Oh, I'm here. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the Consumer Price Index, while I am not an expert on it, is going to do the same thing, which is it's going to be tracking certain markets, and then it's going to put up a statistic based off of the certain prices that it's tracking, right? What I'm telling you to do as an individual is to start tracking and going back and tracking the cost of things yourself. Then compare that to the CPI and then see how accurate it is. If it's accurate, then you know that it's a good source and that you can trust it. If it's not, then maybe you start questioning the things that are happening around you. But track the cost of the things that matter to you.
But that doesn't give me the answer I'm looking for.
To me, the
like,
cost went up a fucking lot, you know? So
sure. But like when I'm basically when I'm trying to figure out when I'm having political conversations, I don't want to talk about, you know, what prices matter to me. What I really want to know is like how much the price level has gone up in aggregate. And CPI is a much better indicator.
How is it? Okay, so then how is it from the conversation with Sansol that you felt like that I was going to be the one that was going to answer that question for you?
Repeat that question?
Okay, so based off of the conversation that you saw with Sansol, what got said in there that made you think that I was going to be the one to answer that question?
Well, I mean, you were talking about inflation, and Soundsell pulled up CPI, and then you made it sound like you don't believe in CPI. Basically, you said, is that from a Democrat-funded source? Like,
yeah, and that's pretty much going to be my answer with all statistics, which is why I basically tell people that I don't give a fuck about statistics. I don't care, right? Like, someone's trying to paint a picture with the statistics that they chose. That's known from the start. Doesn't matter if it's good, bad, indifferent, right? There's a picture that they're trying to paint. So if they're trying to paint a picture with statistics, and I can go find the statistics myself and put them together from different sources and then say, look, I've got statistics from all this and this shows this, and disregard the ones that don't do that, then I can be doing the same thing as everybody else.
So who do you think is painting a picture here? Do you think the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Everyone. Fucking everyone. Anyone that does it.
So you think when the Bureau of Labor Statistics, these are just everyday economists who track the prices of things. What picture are they trying to paint?
That happens, someone has a reason as to why they're bothering to do the fucking work at all.
Well, do you know why they try to calculate inflation?
Okay. Wait, what?
Do you know why the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Well, part of the reason why they try to calculate inflation?
To waste more of my tax dollars' time.
Sure. Maybe that's one reason. But one other reason that they do it, okay, let's assume that's the reason. Another big reason that they do it is so that the Federal Reserve has an indicator of how much where inflation is at. That's a big important reason. The Federal Reserve, which operates independently of the government, it's like a quasi-government institution. It's not really a part of the government. They
Right.
need to have accurate data on what inflation is like so they can make decisions revolving the interest rate. I don't have any reason to believe that the economists who work at the Bureau of Labor Statistics are painting a narrative with their data when their job is just to track prices to determine or to help the Fed decide what the interest rate should be, essentially.
Fed's just, I would say, primarily responsible for the situation that we find ourselves in.
I mean, I would it entirely. Well, what's the situation we find ourselves in?
The fact that it exists, but that's a whole different conversation.
So, I mean, I guess can we agree that inflation has come down in recent
No.
months?
No,
We can't
the
agree on
fucking
that?
cost at the shelf hasn't went down, and it's not going to go
Wait,
down. That's the
that's
fucking
not-
problem.
That's not in. That's a different thing, though. That's cumulative inflation. What I'm talking about is inflation. The rate at which the price increases have happened has gone down. Do we agree or disagree on that?
No, we disagree.
Okay. How, if you don't trust CPI, presumably you don't trust other measures of inflation too. Is there anything I could possibly show you that would indicate that inflation
old
has
are you?
slowed? How
How
old
old
am
are you?
I?
Yeah.
I'm 18.
You're 18. How old do
Yeah.
you suspect I am?
30 something.
30 something. Okay, so you thought that you just were going to have the magic thing to just, dude, the fact of the matter is, when it comes to understanding what it is that I'm talking about and what it is that I feel like you need to understand, the best place to start that would be at the video that I shared with you to begin with. I don't feel like you understand how devalued the currency has become in even just the last 100 years. And then you're sitting here wanting to talk to me about CPI over the last 3 years when it comes to this fucking administration. To me, it's a waste of my fucking time. Like, I want you to understand the last 100 years. Because
I mean,
the fact of the
do you
matter
think
is
there?
that if
Do you
you're
think
not
there?
understanding that part of it, then the last 3 years CPI conversation is just, it's like all you're doing is vying for a candidate because that's what you fucking believe in, and you don't understand anything about actual administrative government actually holding value of the currency, doing anything that prospers a fucking nation. All you're doing is talking about a fucking candidate because you believe or some shit.
Okay, one, that doesn't answer my question at all. I don't know what I could possibly show you to show that inflation has slowed if you don't believe like anything, any of these statistics. And two, do you think there's ever a positive trade-off to devaluing a currency at all?
No, because the devaluing of the currency robs the people.
Well, here's an interesting question. Okay, so if we're saying that devaluing a currency is going to like cause inflation, which robs the people, do you think there's ever like positive employment? Well, do we agree that if we print money or do like these type of stimulus bills, that there's going to be an increase in aggregate demand?
You're saying quantitative easing to create aggregate demand?
Yeah, either quantitative easing or like the stimulus bills that Joe Biden and Trump did. Yeah, like the COVID spending bills.
All you'll ever do is, okay, I'm going to give you a real world scenario to maybe break it down for you.
Okay.
Let's say you're wanting to, let's see. You got a friend, right? And
Yep.
they want to, I don't know, fucking start a business, right? So they're like,
They're like,
trying to put this together, and sometimes you got to take a break. Because I don't want to like build a scenario and you'd be in the middle of it and be fucked up. You know what I mean?
Sure.
All right. So you already know that the Federal Reserve is not a part of our system, right?
A part of what system? It's not necessarily directly part of the government.
The government is our system. It's the only system that we the people, right? Let's understand. Let's build the framework of conversation and understanding in which I'm addressing the issue first, right? We, the people, have a system. That system is the government. The Federal Reserve is not a part of that system, correct?
Sure, yeah.
The Federal Reserve issues the currency, right?
Yeah, they can, yeah.
As a promissory note to the government, that the government will then pay interest back on the currency that the Federal Reserve has printed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that every dollar printed by the Fed comes with an interest payment.
Yeah.
So there's your first problem is there's already money there's more than the dollar owed after it's been printed. You'll never be able to repay that debt. Okay? Then the government wants to continue to spend more money than it's actually taking in taxes, right? Using the fact
Yep.
using the fact that the United States is the global reserve currency. So in essence, what you have here is I'm going to continue to take in credit
This is
card
not
debt,
answering my
right?
question at
As
all.
soon as
I
the
don't-
people are sending me, applications to credit cards and shit like that, because every dollar spent there, right, in my real world application is coming at the same as the Federal Reserve, right? It's coming with an interest payment. So I'm going to continue to pay my bills and do everything, right? And then also help my friends start their business. And I'm doing all of this with the credit cards. How much harder do you think it is to pay off that debt yourself
It's probably going to be harder.
versus if you were only spending money that you were working and earning?
Probably going to be harder.
You see what I'm saying?
But that's not really an answer to my question. I'm just okay. So if we do either a stimulus bill or quantitative easing, I would say a stimulus bill
We
is probably
can
going to
do
be
neither.
a bigger factor in this.
Neither.
Do we agree that is going to
Neither.
increase aggregate demand?
No, it's not going to increase aggregate demand.
The
It's going to
stimulus bill is not going to increase aggregate demand. Giving people money is
No,
not
it's
going
not going to increase aggregate demand. Demand is still going to be there, right? As a matter of fact, what I would call it is more of a latent demand because people can't afford the fucking things that they have or that they need now. So as soon as you give them money, of course they're going to buy the things that they already need. So I wouldn't call it an aggregate demand. I would call it a latent need.
Well, I'm just saying if we give people money, they're going to demand more things, right?
Don't zoom past it. Not Do you agree with the fact that it would be a latent need and not an aggregate demand?
Do you know what aggregate
Yes
demand
or no?
means? No,
yes
I don't
or
agree.
No? Then how in the fuck are you expecting to have a conversation?
I don't think you do. You
Because
know
you're
aggregate
wanting
demand?
to control the narrative with this point of an aggregate demand versus a latent need. And you're not understanding the state of the economy in which people don't have enough fucking money, and you're expecting them to just. It's silly, dude.
Okay.
It's silly.
Regardless of if people don't have enough money to meet their needs or whatever, okay, that's fine. Okay. That means their demand is lower, right? Their demand is actually so low that they can't afford the things they need. If we give them money, if we give them the stimulus checks that Trump and Biden gave them during COVID, for example, that's going to increase their demand, right? They're going to buy more goods, even if it's goods that they need.
It's not going to increase demand. Jesus, it's not increasing demand. Demand is something that is going to be there regardless. Once that money gets spent, and say there's a little bit extra, then the so-called demand goes away. That's why I would call it a latent need. Because as soon as they have that, then they would get back into their normal spending patterns, trying to balance out all the other payments that they have to fucking make. Look, people that have managed their own household budgets for years will be able to understand exactly what I'm talking about very easy. But this is one of those things where you're wanting to have the conversation without that experience, and anybody having this conversation with you is going to get frustrated because you're not understanding the very basics of household financial management. And that is the basis in which you build a government. And the government right now is telling you that all this shit's possible, and it's fucking not. And how do I know it's not? Because if we continue the track that we're on, this shit's going to fucking fail. Do you not think that any other nation on the planet wouldn't love to take the mantle of being the global reserve currency? Don't you think that a lot of the conflicts around the world are centered around that very fucking argument? It's not like everything's just happy to go
plenty
lucky.
of countries who wouldn't want to be the world reserve currency, but regardless, that's not governments aren't households. Governments are the issuer of their own currency. They don't have the same type of borrowing constraints
they
that
can
the
issue money
households
like a
have.
credit card.
Sure, okay, but like again, what I'm trying to nail down here is whether or not these stimulus bills are going to increase demand from people.
No,
I would say
not.
absolutely. If we give people checks,
I'll tell you what.
Spend more
As
money.
soon as you want to start telling me what it is that you think, you're not here to answer or have a question answered. You're here to tell me how you feel about a fucking thing. And I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. If you wanted a question answered, I'll answer your question.
Okay, here's
but don't
a question,
sit here
okay?
and tell me how you fucking feel about it like I'm supposed to give a fuck when it's 12:07 past fucking midnight.
Do you think that income is a shifter of demand?
Absolutely.
Okay, do we agree that
The
these stimulus
more money that
checks?
someone makes, they tend to end up, buying things that they might not necessarily, therefore increasing a demand of a product. But all budgets start with the basics, right? You got to have a roof over your head. You got to have food. You got to have clothes on your back. And if you're in the United States, you got to have a vehicle to be able to get around, unless you're in some city that has a good infrastructure. Those are the basics that you have to take care of. Once those are taken care of, then extra money gets spent. But the majority of the population is getting far and away from the ability to be able to get outside of their basic needs, which is why we're at a point to where if you send out a stimulus bill, you will end up fulfilling a latent need, not an aggregate want or an aggregate need or whatever it is that you fucking called it, right? But it's a latent need, not an aggregate demand. That's what you called it, right?
You understand people's needs are counted in aggregate demand. Like if I spend money on food, even though it's a need, that's still counted in aggregate demand.
That is someone attempting to control the language to paint it how they wish. I am calling it by what it is. Because I live it. And so does a lot of other people in this fucking world. If somebody sits around and turns and gives me $2,000, right, just gives it to me. I got things that I need to get done. Right? I don't get to go out and fucking, it's an aggregate demand as if it's going to somehow stimulate the economy in a way that's positive. It won't. People need to be able to earn the money to pay for those fucking latent needs, right? And we're not talking about, the basic living things. We're talking about those other things like fucking tires for your car, fucking, maybe fucking, stuff for home repair. Might need some fucking drywall. You might need fucking Last America. I mean, there's a lot of shit you might, shit like that. But that doesn't actually, the temporary stimulus of the spending doesn't solve anything. It only creates a fucking problem of inflation. Period.
Okay, wait, what you just said there, the temporary stimulus, okay? That would seem to agree with me. The stimulus effect is that people are spending more money because they have more money.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is exactly why I don't talk to young kids, because as soon as you hear one fucking word, you jump on it like you understand the whole fucking thing, and you haven't even bothered to say, you know what, I'm going to go back and I'm going to get an education, right? And with that, I'm done talking. This has been very frustrating. I hope you take the time to watch the video that I put up. Okay?
Okay, I will. I appreciate the conversation. If you ever want to talk again, I know it doesn't sound like you like me, but if you ever want to talk again, I'm down.
I
Thanks
don't really
for
like
coming
any.
on.
Look, I really don't like anybody. Just to be honest with you, right?
Okay,
Because
based.
I like people that want to learn about the history and how they got here instead of being so quick to jump on some fucking little tidbit about, oh, you agree with me, we should go spend money, blah, 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 and the government should do it, right? You're a fucking idiot if you think that. And that's exactly why history and how we got here is way more fucking important than these fucking candidates. Okay?
All right. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
See you later. Thanks. That was interesting. How do I... What would have been a better way to approach that conversation if we have so insanely different frameworks for viewing, for like for viewing, for like understanding the world. I don't like I'm using like the term aggregate demand, and I don't think he's like, well, people just use the money to spend on their needs. But that's counted in aggregate demand. I don't know how. How I could have possibly approached that. I don't have wood, so this is gonna be still super annoying to dig up. Use words too big for him. Interest equals money. We can never make up either way. True. I don't think I don't know, and I don't understand. He kept like walking through. He kept walking through shit. What got him really bad. I was gonna address the other play teammate too. But he was like, short-term stimulus doesn't solve anything. I was like, hey, wait a minute. What you just said there, the stimulus you're referring to is the like added money that people are spending. You didn't dumb it down for him, but you're on another level, brother. I didn't even get to do the thing I was going to run down. My thing was going to be, I asked him, do you think there's ever value to what I said? I said, do you ever think there's a positive trade-off to devaluing a currency? He said no. And I said, okay, do we agree that these types of stimulus bills that you're saying devalue currency are going to increase aggregate demand? And that was the rest of the conversation. The thing I was going to run down on was, okay, it increases aggregate demand. Hopefully we could have, I wish we could have gotten to that point. That these stimulus bills increase aggregate demand. And then we would have gone to, does an increase in aggregate demand mean a likely lower level of unemployment? Is unemployment going to go down? He's going to say, and then hopefully would have gotten to a yes there. And it was like, okay, so it looks like here's one case, for example, where like devaluing a currency could have a positive effect here, where like we devalue a currency a little bit, but maybe unemployment goes down a lot. So we could like imagine a case, where like this devaluing a currency or whatever, the stimulus has a positive trade-off there. I want to watch this video. I feel like I'm gonna go and I feel like after that conversation, I don't know how much. I don't know. It's 30 minutes long. It's not. This is 10 million views. Holy shit. 12 years later, still not even close to throwing in a disconcerting eye at the Fed and the entire system. Isn't it what anyone, what the government does to once that person would go to jail for about 66 different charges. feel like Phillips curve, like the Phillips head flat faster. Makes getting screwed look like a plot. Can do a short on why 2% nominal inflation BS was started in New Zealand, Australia banks, how these made up numbers affected zip and effectively landed us in a debt cycle. I feel like this video's it's gonna be about this. To understand recessions is through a babysitting co-op. In the 70s, congressional staffers agreed to baby. Fun, you balling in the likes department tonight, I see? Yeah, hell yeah, are we? We have 4 likes in a live stream. Thank you, chat. Babysit for one another by issuing coupons that entitled each couple to 1 hour of babysitting. Each couple started out with the same number of coupons, and the system was meant to be shockproof, as the system ensured every couple would spend the same amount of time babysitting as they received. But eventually there was a problem. Some couples began to save coupons to try to build up reserves for the future. This was necessarily accompanied by a reduction in the savings of other couples, since the coupons were never being spent and were never making their way back to the other couples. The result was a vicious cycle. Because there were less opportunities to babysit, more couples started saving their coupons. But this made it even harder to find opportunities to babysit, which incentivized even more couples to start saving their coupons. You get the picture. The co-op essentially went into a recession, but not because anyone was bad at babysitting, just because— Wait, by the way, wait, I just realized everyone liked the fucking short stream, which is cool. Okay, I love my Vert Gang viewers. I'm just saying, I do also stream horizontally, but Vert Gang for life. Okay. Because no one was spending coupons. Effective demand had fallen. What this illustrates is a concept known as the paradox of thrift, where an increase in the amount of individual savings leads to a decrease in aggregate demand, which in turn lowers the economy's total output, which lowers total savings. Your spending is just somebody else's income. If you start saving more, their income falls, which means they're going to save more, and the cycle repeats. In the co-op, the solution was easy. Print more coupons and give them to couples. With the greater number of coupons, couples were more willing to go out, which made babysitting opportunities easier to find, which incentivized other couples to go out more, and the cycle repeats. So next time you hear about the Fed printing money, maybe don't be so worried. Jay Powell has got your back. The easiest— I feel like this video is going to be just about that.
Thus was invented the pretended that England was doomed and started selling their English stocks. The English—
This is a fucking—
telling frenzy to get rid of worthless English money. But the English won, right? Of course they won.
Oh my god, it's not even like a— I thought it was going to be like a video essay. I thought it's like a fucking cartoon. Okay, we'll watch it later. How many couches does this man own? Oh, Econoble, you just missed a very fun, interesting debate. Fuck your pots, fuck your cows. Jay Powell has you by the balls. I don't know how I get a how I could. I hope I think that dude might have. I don't know if he likes me. He said he doesn't like me. What was fun about it? I just had a pretty short conversation. He got upset and left. About inflation. With a you might know actually he's a like relatively decent size streamer. What's his name? Fucking critically thinking veteran about like inflation and shit. I watched this. I was reacting to this like Council debate. And like in it, you know, Council was like, I think inflation's back down to like 3%. And like he pulled up the CPI and he was like, is that a Democrat funded thing? I just want to talk about welfare nowadays. Oh, he would have been so he would have I don't think he's a big fan of welfare. But like I don't know how to have a conversation with him because we approach it with such a radically different view. Like we couldn't even agree on like what aggregate demand was. Like, yeah. I don't even know. Okay. I was like gonna run down a whole thing with him, but we couldn't even agree what aggregate demand was. He was like, you know, well any statistic is gonna— it's just someone trying to paint a narrative. Why don't you just look at an item that you commonly buy and then and then calculate the price increase for yourself. I'm like, well, that doesn't give me as broad of a picture as CPI does. If I'm like talking about policy, if I'm talking about politics, I probably want a much broader picture than just like one good that I personally commonly buy. Yeah, I don't know. And I was like, and it was like, well, they're just trying to paint a narrative. Like, who do you think the Bureau of Labor Statistics is just trying to? They're all just trying to paint a narrative. I didn't even get to. What are my thoughts on welfare? I'm a pretty pro big social safety net guy. I mean, I think a lot of welfare spending could probably be replaced with a UBI. I need to do more reading on UBI. We'll do it eventually because the LTV short blew up in Twitter, and I know a UBI one would do well if I did it strategically as well. I could make a few of them on UBI, then that would do really well on Twitter. I think a lot of our current like means tested in kind benefits could probably be replaced with a UBI. Yeah, UBI, universal basic income. But I'm pretty pro giving a lot of people free money, baby. Okay, well, hopefully I can milk that for YouTube views.
Oh, his internet just cut out. Oh shit. Let's see if he jumps back in here. Uh-oh. Well, this is rough. We'll give him a couple more seconds. How are you guys enjoying the conversation? How many people we got here? 10 people on. Dude. Out. Someone.
Everyone UBI, just certain people. Everyone. Universal basic income. Universal means like everyone, or like you can be unconditional basic income. Basically, everyone gets it. Yeah, we could do. Another thing that I've heard people talk about more recently is a child tax allowance, or like a child. I think they just call it like a child allowance, like giving everyone with kids like $500 a month or something. That could be interesting. I don't know where my house is.
Goes 100% off vibes. True. But he's not a bad dude. I've known this
UBI
guy
is
for a long
literally the only
time.
way
We've
AI
talked
works without the
fucking
entire economy falling apart and people
tons
killing
of
each other.
hours.
True.
I remember
Thanks.
probably
I have the
got
same stance
super
because I
fucked
think
up. I was
welfare is kind of
so,
here to equalize the
like,
various
actually
lives that people
fucking
might
upset.
experience at any point in time. Like every day someone
because
loses a job. Yeah.
CTV wanted
Well,
to
it's
have
just-
a meme
yeah.
debate one time, but when he worded it to me, it didn't sound like a meme. So I was like really trying to like convince him to get the vaccine, and he was memeing on me, and I was like, "Wait, motherfucker, I'm trying to help you. I care about you." All right, you're alive.
Took a little money
Nice.
and
I had
divided it
to-
up. How much would we all get? I've heard people propose like anywhere from like $1,000 to like 1,200, or people would propose way more than that. I don't know. Usually it's like somewhere between like $1,200 and more money. UBI plus free healthcare. Well, the argument for free healthcare is a little different because there's like adverse selection issues there, and it arguably could even bring down the cost of healthcare because we currently spend more per capita on healthcare than other countries with free universal healthcare do. Establishes a bottom. Welfare in Canada is about 15 to 20 hours of minimum wage and tax. The guy who did a photography for Destiny's Israel trip posted a ton of footage on his channel. It's pretty dope. I think I've seen that before. I forget his name. But I've seen like some of the clips. Where were all you guys 10 minutes ago? Yeah, Yobo prize. Yeah, I've seen some of the clips. 15 to 20 hours welfare per month via 160-hour minimum wage per month. If you working at minimum wage should always be better than welfare, obviously. Yeah. Well, that's another issue we have right now is we do have welfare cliffs in the U.S. and UBI avoids that, and so would a negative income tax to an extent. Yeah. I think a negative income tax. I mean, a negative income tax is literally like the meme, the meme-based economist proposal. Why are all you guys in the YouTube Shorts chat? What is that about? Or more Afghan. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they were talking about that in the debate earlier. We sure fuck it up. Minimum wage is taxed at work. We get everything back in return at the end of the year. Okay, I need to not die killing this Enderman.
I had to stop streaming in order to get that back.
Yeah, I could see that your stream went down.
Yeah, whole network locked up, man. So trying to do too much, I think. But yeah,
Are you going back live again?
no, I'm not gonna worry about it.
I'll just tell your chat.
Yeah.
There we go. But what was I gonna say? Oh shit! I was
we
just
were
telling.
talking.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we were
We're
talking about
technically pay taxes and minimum wage, except buying tax technically based.
the different scenario.
We should get rid of all income tax and replace it with a consumption tax. So based.
About carrying a weapon.
Oh yeah, the self-defense thing.
different
Yeah, the
yeah.
way that you asked the question, it would like you could like say by any means necessary. So like if someone pulled a gun on me and I was able to tackle them down, I could like sexually torture them for a year. Like that's any means necessary.
That's not defending yourself though. That's literally
Right.
inflicting torture.
Yeah,
That's something
so-
different.
Where's
isn't
America
it?
lacking in terms of technological
Right,
advancement
so,
and
like,
self-sufficiency?
because of how
I mean, I don't think we're. Well, actually, no. I will say I do think we're lacking in self-sufficiency in two areas that matter. One is semiconductor stuff. That's why we passed the CHIPS Act. And two is you guys are free. What do you mean we get free? We have sales. Well, states have sales tax in the U.S. Some states don't have sales tax. I don't know which states don't, but some of them don't. What was I saying? I was saying something.
vague the question.
Oh, I think the CHIPS Act is probably good because we probably need to onshore some chip stuff just in case that any shit happens with Taiwan. And the same thing goes for drones. We need drones for our military, and right now a lot of drones are really only made in China or with like Chinese equipment. So we probably should do something similar there. Other than that, we don't need to be self-sufficient. There's gains from trade and interdependence. Yeah, and then technological advancement. I don't know where we're behind. We seem to be ahead most other places in technological development. That's why our real GDP growth is so high. CHIPS Act is based, true.
Question was like I understand. I think
No,
Buy
it's
intel
literally defending yourself, right? So instead of you trying to include all these other caveats where you probably would be able to
I'll just say
explain
this.
it
I
off
agree
as-
with you because I think I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I was like memeing around a
that's-
little bit, but then it got serious, and now I want to move past it.
yeah. I mean, that's this. So to me, that's like it's a core thing, right? I
Right.
feel like I should be able to defend myself by any means necessary. So. And it's one of those where like there's a hard and very fast rule of if you cross the line into violence, you don't get to complain about how someone defends
Should
themselves.
fix the
either.
railroads to
Right? You made
yeah,
the choice to cross the line.
I guess we do. There are, I guess, infrastructure things. We're very car dependent. We don't have high speed rail. Yeah, I guess there is that. But that's not because we don't have the technology. That's because we just don't choose to use it.
And into violence. So if you push somebody,
We trapped
right,
ourselves
and
in
then
our
you end up
own car
fucking
dependent
shot in the
hell.
head,
We didn't have to be
well,
this way.
Yeah, I mean, I generally agree. Yeah.
You made the choice. So like that. So it's like once you understand, like there's that one
Isn't
principle,
it?
right? And then over time, you end up developing other
Is
principles,
it based
right?
in free
Like,
getting sick?
don't spend more than you
Isn't
make.
bankruptcy? Oh, it is based. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. We did, brother. 07 USA. Oh yeah, I'd argue becoming more self-sufficient would allow us to counter the devaluation of the dollar by introducing UBI. I don't think so. I think being self-sufficient would probably be inflationary. Tariffs are inflationary. Most of the ways that we would try to become self-sufficient are going to be inflationary. Buy foreign bait. I have a my phone. I can't show you. I've mentioned this before. My phone. I'm using my phone as a webcam, but there's actually a buy foreign sticker on my phone.
Because if you do, you're going to end up in fucking ruin. And I continue to see the same thing happen, not only with individuals, but with our government as well, in a very bad way, right? Like, the government never does anything as efficient as the free market. That's just true. You know,
Is that though? Anything, even public goods, even common resources, even national monopolies, anything, really anything. Make other countries reliant on the U.S. as supporting the military a little bit. We have a comparative advantage in military spending. So, you got a hardly made in the Philippines based.
so it's like once you have these things that you understand, you know to be true, then it becomes like, okay, what is the function of government actually supposed to be? Is it actually feasible to be able to create equity between individuals? And the answer to that is resounding fucking no. It will never happen. And since that shit will never happen, and all it will ever do is cut the legs out for people that would be able to achieve more but can't now because the government's chopping their fucking legs off in order to try to give them over to here to somebody that can't make fucking use out of it. So when I do that, then it's not a party thing, it's a principle thing. And then when I look at who we have to choose from right now, I know that I was much better off under Trump. You know you were much better off under Trump. And this time around, people don't even need to know. The people that already knew, they still know. And the people that are finding out are spreading that message.
I was with you for a bit there, but I'm not gonna lie. Towards the end, I started disagreeing with you on some stuff.
That's because it
there's
went more into
gonna
the
be stuff that we
politics.
disagree on. But here's the thing. I know that when you say something, you genuinely believe it, and I do believe that you want to shrink the size of government. You don't like that. You don't think that government is as efficient as it as anything else. I disagree with you on that. But really, for me, I think at this point, because I've gotten super.
You
patriotic.
can disagree, but my opinion is coming from a place of experience.
I mean, listen, I'm not too young to have experience at this point. Okay.
Why would we base it off of experience? There, we have empirical data for this. Most of the empirical data is on his side, by the way. A lot of studies show that state-owned firms don't operate as efficiently as Oh, thanks for the. Oh, I don't know if Zachary's still here. Thanks for the sub, Zachary. See, I told you guys. Eventually, it will go. It will do the YouTube subs. It just takes a little bit. Let's go. Oh yeah, I forgot it's Bubby. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, I forgot. There you go. Yeah, most of it, I don't know why we'd go off experience. The empirical data is even mostly on a side here. But gotta acknowledge that not everyone owns a house who has the same experience. Yeah, I don't know. We have.
I'm not saying that you don't. That's not even an age thing. That has literally to do with me being inside of the fucking federal workhouse, right? That's what I'm talking about.
There's going to be some government waste, and that's stuff that we should cut down on. But here's my big thing. I don't even care if someone has that opinion. I'm fine with that kind of conservatism, the fiscal conservatism, that sort of stuff. But man, in the past 2 years, I went from being
a
actual America hating fucking commie, all right, in 2020, right?
That's just pumpkins.
To kind of apathetic, okay, I guess we do some cool things. Now you know what? The more I learn about our country, I fucking love this country. I genuinely do. I think that we are the fucking coolest fucking country. We are the most moral country. We have the best system. We have amazing freedom of speech. We have, you know, the freedom to like own a gun if we want to. You can go out and you can burn an American flag. And as much as I don't like that, you know what? They have the fucking right to do it because we have the First Amendment. A cop walks up to you and asks you what you're doing. You say, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck do you want with me? Do you have any reason to be stopping me? In no other country in the fucking world can you talk to a cop like that, right? Do I
don't know how it's different municipality. My father and our taxes and regulations are not the same. I don't like well from the conversation we approach the world so differently that I don't know how I could ever appeal to him.
No other country you can do that shit. That's fucking base as fuck. I love my goddamn country. I love the disagreements in my country. I like looking back at some of the fucking arguments that were going on in the 80s, 90s, 2000s around the economy. I'm like, you know what? Both sides of this, they're both bringing up some pretty based fucking points. Both of them are right a little bit, and I don't agree with the policy of the other one, but they're not necessarily wrong. The problem that I have right now.
What I do? I was just watching this debate. By the way, you guys fucking, you're coming late. I just talked to the guy you're debating here. Well, I tried to. It was interesting. I'm leeching off of you, sound so sorry.
In order to support Trump, you have to look.
Also, wait, sound so. I didn't realize before this debate that you used to be like you used to be a wacky socialist dude. So did I. I wasn't that wacky of a socialist. I mean, I was always what I would call like a market socialist, like worker co-op pilled dude. But yeah.
Yeah, I would.
What am I having to look past?
Oh shit.
I mean, I think that like the fucking
the proletariat
around
comrade
the
not fun.
The sore loser leading.
As a good dude, I feel bad after this convo. I get meaner when I'm high. You haven't been that mean so far. You guys seem to be nice to each other, but.
Like doing all the fuckery with the electoral college behind the scenes, right? Which is nobody contests this, right? People have pled guilty to like a bunch of shit. Okay,
nothing,
like,
no war but the class war.
Solidified
True, Bubby.
Actual fact, right? Like they were. You can say that they had a legitimate legal theory or not, but it was not legitimate. It was. We're going to try and find any way possible.
Let me put it like this:
to leverage.
The reason why I specifically have a problem with the 2020 election is specifically because of mail-in ballots.
Oh, of course.
You'll never be able to change my opinion.
Too charitable to those.
The only mail, quote
unquote. I was mostly into co-ops, but did a lot of reading at Marx and Lenin. Yeah, I have a little bit of Marx and Lenin on my pile of, you can't see them, my pile of books back there. I did read State and Revolution. I had a high school teacher who was a Marxist-Leninist who I had some conversations with, so. I still talk to
mail-in ballots that were mailed in, are actually called absentee ballots, and they were only ever allowed to military. Or other government officials that were assigned in areas.
Or if you were a U.S. citizen
outside of the United States.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they did also have it for literally if you're just a U.S. citizen and you're either. I think you can even do it if you're just in a different state. I'm pretty sure you can request an absentee ballot if you're just in a different state during the election. I don't even think you have to be abroad.
Well, you don't have to be an official. Right? Like my girlfriend was like studying abroad in 2016, and she was able to get an absentee vote.
Right, so they had to do.
A worker co-op's better than privately owned. Privately owned, in your opinion? I don't know personally. So they seem to do better on some things. There are a lot of things they seem to do better on, like wage compression. You know, like the gap between like CEO and worker pay is a lot less in worker co-ops, which I mean, it makes sense. The workers have like some control over the amount of wages there. The thing is, I would never want to mandate it because you're going to do a few things that have adverse effects. So like the first thing you're going to do is you're going to reduce allocative efficiency in the economy. So basically, right now, you know, firms are free to accept labor and capital separately, right? If they need to hire more laborers, they can hire more laborers. If they need to accept more capital, they can accept more loans. With a worker co-op, they can only accept labor and capital together. If you want more workers, well, you also have to give this guy ownership of the company. If you want more capital, well, you can't sell capital to outside actors if you're really a worker co-op. So it's hard to raise the same type of capital. So some firms are always going to be either capital constrained or constrained by the amount of labor they can get. So you're reducing allocator efficiency. Another thing you're going to do is you're going to increase you're going to increase labor market friction, because it's harder to buy it. You have to either buy into a co-op or like set up like some credit things where like you, instead of because a lot of companies are like super like Apple, like if Apple was a worker co-op, each worker would have to pay $400,000 to join. So a lot of times like they set up these like credit things where like you buy in and you have to pay this credit back over time. And A, that's going to leave a lot of workers straddled with debt for quite a while. And B, you're increasing labor market friction. You're making it harder to hire and fire workers, basically. And that's gonna increase unemployment, essentially. Another thing, by the way, I would say for the most part, the wage compression in worker co-ops is good. It's good because right now, like CEO pay versus worker pay in America is insane. It is wild. It's like, is it 400 to 1? I don't know. It's insane. It's a really big, high number that's way higher than other like European countries that have like regulations on this. Okay. However, a side effect of that is going to be some level of brain drain. I think we have empirical data on this from Uruguay even, because Uruguay has a lot of worker co-ops. But if me and my friends buy an 8K machine, will the new worker have to buy like a part of that machinery credited over time works? Do they leave it to resell everyone? There are different models for worker co-ops, but yeah, basically you have to buy into the company, because like if the workers own the company, you have to buy into that company in order to work there. We'd all have to keep cash ready to buy back. Kind of, yeah. That's another issue. You're increasing the labor market friction there. Like, yeah, it's hard to do these things. I think what's great about our system right now is that anyone who wants to can go make a worker co-op, and anyone who wants to can go try to find a worker co-op to join. Like, nothing is happening preventing worker co-ops from existing. I would even say there are probably cases where we should incentivize worker co-ops to exist. Like farming co-ops seem to do pretty well. Like, yeah. Like Ocean Spray is a co-op. Ocean Spray is like a big company, and they're a worker co-op. They're like fucking cranberry people. Yeah. There's like other shit that they're gonna do that aren't very good. AMC is harder to make. Maybe bakeries might work. Yeah. I don't know. They're not like bad. I just wouldn't want to like mandate them. They have major benefits to workers. Yeah. Like a lot of companies, like for example, a policy that like I would be more in favor of is like just saying that workers have to have a certain number of people on the board for them. Like they have to have worker representatives on the company board, or just like increasing the power of unions. That could work as well. Oh wait, how many? I don't know how to play Minecraft, dude. Okay. Also, why the fuck, dude? Sound still listen to YouTube Shorts chat too. Why is YouTube recommending the YouTube Shorts thing to everyone? God damn. I don't know. I mean, if they're scrolling through the Shorts feed, it makes sense. But oh shit, best viewers. I gotta buy these viewers, guys. Guys, I stream horizontally. Go to my click. I mean, you don't have to if you love the vertical stream. I respect it, okay? But just for so you know, yeah, we're scrolling Shorts. Okay, that makes sense. Listen, I love my vertical viewers so much. I really do. You guys are awesome. You guys are why I stream YouTube Shorts. But if you happen to get recommended it, I was scrolling through Shorts as how it popped up. Okay, good. Okay. That makes me feel, because sometimes YouTube will just recommend a short stream to like regular people like on their desktop, and like they click off immediately, and it's not good. Okay. That makes me feel better. All right.
Different check-ins. They had to prove why they were.
You guys can't even see. I don't have it set up so you can see the video on.
The reason, like rhyme and reason as to the special accommodation.
Yeah.
Versus what they did was just send out all of these ballots in the mail to everybody, and then they all get turned in, and then they go through this process of being counted that was completely new, because this was a completely new way in which they were doing it. So it wasn't done like this before. That is the one thing that we saw that was fucked.
Real quick.
Fucked.
Real quick.
I'm gonna go horizontal, be based.
I almost sympathize with the position. This is the problem, though, right? Like, there was so much time and so much effort put into finding discrepancies in votes, trying to find things that went wrong with the mail-in ballots, trying to find, all the voter fraud or all the voter discrepancies and all of this stuff. There was
Wait, is this the same thing? What do you mean? Is this the same thing? I mean, it's like the same. I'm streaming the same stuff to both.
So many man hours put into that, with hundreds of lawyers across dozens of legal teams across every single fucking state in the country, and Trump's own personal lawyers and shit. And they weren't able to find fucking anything. The Arizona, state Congress, they got a whole ass audit of their election, and they found, and it was funded by a Trump ally. The company doing the audit was a Trump ally, and they found more votes for Joe Biden.
I saw that David Pakman debate between Mike Pillow and like a guy that Trump's campaign hired to try to find election fraud. Hey, you clicked the wrong run. You're good. Okay. He wrote a book called Disproven. I definitely want to read some of that. Because I know he runs through like all the cases like he investigated to try to like find election fraud, and he explains all these supposed discrepancies and everything. Yeah. And he worked for Trump's campaign. Like he was in charge of this of finding this election fraud. And I think AP did their assessment, and I think they said they found a total of like 400 fraudulent votes in the entirety of the election.
At the end of the day, after a 1.5 year long fucking audit, I think all the people connected to filing the lawsuits in these states, Rudy Giuliani, said he knowingly lied about these things. And the reason he said that, was because he was trying to get
where,
well,
there was other situations too. There was other situations too where they weren't being as scrutinized, the ballots themselves, as they might have been otherwise had the person actually showed up at the voting booth. And for me, it comes down to that principle, right? Get your ass up off the couch, carry your ass out of the voting booth, cast your fucking ballot. If there's a reason, a legitimate reason,
yeah,
then you're serving in some official capacity, or you're a student, blah, blah, and you're assigned to a place and you can't be away.
Yeah.
But just because you're too lazy to get up off the couch and go down there, because there's a lot of rideshare, they'll fucking have programs to help cart people down there too.
It didn't have anything to do with laziness. You remember what year
it had to do with a manufactured fucking disease that they played way out of fucking proportion. I told all y'all then that you were blowing it way the fuck out of proportion, and you could take your mask mandates and shove them straight up your ass.
Yeah, but other people didn't feel that way, and the government didn't
it doesn't matter how other people fucking felt. The reality of the situation is that for the majority of fucking people, whenever you're looking at it, if you didn't have a zombie land people falling out, so you had governments all over the fucking world just scaring people for the fuck of it. And now people are fed up with that shit. People die every fucking day, Sonso.
Yeah, but more people were dying every day back then.
You want to stop all fucking commerce? The entire thing is keeping the other people fucking alive. You want to stop all of that because people die. People fucking die.
Well, you
don't stop.
But we also can't do stimulus bills because that's inflationary, and that's so evil. You're robbing the people.
The entire global fucking network that's moving goods and services around to keep everyone else fucking going. Unless you got a zombie land fucking.
If there was like a virus that was making people's heads explode 1% of the time, right, with a population of 350 million people.
Yeah. If you had a virus like that, you wouldn't have to convince them to fucking stay indoors, would you? They'd be like, "Fuck you!"
At the beginning of the pandemic, do you remember?
Fucking motherfucker's head exploded. They'd be freaking the fuck out. But you got somebody, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna get a cough."
At the beginning of the pandemic, it was the conservatives that were the ones that were like ringing the loudest alarm bells. Do you remember that? And we called them conspiracy theorists. And
ring in the alarm bells? What do you mean when you say that?
They were the ones that were saying like, start stocking up on goods and essentials now. Start stocking up on masks. Start doing this and that because once the virus gets here, it's going to be a pandemic and people are going to start dying. And people were like, this sounds like some doomsday prep bullshit. What the fuck? And I was one of those people. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
You know what? I'm going to point that straight.
March.
Hold on. I got to straight that. I'm going to point that straight back at your personal choices that you make. Because you like to go chase down Nazis and shit, right? So you probably found one of those crazy ass people.
No, this was all over the place. People were making fun of him on Twitter. People were making jokes.
It wasn't conservatives that were fucking going and grabbing the toilet paper out of fucking Walmart. Bro.
Yeah, it was everybody was. That's why there was no toilet paper, because if only the conservatives or only the liberals did it, then there would be enough toilet paper.
It wasn't me.
Well, it might not have been you,
right?
But like,
I was
I'm telling you,
it wasn't him. Dude, the amount of time I don't know, this guy. This dude. Well, the prices that I pay. Well, the prices that matter to me. Well, it wasn't me. I don't know. We have radically different ways of analyzing the world.
Holy shit! This is actually a thing. People are actually buying up all the fucking toilet paper. This is crazy.
I mean, I couldn't believe that. I thought that it was a meme at first, but then
I thought it was a meme too. And then I get in the store and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
But like, here's the thing. Like, when it comes to the mail-in ballots, my guy, like, people were scared of COVID, and rightfully so. All right, like law of large numbers.
So.
Well, we're not going to agree on that. But like, I'm just going to keep going, okay? Because we're not going to agree on that. All right, but there was a feeling in the air. Okay?
So since we don't agree on that fundamental thing, right? And that's a fundamental thing. Now, for me, it's even more bedrock than it was before. If the government tells me that I should be afraid, the government is the one that should be afraid, right? Because if you come around here with that bullshit, you're going to have to kill me.
Would you listen to him? Or would you say, I'm standing my fucking ground?
I'd probably fucking verify it with Elon Musk first, if I'm being honest.
Oh my God. Oh man, the way you guys simp for that guy is just like, it's like...
Fucking, the only reason we got any kind of free speech right now is because of Elon buying Twitter.
That's just...
Dude, he broke the whole system when he fucking did that shit.
He did. He also lost a ton of fucking money, and Twitter is dying because no one wants to advertise there because of the...
It's a good thing that's not...
And it was bought by... he financed it with money from Russian oligarchs, and now it is infested with Russian bots everywhere. Oh my God. Twitter is a mess. But it's also actually awesome because my land value tax short did really well there. And I can farm the liberals on... likes from liberals on Twitter. It's so nice.
Not his only
stream of revenue. Porn bot followed me.
Yeah, well,
he made a calculated decision.
When he did that. He's suing them because he's like,
this guy's a propaganda.
You guys,
you. Oh, this guy didn't like my land value tax video.
You're gonna blackmail me with money? You can go fuck yourselves. That was 2 years ago. And then,
we had a nice streak of real people following me, and now it's back to porn bots. Let's go! I love Twitter. Let's go!
You guys advertising with me, and he sued them, and he's just like created a massive lawsuit that he's going to lose. Because
I don't know. Disney straightened out down here in Florida. They straightened out.
Fuck! I don't. I mean, we'll see what happens in the Elon Musk lawsuit. The allegation in that lawsuit is that the companies engaged in a illegal boycott because there's something called like the Federation of Advertisers, and I think the allegation is like they somehow engaged in like a targeted illegal boycott of X. There is actually a crime that they theoretically could have committed. You would have to prove you have to prove that somehow the American Advertising Federation or whatever specifically targeted Elon Musk because they didn't like him and told all of the members not to advertise there. Or I don't even think it's because I think they're allowed to make like recommendations of where you should and shouldn't advertise. You'd have to prove that that like all the members were colluded, yeah. X lawsuit against WFA, or is it a World Federation of Advertisers, something like that? And member companies including Unilever, Mars, and CVS Health. WFA engaged in anti-competitive behavior and organized an advertising boycott that ultimately damaged. Yeah, there is actually like an anti-competitive thing that, in theory, could have happened here. We'll see.
From what I understand.
I think that people just stopped attacking. attacking them because they realized they couldn't win. But anyways, like, look, when it comes to the mail-in ballots, you can feel any way that you want about it. But like, even when Trump's teams investigated it, when there was like massive fucking audits in like multiple states, you know, multiple times, like I said, in Arizona, they hired a Trump ally, hired a like friendly to Trump organization to do an audit of Arizona's elections, and they ended up finding more votes for Biden at the end of the day that were verified and 100% like verified to be true. And like, at a certain point, like, I'm sorry, you gotta
take the L.
I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about Trump. Like, at a certain point, you gotta give it up when you don't have any evidence.
But what I'd have to know, that there's.
Wait, didn't I have more? I felt like I had more. Maybe I didn't. Well,
what I would have to know, and I'm pretty sure it's probably the same thing he'd have to know or anybody else would have to know, right? That sits.
Well, the good thing about hardcore is it doesn't matter at all if I carry all of my stuff, because if I die, everything's gone anyway. So.
In the same fucking chair that I happen to be sitting in, that thinks that the mail-in ballots were bullshit that shouldn't have been a part of the election process in 2020, regardless of any kind of bullshit with COVID.
But they were, and there's nothing.
And they definitely need to not be a part of this one, regardless of whatever the fuck moving forward either. Go down there, cast your ballot.
I expect fewer people will use mail-in ballots this time than last time, but I guess we'll have to see.
We'll see.
But like,
if you end up having a whole bunch to get mailed in for Harris, guess what? We're seeing a repeat of before.
What if a whole bunch got mailed in for Trump? Would those be fake then?
That's exactly why we don't need to have that.
Well, no, it's because I wouldn't.
If this side over here is saying we don't need to have it, and then you want to flip the script, and we're like, no, we just don't need to have it.
But like, see how like you say when like a bunch come in for Kamala, right? It's like, well, if they were for Trump, you probably wouldn't think twice about it, right? It's like.
The fact that the question's being posed without considering the
like,
fact
let's even like drop all this. Let me grant you that like people still have like a grievance, okay? But like, at what point should a guy who like even though there's not been any evidence found, like he tried to find evidence, he couldn't find any evidence, none of his allies could find any evidence in independent investigations. At what point do you just call this guy a fucking whiner who's whining about losing with no evidence that it was cheated from him? After
multiple people that he trusted to investigate the election fraud told him that there was no significant fraud, by the way. It's not like just like they didn't find anything. It's after they didn't find anything. They told Trump they didn't find anything. And then Trump went on to repeat the same exact claims that they told him were not true. So
when do you get to call someone a whiny little, right? Where's the strength of the conservatives? Conservatives are like supposed to be like the counter to the soy libcucks that I fucking hate, okay? But like instead, we're simping for a guy who has been whining for 4 fucking years. And instead of, you know, like sucking up.
You're acting like that's the only thing he ever talks about.
That's half the shit he talks about.
A chunk of what he talks about, literally.
How much do you actually listen to what he says?
I listen to as much as I can stomach CTV, but it kind of gets old when you hear the same fucking thing over and over. He's lost the what's the word? The novelty, because he used to say like new crazy shit over and like every time you heard him talk, he would say some more crazy shit. But now it's just the same crazy shit over and over, and it's kind of boring to listen to him now. And it's kind of sad when you watch a bunch of people walking out of his
right. So I guess the next question is, you know,
well, hold on. Let me just get an answer to my question super quick. When it comes to like someone who just like will not accept defeat, right? And he's gone through every cope avenue to show that he was cheated, and no avenue has shown any malfeasance whatsoever. At what point can we call him a whiny little?
Yeah, you can do whatever fuck you want. So, like I was saying, if you're going like if the only thing you're going to do is just like say, listen to what my reasoning was, assume that it's not a part of his reasoning, and then go, okay. It's like, no, it's obviously a part of it. And you'd be like, okay, well, I understand where you're coming from, CTV. It's like, okay, cool. So then you can at least understand where they're coming from. Whether or not you agree with how they choose to deal with it, right? Which is a completely different question that you're asking me. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not prescribing them fucking medication for the shit that they're doing. I don't care.
No. This is why I think that you like ought to care. Because like if you had a friend who was like,
I only care about the policies in which the motherfucker's going to be put in place once they get put in office, and I want that office.
Oh, I totally forgot. I was gonna go over Trump's policies too, because I wanted to talk about whether or not he thinks that Trump's policies, like, you know, ending the Fed's independence and tariffs, would be inflationary. as well, but we never got to that.
Or restricted
Trust
to
him.
only be in, like, that's the whole thing, right? Is that I
He-
want the government
to me-
framed, working in a way to where it doesn't matter who I put in that fucking office, it only has these certain powers and they can't go fucking crazy, right? What we're doing right now with the executive is asking the executive to do two.
But giving Trump criminal immunity is fine. That's chill. That's totally
Too fucking much. The War Powers Act needs to be repealed. For
Hold on.
damn sure.
You realize
right?
that because of Trump, the powers of the president were made into like
So Soundsel's making a fair point, but also the point he just made is kind of dumb. Not Soundsel, the other guy. He said, I want the government to only have these powers or whatever. The reason that the War Powers Act was passed because the president didn't initially have those powers, right? And then Congress had to legislate those powers to him, because Congress is the only one who can like officially declare war. The president didn't have that authority. Then I'm used to Bedrock. I can't do the same thing anymore. Hold on, I need to find where I was before because there was a lot there. That's what I need right now. This is how our constitutional framework works. Like the president and Congress only have these powers, and Congress basically essentially delegated. That's what the War Powers Act did. It essentially delegated some control over war to the president, right? That was his purpose, right? From remembering correctly.
God King status. Like the president literally cannot be questioned on like 99% of the shit that he does
That's
in
not
office.
true.
Literally, it is.
That's
Any
not true.
communications within his
Bro.
branch cannot be questioned. They cannot.
Everything can be
Unreviewable.
questioned all the time.
No, because you can't pull
Nope.
any of it you can't subpoena it. It is constitutional, like according to the Supreme Court, we're not allowed to subpoena any of the things that are said inside of
He
a
said
cabinet
to
meeting,
Rosen,
right? Or
or
to
he
Trump
said to
any of
Clark,
the people
yep.
that are the heads of any executive office. So whether it's the FBI, whether it's the DOJ, whether it's the CIA, whether it's the FDA, it doesn't fucking matter. Any three-letter agency, any president's, their correspondence there is now unimpeachable. You cannot ask for it to investigate any crime. It is unimpeachable. There is no way to get around that. They explicitly say that in the
Okay.
ruling. Okay?
Yeah, but you have someone that is actively in office doing. I'm confused here.
So the reason this is bad is because when it comes to the criminal prosecution of Donald Trump, they were using the things that he was saying to his advisors, to the people within his executive branch, as evidence of the things that he did, right? The correspondence of him like telling people to lie just to buy them a little bit more time. And now they can't necessarily use these things as evidence in court because he is granted absolute immunity for anything that he like speaks to anyone in his administration. You cannot at all question that. Now, there are some things that people will try and point at and say, oh, well, there's like two different kinds of immunity. There's absolute immunity, which is what I was talking about.
Presumptive.
Can't question that shit, right? And then there's the oh, fuck, I just had the word in my mind.
Presumptive immunity. It's presumptive immunity. And the test for that presumptive immunity is whether intruding into it would pose any threat to the, what was the phrasing? Like vigorous, it's like vigorous and something effectiveness of the executive branch. So it's, I don't want to say it's easy to get around, but it'll be quite easy for presidential administrations to argue, hey, if you probe into this, regardless of whether or not what we do is bad, if you probe into this, that's going to impede the executive branch's functioning therefore, based on what is it? Trump. It's not Trump v. Texas. Trump v. the U.S. I think. You should not be allowed to probe into this. Yeah.
The not implied immunity, but or you have to suppose immunity, right? So
Presumptive.
let's say that presumptive immunity, yeah. So you have to presume a president is immune if whatever you're accusing them of, right, could interfere with any action the president
Yep.
could ever take when it comes to his official actions. So if it could be argued that he's acting in his official capacity, right, then you can't question that. That's the presumptive immunity. So if the president, if you say, hey, I think that what you're doing here is illegal, if the president can make a case that says, well, if I can't do this, it interferes with my ability to act as the executive in the things that I was granted as powers in the Constitution, if this would interfere with anything like that in any way, then they have presumptive immunity, which means that they can't be charged for anything, or that can't be used as evidence at either. And then they talk about personal acts. Well, that would be like if he literally walked up to someone and just started raping them on the street, right? That would be probably a personal act, unless he could make some weird argument in court. But outside of that, anything that he does in-house, CTV, it's immune. And that's really fucked up.
You know,
I hate that.
I really expect that the president would be. I can't see a situation where the person that got elected to office, right, is all of a sudden not going to be able to fulfill the duties of their office, right? Like, when Nixon understood that he was going to end up going through some fucking procedures, he just said, nah, bro, I'm out, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then after that,
and he accepted a pardon. You can argue a pardon is a implicit, you could say, well, if he was acting under the presumption that he was immune from criminal prosecutions, why did he accept a pardon? Because if he's not worried about being criminally prosecuted, then he probably doesn't need a pardon. And B, it's argued that a pardon is is essentially a admission of the crime. You're admitting you did a crime. In order, if you accept the pardon, you can reject pardons, by the way. Yeah.
Like, fucking, he said he's out. Like, we ain't gonna worry about it. That's essentially what happened there.
Well, they
but
did
that's
impeach
where
him,
there's
but
like
then yeah.
So like the fact of the matter is this whole 34 counts that they just got through taking him through.
Oh, that was a separate thing.
That's all just bullshit.
Well,
right?
that was a separate case, very completely different thing that they're talking about there.
And that's where that's the other thing too, right? It's like this whole system is being weaponized right now against an individual. Everybody can see that happening, and because they can see that happening, it makes them go, well, that's fucked up itself.
Well, think about it from my point of view. All right, maybe Trump just does a lot of illegal shit, man. Maybe like the heel character that he wanted everyone to believe that he was in the 80s and 90s is actually who he is as a person. And like all of his personal actions and his personality and all of that kind of leads me to think that it's more likely that he's just kind of like
what kind of guy do you want to be?
Look,
okay, let me ask you this question. When it comes to the office of president, what do you see that office as?
I think that the person in the office. I think that the person in the office.
No, not the person. I don't give a fuck about the person right now. I'm asking you about the office on the world stage, just the office.
On the world
stage. I'm not getting into the individual personalities of the people there because, frankly, that shouldn't fucking matter. What should matter is the office.
It absolutely matters. Knowing their character. I want a president that has character, that has like a moral center to it.
Jesus! All I'm hearing now is fucking feelings. I want office structure. I don't want the president to go, on a fucking whim, I'm just going to go do this. No, asshole.
CTV,
I don't
let me
give a fuck
ask you
what your
this.
personality
Would you rather have a school teacher or a serial killer as a president?
I don't know. Are we going to war? Who's the fucking serial killer? I've got legitimate questions here.
Listen, I want someone that is in the most powerful seat in the entire fucking world to be not only a strong person, not only a smart person, right? I want them to be able to have the moral fiber to uphold the principles of the fucking United States of America. I want the person.
What are those principles? I'm so confused because I've been hearing a bunch of communist bullshit get fucking spout by Democrats for a long fucking time.
Fuck, I just looked at the time. I got 4 minutes. Okay, what are the principles? The fucking Constitution. The thing that Trump has said multiple times, whether you think he's joking or not, that he would suspend the fucking Constitution. Whether it was because they were counting ballots when he didn't want them to count the ballots anymore in 2020. Whether it was that
and yet he was in office when that happened and it didn't happen. It's like, geez.
Yeah, because when he was tweeting these things,
everybody around him. There's this rumor mill that
no, there's no. It's not a rumor mill.
Pumping the shit out on the media.
It's things that he said. It's things that he said and did.
These two should lay off Adderall. Both of them are high, apparently. I think they're just doing. I think they're Just weed though, not Adderall. Unfortunately, I need Adderall. That's what I need. And welcome back, your neighborly sheep poster. Welcome.
It's things
back.
that he believes.
If you believe that shit, then how come we don't have records of this shit going back to the 80s and 90s? But we have records
Hold
that
on,
have him
hold
saying
on.
the exact same shit
Literally
today
everything
that he
that
was
I'm
saying
talking
back
about-
in the 80s and 90s.
Hold on. Wait, what are you talking about? Maybe we're talking about different things. What the fuck are you talking
There's
about?
fucking video of Trump saying the
80s and
same
80s.
shit back then that he's saying today when it comes to government, the way it should run, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely, there is, and there's also a bunch of videos of him saying that if I wanted to run for president, I would probably run as a Republican because those guys are fucking, and I could convince them of anything. I think he said that to Oprah Winfrey.
Well, he didn't say that. To be
It
sure,
was like
'cause that's-
almost word for word. Take out the cursing
no,
and the
not
retard.
anywhere near word for word. I watched the Oprah. It was
He said that like I would run for as a Republican because those people will fall for anything or something along those lines. Okay, but like what I'm talking about are the recorded statements that we have on record.
I feel like you just got like
that
this
is-
thing against Trump. I feel like it's
no,
just
it's not.
TDS
Well,
2.0.
actually, how about this? Like that phrase fucking it makes me see red.
Oh
Like,
no!
anytime
Oh no!
someone criticizes Trump, it's Trump derangement syndrome. Like, okay, it's not specifically against Trump because I feel the same way about a lot of different people in the world. All right, like when
How
I
about
see
this? You're asking me to have faith in an untested VP that has a worse fucking record with black people than pretty much anybody when as her time as a fucking prosecutor.
Unlike
right?
Donald Trump with the fucking Central Park 5. Yeah, true.
simply
and
not
her-
true. But like, if you want to talk
How's
about
that-
someone who has no,
Oh, and the hotel lawsuit as well. Yeah. You know.
experience in like to be the president, Donald Trump literally had never held an office.
And
before
yet
becoming
now
president.
he's held 4 years of the office that he's running for again. That's the guy I want.
Despite
As a matter of
everything,
fact, he's only
Like-
going to get one more term period. So let's just go ahead and get it.
Prosecutor
No,
versus
because I
convicted
don't
felon.
think he is- I
True.
don't think that he is a good person for our country. I think he's an anti-American fucking hack. It's like the more I love my country, the more I hate Donald Trump. I hated him.
Because he's
I
been
hated him
saying he loves the
less.
country since the 80s and 90s. His whole campaign is
I'm
literally make America.
fairly certain we can find clips of Kamala Harris saying she loves the country. I don't know. If you look at the DNC, it's actually so fire how the Democrats have reintegrated patriotism into their platform. We are selling the Harris Waltz camo hats now, and Republicans are fucking pissed about it. I love that video. The guy getting mad that they're selling camo hats of Harris Waltz. Yeah, we are chanting USA, and the Republicans are just chanting mass deportations now. So
Great again, but he's anti-American.
He says things to get elected, but everything he says along the way is self-aggrandizement, like the appearance, like the aesthetic of America, it's like this a sickly, like deformed love, someone took acid and then looked at 50s Americana fucking propaganda and then was like, or no, I'm sorry, not 50s, 80s. Because that's the time period he wants to go back to when he was, fucking cool. All right, not when he was this fucking whiny loser baby who like goes around and all he does.
and he's
is suck his
old.
own,
He's an
like,
old
fucking
man,
Marilyn Manson,
oldest
moving two
nominee in
rigs
history.
on
Can you believe
stage
it?
Every single fucking night, self-aggrandizing and saying how he's the only hope for America, like not bringing together anyone, never offering that fucking like olive branch to like walk across the aisle, never being able to negotiate despite being like the biggest fucking businessman of all fucking time. Somehow this guy wasn't able to negotiate with a hostile fucking party for fucking anything. Meanwhile, Joe Biden was able to with like the narrowest fucking split of Congress and the Senate of I think in literally American history, all 4 years was able to get past some of the most like put off legislation that this country has ever seen, stuff that has not been passed since I was literally fucking born in 1995. Like if you want to talk about like someone that's going to be strong in office, where the fuck was Trump when he was supposed to be the strong man that was supposed
You should make a fucking short. It sounds so if you're if you're still here, make it. Tell your editor. I think you have an editor. Make an epic YouTube short out of that moment. Holy shit, base.
wrangle the Democrats and try and make a deal. Where were the fucking deals, CTV? Because the only major piece of legislation that came out of Donald Trump's
Tax
fucking
cuts.
fat sausage little thing.
Tax cuts and a border wall, and he only had to shut down the government for a few weeks to get the border wall done. What? Just think of JD Vance as president. That would be I can't imagine that. I can't imagine JD Vance giving a speech as president. Oh my god, that would be awesome, dude. Well, awesome in a bad way, but
fingers
awesome
was
in a
the tax bill that he passed.
funny
that
and
was
depressing
the literal
way.
only major piece of legislation that Donald Trump has his signature on. And it's maddening. And
What
I'm ranting
about
at
the
you, and I
border?
apologize. I'm giga high. And the higher I get, for some reason, I get meaner. I don't get chiller. Okay? I get funnier and I get meaner.
I wouldn't say you're funnier.
I'm funny as fuck. Okay?
I mean, I guess if you know,
But like that's my perspective, and you don't have to subscribe to it. Like I'm not gonna like force you to subscribe to my perspective like immediately. But,
I
like,
just feel like the Democrats fucking
It's
wanted
like
to hate
immediately,
Trump
we'll
from
get
the
that one there.
start because he's pretty much like a almost Democrat, you know, as far as a lot of his ideas over the years, and because he didn't fucking run with them, you know, they got a fucking issue with him. He's a billionaire that's not playing their fucking game. Matter of fact, he called them on their shit whenever he fucking told them. He says, you know, I use the same tax breaks as you and your fucking buddies, but you won't change the fucking tax code because you're using the fucking same shit. So he told him exactly what
the
the
reason that
game
Democrats
was.
started hating, and granted,
But also, it's so evil. To be clear, I mean, I'm against an unrealized gains tax. I literally I've debated that before with people, right? You've all seen that, or maybe not all of you, but a lot of you on Twitch have seen that against Bimmy. But like, I can't believe they won't change the tax code, and also at the same time, it's so unbelievably evil that Kamala Harris is suggesting taxing unrealized gains on those with assets above 100 million, and the amount of like fear mongering is like, if your house goes up in value, you're gonna have to pay tax on it because they're taxing unrealized gains, when it's like a tax on people with assets over 100 million. I think it affects like 7,000 people in the country. Like, it's a policy that I'm not for. Again, I've argued against it. I think it's a bad policy, which is why, by the way, it probably won't ever get past the Senate. But yeah, it's not gonna have that big of an effect. It's not gonna affect everyday people. It's just not gonna.
I'll say even now, I would say that, and I could change my mind back on this, all right? But like, I think that the reason that people started fucking hating Trump on the left was probably the way that he fucking talked about people in 2015 on the campaign trail. I would say it was his initial campaign for president.
Gains,
that
man,
made
gains.
Democrats fucking hate him. I don't think it has anything to do with his
Government
status.
taking my gains, bro.
With him telling it how it is, right? Because people loved Bernie, and he was calling out the Dems all the fucking time, and we don't see nearly as much fucking hate for that guy, right? I think that like there's a personality clash. I think he just kind of has a shit personality.
I just think that most people nowadays are just fucking looking to be offended. I think that
and I'm looking to offend. I feel like I've offended you a little bit with my rant.
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
I'm just
not
checking,
offended.
making sure you're not hating me right now.
No, it really just comes down to people not being educated in, well, the things that are important as an American, right? The Constitution, the original framework, how the history has developed, and, you know, why it is that we need to start taking steps to rein power back in. And if we don't, then ultimately everything's going to fall apart, because that's what happens. History's proven this time and time and time again. So it's one of those where, like, I can see the writing on the wall, and it's not just me. A lot of people can see the writing on the wall. The whole "Make America Great Again" movement is all about getting back to those roots. You know, if people think that open borders are a good idea, that's not somewhere I want. That's not the United States. It's not a country. You know, it's a piece of land that has no sovereignty, no official capacity.
I told you I needed to leave in 8 minutes ago.
See you, buddy.
Hey, man. Hey, I just want to say I love you. I'm sorry I got a little bit like.
Feel the wall forgotten.
I genuinely do love my country, and that's like my.
Well, no. Well, I mean, they still criticize. They're still fucking hyper obsessed with the border, but yeah.
On it, I'm not trying to be like a.
How many miles of wall did Trump end up building? I forget. I don't remember.
Or anything. I'm giga high, okay, and I get a little bit more animated when I'm high, but I do like super gotta go. All right.
See you, buddy.
Okay. Sounds so. If you're still here, I thought you were, when you said that you got heated, I thought you were gonna be way worse. Maybe I'm in the wrong spirits, man. Because my debates, some of the debates with Bimmy, some of the debates with Casey, they get a lot more heated than that.
Love you, buddy. Catch you later. All right. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and raid into our relevant. Raid.
Okay, crazy. I need to fucking find a lava pit. I don't. Oh fuck! There's a village right here. Okay, fire. I should have set up base there. Okay, I guess people keep mentioning the Kamala Harris was the last person in the room in the Afghanistan in the Afghanistan withdrawal, and she's somehow responsible for it. I need to. We'll read. We probably won't read this whole thing. It's 70 pages. The opportunity cost is way too high. We'll probably read the first few pages of this. I guess the first 5 pages at some point, and then maybe if there's a super relevant section, scope of methodology, a background, decision by 2 presidents to withdraw. Maybe we'll read the first 30 pages. Or we could do the classic, or read the intro and read the conclusion. I or L? Is that, I can't tell. It's not capital, so. Lol.
No, but I also
All right, we'll watch this and then we'll get it, and then we'll fucking start reading.
I gotta say, Loner Box and Adam are like living on completely different planets, pushing false information because they don't even know that what they believe is false. Loner Box saying that the Democrat Party hasn't gone radical and the Republican Party hasn't, just demonstrably false. Pew Global Research has done research on this where they've proven that's false.
I don't know what exactly research he's quoting, but like we you know, we have fucking Biden in office, okay? There is a squad, okay? The squad I don't think is that radical compared to the fucking Freedom Caucus and that sect of the Republican Party. But like, so the Democrats are not nearly as held hostage by their radical segments as the Republicans are. Like, the Republicans literally can't choose a fucking speaker. How easy is it for an individual to claim asylum? Right now, it's like, it's way too easy. It's pretty easy. I forget the names for all the standards, but you know, there's not like a very high standard for like it's like credible fear or something. Yeah, it's not that hard, and you don't have to do it at a port of entry or anything. You can like, if you encounter Border Patrol, you can basically say, I claim asylum, and I think they like screen you for a criminal history, and if you don't have like a criminal history, and you have the whatever credible fear, I think credible fear is the standard. Then you can basically claim asylum. Yeah.
Welcome everybody
Please
to
help
the
Obsidian.
official relaunch of the WWE Roundtable after a 2-year hiatus, so I could be on the ground covering the war in Ukraine. I'm still going to continue to do that, of course, but now I'm going to host these bi-monthly in order to, well, actually every month, in order to, add some more conversation with the election right around the corner. I think the format has a lot of interest now. Piers Morgan is grabbing the format by the horns and dragging it around on Talk TV, and so I'm interested to get back into the game, and these fine people are here to get back into the game with me. And today they're going to be debating why America is so divided and how we mend those divides. I thought of this topic right after the Trump assassination, and while that has gotten out of the news, well, I guess pretty quickly with how fast the news has developed, the divides are still there. Division is still a big issue in the United States, and so I'm going to go around.
And so naturally, you invited a Canadian and a guy from the UK.
Absolutely, we need foreigners to help out for their foreign perspectives. Thank you for being our token foreigners. Now, we're going to debate these issues, but first, I want to make sure we go around and have everybody introduce themselves. Now we're going to throw it over to Lonerbox.
I don't personally think divisions.
Oh, did he cut out everyone else's introduction? Base moment.
Democracy, or in this case,
do we have to limit asylum seekers? The issue is, the reason why a lot of people seek asylum is they're economic migrants, right? They don't actually have credible fear or anything. They just want like a better life in the US. I think for the most part, immigration is a positive thing. So I think if we made it easier to legally immigrate, a lot of people, instead of claiming asylum, would choose to legally immigrate, right? I think that's the thing that we should do. We should probably make it a lot easier to, a lot easier. We should make it easier to immigrate legally, and then we can more easily cap that than we can like capping asylum seekers. Technically, internationally, you're not allowed to cap asylum seekers, but yeah. Yodo, what's up? Welcome back. Reppin' GD in this chat.
Divisions are probably a good thing. It's good to disagree on things, and that helps people to hone their positions and find ultimately like somewhere that actually yields the best results for most of society. So I think the problem is what you have now is more like polarization, where you have, with no help from the internet, groups able to have their very comforting worldviews that they can just kind of give them little prescriptions on how to. And
Should we? Should we? Do we? It's complicated, but yes. Basically, I think if we reach a certain number of asylum seekers, then we do. Yeah, I think it's oh, brewing stand, sweet. Okay, if we I think it's like if we reach like 3,500 encounters a day, then yeah, we start turning them around. Don't accept anymore. Yeah, we do.
Answers to every single issue in the world, so that you can just basically what you're
going to. The big issue, by the way, like the big issue with like I don't know if you've heard people debating like, oh, do we need to pass legislation on the border, or can the president just close the border? That's basically the big issue, is whether or not the president has the authority to cap the amount of asylum seekers. The president seemingly doesn't have that authority. I think it's probably still tied up in the courts. Whether Biden's executive order, which did limit the number of asylum seekers who can come in, is legal or not. It doesn't seem like the president probably does not have that authority. I think like the ACLU was suing him for it or something.
By any particular issue before you've even started looking into it, and then you just work backwards and find all the information from whatever camp you're in that helps reinforce that belief that you were always going to have anyway, based on which camp you've chosen to be in.
True.
I would say both sides are to blame for this in a little bit, and when it comes to extremes, but the fact is the Democrats, for the most part, kept their crazies out. They have mostly rejected the insane wishes of the
they're losing their primaries. Elon Omar won her primary, but Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush both lost their primaries. Like the Democrats are. They're like extremists in the extremist in the Democratic Party. The socialists are all, or a lot of them are losing their primary, where that's not as much the case for Republicans. But also, even still, like I say extremists, but like any reasonable person should probably be able to say like Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally doing like fucking like Jewish space laser conspiracies, okay, and Bernie Sanders is just like tax the rich. Like these are not equivalent.
The very, very far left in America, whereas the Republican Party is completely taken over by the likes of Donald Trump. Still, you have 70% of Republicans who think the last election was stolen. Divisiveness that people complain about is generally their fault. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you can draw a direct line from Donald Trump's entry into American politics to the division we see today, and I think it was only amplified by social media. We could probably all agree on the social media piece. I don't know about that, but when it comes to Donald Trump, in 2012, his claim to fame in American politics was saying that Barack Obama wasn't born in America. He convinced a large portion of the country Obama wasn't born in America. A decade later, he's boosting Laura Loomer posts about Kamala Harris's birth certificate, but we can go to 2016. Donald Trump had the RNC chanting, "Lock her up." Michael Flynn comes on stage. Michael Flynn leads a "Lock her up" chant, and if conservatives in here are going to try to claim that Donald Trump never said "lock her up," I have the receipt, so I'd be careful with that one. Next, Donald Trump, everything he says is completely divisive. And you compare his "lock her up" chants to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. They had a rally a few weeks ago where the chant started yelling, "Lock him up, lock him up." Kamala Harris said verbatim, "We're going to let the courts handle that. Our job is to beat him in November." So what's the difference between a candidate who's leading the top of the ticket, who says all of the courts are rigged, all of the elections are rigged, the judge is rigged, the judge's daughter, Judge Merchan's daughter is rigged, versus the person who says, "We're going to let the courts handle that"?
The Soros-funded judges.
Look at the video. When the crowd started chanting "Lock her up," Tim Walz calms the crowd down and says, "We don't do that." So, yeah. The idea that the two parties also, Hake says that everything that Donald Trump says is reasonable. Do you think Obama was not born in America?
I love how this is a
panel. Does asylum grant you a citizenship status with a chance to be basically, my understanding at least, if you claim asylum, I think like within 90 days you can get like work authorization. You can be basically you're a non-citizen, obviously you're not a citizen, but you have like residency status. Like you can for the most part like live and work in the US until your asylum court date. Now, the big issue right now is that the asylum courts are like unbelievably backed up. Like there are like I I think there's literally over like 1 million cases awaiting trial, and there's only like 4,000 judges, and like the cases take a long time. So like, there's no way that we can ever like process all of them. Yeah, but you can like live and work here, but you're not granted a citizenship status. If you go to your asylum court hearing, and then they say you have a valid claim to asylum, I think you can get citizenship status. Although I don't know exactly how that works. You might just get permanent, or it can't be permanent. You might have to, after you get granted asylum, you might have to live in the U.S. for 5 more years to get full citizenship or something. I don't know exactly how those rules work once your asylum claim is granted.
Party. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's my thing. So I want to go after that a little bit too on both sides. So the idea that Kamala Harris has been just like anti-lock him up as a narrative as a whole, it's sort of the issue I have with Democrats acting like Democrats have been so civil this whole time. They're just a little more covert in their lies. Sure, she clapped down lock him up in that speech, but in the same speech she said, I know Trump's type, when she's talking about scammers, fraudsters, criminals, and things like that. She clearly wants him to be locked up, and made several statements aligning with the idea
clearly
that he
wants him to be locked up
because he's a criminal. But then just when they say to lock him up, she's like, let's let the courts handle that. She clearly is making a stance that she thinks he should be locked up, but she's more covert about it, which is fair. That is good.
That's right. Do you disagree that
3.1 million crossings. Yeah, you can see new immigration cases added this year, 1.5 million, and then there's 1.8 ongoing, 1.8 million ongoing. This is just in 2023, I think. 1.5 million new cases were added. So like, it's yeah, it's not good. Subpar, not ideal.
No, but what I'm but I also
wait. We got to let him finish.
I was being asked.
Yeah.
But then I also have an issue on the other side with, hey, everything Trump says is reasonable. Even when he said he became a Republican because he thinks Republicans are so fucking stupid that they would vote for him no matter what. You think everything Trump has said is reasonable. This is the problem, is I don't think you're bought into those ideas politically. I think you're bought into those ideas because, as President Sunday said, there's an environment that has incentivized you to say either everything Trump has said is reasonable, or on the other side, everything Kamala has ever said is reasonable, and she's never made any similar mistakes to Trump, and she's a completely unrecognizable. It's apples to bowling balls when you're comparing them.
Hold on. But Jetan, let's be honest here. Donald Trump's criminality is possibly nation-ending. Like when we talk about Kamala Harris speaking about how much of a criminal Trump is, if January 6th was successful, what the fuck do you think would have happened?
What do you mean? What is your term of successful? Because
if January 6th was successful, if those political electors were illegally overturned, if Trump overturned the election, what do you think the United States, anyone who is constitutionally loyal, what do you think the solution would have had to be to oust an illegal president? Would that not be damn near nation-ending?
No, it would be suing. The Supreme Court would evaluate which slate of electors was legal. They would find that the original slate of electors was legal, and it wouldn't have ended the nation.
I like maybe he had a plot to overturn the election, but the court would have sorted it out. It's fine. Also, we don't know what the fuck would happen. It would be a constitutional crisis. We don't know what the fuck would have happened. Eastman at least said, Eastman probably did not believe this, because Greg Jacobs testifies that Eastman said that not a single Supreme Court justice would be on his side. But Eastman wanted the Supreme Court to not intervene. Oh my God, there's another single block of lava. I need a lava pool. Because of the political questions doctrine, that this is a political question and the state legislators just should sort it out instead of the Supreme Court. And then the state legislators could have or it would have gone to the House delegation, right? And they would have sent to Trump electors, basically. Yeah, literally 0.6 in the Eastman memo. You can just look up the Eastman memo, and it says the courts would not interfere because of the political questions doctrine. The main thing here is that Pence should do this without asking for permission, either from a vote of the joint session or from the court. Let the other side challenge his actions in the court. Where Tribe 2001 conceded the president of the Senate might be in charge of counting the votes, and others who would press a lawsuit would have passed their position. That these are these are non-judiciable, I don't know how to pronounce it, political questions thrown back at them, get the lawsuit dismissed. The fact is that the Constitution assigns the power to the vice president as the ultimate arbiter. We should take actions with that in mind.
Oh, really? Is the Supreme Court is unbelievably?
Give us a moment. I just want to make sure we have one at a time because we got 4 people trying to talk.
Yeah, I mean, the point of fact is that there is a constitutional question as to whether or not under the existing law that Mike Pence had any responsibility whatsoever to declare that slates of electors that were brought by certain states where there were questions about the legality of the way the vote was conducted, particularly Wisconsin with their democracy department, the way they collected ballots, the way that Georgia allowed people to like ballot harvest. And
last 4 years, exactly what have they built back better? I mean, we got the big infrastructure bill passed, right? We got the Chips and Science Act, which onshored a lot of jobs, which we probably needed to protect for national security reasons for semiconductors because of the whole Taiwan situation. I don't know. I mean, like unemployment was under 4% for like 27 months straight. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably other things I can think of too. Welcome to the stream, Valiant.
Their slate of electors.
You mean more taxes? I mean, taxes were increased a little bit. They weren't even increased back to their like pre-Trump levels. They were increased. They were increased a little bit because Trump decreased them, right? But I think the tax rates for like corporations is still less than when Trump first took office. The taxes can be a good thing. They're not always bad. It actually can be good to raise taxes and then spend that money on good things like infrastructure. There's probably a really big return on investment for infrastructure. So, it's probably justified to tax that. At the same time, they did many things to lower the tax burden on working families. For example, the expanded child tax credit, that was a big deal. All the PPP loans, which went to businesses, but in theory protected people's paychecks, right? All those things. We make sure people didn't get booted out of their homes metrics of COVID. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Democrats gave plenty of free money, free inflationary money to poor people during COVID. I need to not die. Oh, of course. I went into the one with no bed. Oh, also, speaking of building, YIMBYism. All the Democrats are YIMBYs now, and it's so based. We are building new homes, okay? Based.
Actually being able to balance the ballot books. That's 100%. 72% of the precincts in Michigan could not certify that their ballots were actually ballots.
Yeah, okay. So first and foremost, almost literally every single case that Trump and his team made about stolen elections, XYZ ballots, all of them were proven to be false, particularly with the video in Georgia. That video was false. I can give you the link. I can give you the link. I can give you the link of the video in which Giuliani and them literally spliced the video. But if you actually watch the video, that box was not automatically, it wasn't already under the table. It was a box of ballots.
Have people from having their lights cut out, give them free pandemic aid to make sure people don't starve in their homes. Yes, true. Oh, and also I forgot to mention this. Yeah, the expanded unemployment benefits. We were giving people a lot of money in unemployment benefits during COVID because unemployment was so high. Yeah, and the stimulus checks. Although to be fair, a lot of the stimulus checks were under Trump. Trump passed 2 COVID stimulus bills, and the bills that Trump passed, by the way, were also inflationary, but they were good bills. I think those were good bills. I think the COVID stimulus bills under Trump were good bills overall.
Day. Everything is on video. There is absolutely no secret ballot as it pertains to Georgia, period. I don't know why you guys believe in this, especially given the fact that Giuliani literally sat there and said, yeah, not gonna lie, I did make up that story about, those election workers stealing the election.
First Amendment right.
But it was my First Amendment right to make up that story. And sure, I ruined 2 people's lives, but First Amendment.
Okay, MPU, you can respond quickly, and then we got to throw it to Adam because other people want to talk.
And then can I get in there, Dylan? Can I get in
I'm learning so much about the causes of division in America.
Okay, but we got to move. That's why I want to throw it to Adam because we got to move on.
I'll say this one thing with respect to the cases. 62 cases were brought forward. 60 were dismissed for the concept of latches. Does anybody on this panel besides me and Lecture Fan understand what latches means?
I don't know. I don't know a latch is. That a synonym for standing?
So do you also acknowledge that even the ones do you also acknowledge
the cases were never heard on the merits?
Do you also acknowledge that was the reason they were just hang on.
Courts oftentimes take a position that they don't want to handle a thing because it's a political hot potato.
That was not the First Amendment right when it's convenient to you. Well, you don't have a First Amendment right to defamation. The issue with Giuliani was defamation, right? and he doesn't even deny it. He doesn't deny that he lied. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, they didn't not want to do it because it was a political hot potato or whatever. A lot of them didn't want to do it because they lacked standing. Like these were cases. Like what's it? Texas v. Was it Pennsylvania? I think like they wanted Texas to be able to sue Pennsylvania. They wanted Texas to be able to sue over how another state controlled their elections. So it's like, yeah, you lack standing there. You as Texas don't get to decide how Pennsylvania does their election. Like I said, eventually they will give a damn about the black vote when they have the immigrant vote. True.
Wait.
More perfect.
Yeah,
that's not what latches means.
Loner wants to respond.
Wait.
No.
Latches says that you cannot bring.
Wait. Okay. One second.
Okay, yeah, MB, you're not acknowledging that even the cases that were dismissed on latches were also, they reviewed the evidence as well. I don't know why you're leaving that part out. There were several cases, much more than 4 or whatever that you mentioned, that were also assessed on the merits, and not 2, not 2, like at least 7. So I don't know where you're getting that from. Also, okay, you're lying, okay. Also, even Giuliani admitted that he was lying. He said that it was just his First Amendment right to do so. Even Fox News had to settle the Dominion case for the same reason. Jeb, I don't know why.
Exactly what the latches throwouts were for, which is that one party was unreasonably pushing cases and delaying cases in order to attack the other party and make it harder for the other party. That's the reason they got dismissed on latches, not just because it's a political hot potato, but because even Giuliani, Steve Bannon, they admitted behind closed doors that they were putting through cases they knew were going to fail in order to sow distrust in the election. That is what the latches doctrine is for.
True.
So that you don't allow a party to just recreationally attack and sue and push lawsuits just to delay a vote, just to delay a count.
Now, I hate to crush this, but the problem is this entire topic we're talking about right now is the main event of tonight. And so if we just have this as also the main event, my God.
Yeah, so Jebtan, I'm bringing it back like 10 minutes here. I totally disagree that Kamala Harris shooting down the lock him up chance are basically equivalent to Donald Trump basically allowing the chance to happen. Also, saying it himself. Maybe we should lock her up. And the idea that the idea that Kamala Harris saying something to the effect of, I know Donald Trump's type, I've beat him before. I think that's more of her saying, I beat him in elections before. He's a cheater. We can see, like, if you disagree with any of this stuff, do you really think he's not a cheater? He's not a criminal. So I'm just to bring it back, I totally disagree that Kamala Harris shooting down the chance is the same as Donald Trump emboldening the chance. Can you see the difference there?
Can I jump in real quick? Yeah, so the issue is, and the issue lies in your recollection of the speech. You left out the parts where she describes that he is a criminal, deserving of being locked up. When she says, I know his type,
that is descriptively true.
Did she say he's deserving of being locked up?
Yes. She's saying, as a prosecutor, I know Donald Trump's type. She is literally saying,
yeah, she's dealt with criminals before.
She knows the type of guy that has 34 indictments. She knows the type of dude that has 34 indictments, and he's not meant to be president.
Just admit that she thinks he should be locked up because she thinks.
But how is it? But it's not divisive for her to say that.
Can you admit that Kamala Harris will never explicitly say lock him up in the same way Donald Trump?
If it's not divisive, why did Adam feel the need to leave that out and claim that she doesn't want him locked up? Because
it doesn't. Hey, look, it doesn't really matter what he says because the reality of the situation is like we just established.
One second. If you're both talking at the same time, I can't hear anything.
The reason why I'm saying it's not divisive is because if you look at the level of back, I don't want to make it a J6 debate again, but the point of the matter is the level of crime Trump committed is democracy ending, capable of ending democracy. Calling him a criminal and drawing a line in the sand and saying this motherfucker is a criminal, this guy is capable of ending democracy, this guy needs to be locked up. When the line is drawn this far and you guys are grading him on such a crazy curve, somebody has to say something and demand actual rule of law. That's not divisiveness. That's taking a stand where it needs to be made.
Okay, I'm glad we admitted Kamala also said she wanted Donald Trump locked up. I'm glad we've gotten there. You can
yes. The Constitution oath breaker should be locked up.
So,
wow.
Quickly.
Sorry, can I just read this quote real quick? And tell me which one he didn't do.
Sure, if you want to read a quote.
I know Donald Trump's type. This is what Kamala Harris was saying. In these roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Perpetrators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own game. So hear me when I say I know Donald Trump's type. Like, where is she saying, can you be as good faith as possible? There's a difference between saying something like that versus lock her up and emboldening your crowd to chant lock her up. You don't see any difference between those two.
No, so one is, yeah, I agree there's a difference.
Can I take a question for Jebtan? And then we got to go to lecture. I'm sorry, MPU.
I agree there's a difference, and I described the difference. I think in their divisiveness, Democrats are more covert. Donald Trump outright says, I want Hillary Clinton locked up, and that is bad, and you should not do that. Kamala covertly says, I want my opponent locked up. That is bad.
Republicans are more openly divisive. That's your stance. Republicans are more openly divisive.
No. Democrats are openly
Weird how my comments are censored. Yeah, they're probably unhinged. I can't control the YouTube censorship. I can control the Twitch censorship. I can control like the ban terms there. I have less control over the YouTube stuff. YouTube kind of just censors its own stuff. I don't like set ban terms the same way I do on Twitch. So.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan. All right, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. I gotta say, Loner Box and Adam are like living on completely different planets, pushing false information because they don't even know that what they believe is false. Loner Box saying that the Democrat Party hasn't gone radical and the Republican Party has is just demonstrably false. Pew Global Research has done research on this where they've proven that's false. Adam Laxalt, like,
astonishing how words are more patrolled in Southern Florida.
You're like just a TDS guy.
YouTube censors random words, some of my comments don't go through too. Yeah, I don't really know how YouTube does it. How YouTube does it. They're not very clear. It doesn't really make sense why YouTube's such a bad live streaming platform when they should not be. Yeah, everything is more, YouTube's more delayed. Seek asylum for hate speech.
Something about,
or if you actually like believe what you had, or if you just don't know the history of where the device began, because it actually began in 2008 when Barack Obama first started. Thank you. It actually went back to 2008 when Barack Obama's 2008 campaign. I know you may not have been around for that, but that's exactly what it was. And you guys talking about like somebody actually locking up their political opponent are like living on a completely different planet. Donald Trump actually had the opportunity to prosecute Hillary Clinton. That was a closed and shut case. Donald Trump made the decision not to prosecute Hillary Clinton in an incredible act of deference to our process and everything else.
Biden himself chose personally to prosecute Donald Trump. Exactly what happened. He went out to. If you sneak into Disneyland, should they let you stay if you get caught? And once these people, the asylum seekers aren't sneaking in. The asylum seekers want to encounter Border Patrol because that's how they claim asylum. That's what the asylum seekers do. Obviously, there are also people who sneak in illegally and evade Border Patrol. And once you've been caught, should they give you meal money and let you ride rides for free? True, yes, base. I love. It's literally free, bro. That's sick. I mean, there's a issue right now for asylum seekers because a lot of asylum seekers are not genuinely seeking asylum. Obviously, they just want economic opportunity, which probably just make it easier for them to immigrate legally and get that and get here legally so they can receive that economic opportunity because it benefits everyone. Yeah, immigration is generally good. So.
Will not Kamala Harris try to lock up her political opponents and abuse
and that gets rid of a lot of the human trafficking and like drug smuggling problems there too, because they don't need to, if there's a relatively easy process for legally immigrating, they don't need to pay cartels to smuggle them over the border anymore.
She's already doing it. She's a part of this exact administration that's doing this against Donald Trump right now, has filed all these frivolous lawsuits. And you guys claiming that Trump is a criminal over January 6th, recognize he's never been convicted of any crime over January 6th, so you're all full of crap.
Well, hold on.
He's literally, he's not been convicted. He was indicted of conspiracy to defraud the United States. That's the Jack Smith federal election case. And also in Georgia, too, the Georgia Rieger case. That's about January 6th. That's about his attempts to overturn the election.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Crenshaw. I threw it over.
Fuck, I don't have a bed.
Not been convicted of any crime.
Adam, that doesn't mean anything.
No, Lecter fan keeps trying to.
I'm sorry, MPU, sorry.
Adam, Lecter fan keeps trying to paint Democrats as all these radicals. Lonerbox touched on it, but like 70% of Republicans in Congress think the election was stolen. Do you think Kamala Harris is a communist? Lecter?
I guarantee your neighborhood will your neighborhood will turn into a shit show.
When you propose price controls, yeah, that's a communist policy. Price controls are a communist policy.
Do you think Biden is a capitalist or communist?
I don't think.
I think Biden is. I think Biden's like Bill Clinton. Like, he doesn't really have true beliefs deep down.
So we have Lecter fans sitting here going, the other side, they're full of communists. Do you think like Democrats are groomers too? Are you going to call us communists and groomers and then say we're the ones being divisive?
I think the left has given itself over to sexual perversion. Absolutely.
Okay, so we're the divisive ones, and you're going to call it just doesn't make sense. This is
like y'all like when we're communists are cool.
That was no big deal.
Okay, we're going to have Lonerbox respond, then Hake, and then President Sunday. Okay.
I was going to ask Lecture fan if he thinks like most American states are communist.
Immigrants immigrated to your neighborhood. I mean, everything's on the margin, right? So immigration. Really, I shouldn't have said immigration is good or bad. Immigration isn't good or bad. Immigration is on the margin, just like everything. It's on the margin. A certain level of immigration is good. I think a pretty decent amount of immigration is good. I think I don't know the exact number of migrants that we could accept a year, obviously, but I would say it's well above what we do now. Or well above what we legally do now. Obviously, there are like a lot of illegal immigrants who sneak in, and counting all those, maybe we're at the levels that we should be. But immigrants generally, I mean, they work, they contribute to American society, they shift the production possibility curves outward. So, Probably a good thing. I think if immigrants came to my came to my neighborhood and started working jobs and started some of them will make businesses and create jobs as well. I think that's probably a good thing. It will eventually hit home, then you will regret it. Okay. God, all the economic analysis will totally leave my brain as soon as I see a single brown person in my neighborhood. I will immediately start hating immigrants. It will happen. We'll see.
Myself, actually, I
No,
misinformation.
they don't.
It was
Dude. You don't know what you're talking about. No, they don't.
It was actually 30 cases.
That's a lie.
It was actually 30 cases that were
Everything
thrown out
will
after
be
the
in
merits were assessed as
Spanish.
well.
Oh,
As
no.
for the Hillary comparison, you have to understand the differences.
Like, I'm pretty sure I don't remember the number for first generation immigrants, but like it's literally like 90% of immigrants' kids, like second generation immigrants, will know English like perfectly fluently. So, you know.
That Hillary wasn't even indicted at the end, so she didn't plead the fifth once throughout all those Benghazi hearings. Trump is a criminal.
He never. Donald obstructed justice.
Donald Trump made the decision not to prosecute.
Nope.
Justice in a way that says I'm going to destroy the data on devices, and that I'm going to use physical
Correct.
means to physically destroy
Oh, I see. I
devices.
thought it was
He
Donald Trump
divisive.
literally
graciously didn't.
obstructed justice after she was told that you need to preserve all this stuff because there's a thing going on. She literally destroyed or caused to be destroyed physical and digital evidence of her malfeasance. She had no right as Secretary of State to have a non-secure server and pass thousands upon thousands of emails across it that
Damn, if only they could prove intent.
Hold on, fact check. Fact check.
But it's got to be like.
I'm an immigrant. Welcome to pillage and plunder.
There is a dispute here.
What?
There is a dispute here. There absolutely is a dispute. A simple Google search shows that the emails were defeated months before the subpoena. Deleted months before the subpoena.
Allowing the Harris campaign,
Guys, guys, I'm sorry to shut this down. I'm sorry to shut this down. I gotta shut it. You gotta let. Okay, goodbye. So we gotta keep moving because other people haven't been talking. Like President Sunday and Hake haven't said literally basically anything.
Hey, do you think Obama was born in America?
Let me just finish. Oh yeah, about the Obama. I'm not sure. I think he was probably based on Bill O'Reilly's claims. They looked into it. He was born in Hawaii.
That's how we roll.
For the sake of the channels, I think
She was given permission to delete emails. Yeah,
it's interesting.
They just could never. They investigated for it twice, right? And they never could prove intent. That's the thing you have to prove. You have to prove intent, which they could never do with Hillary. Yeah. Versus Trump literally made statements like, "Yeah, I could have declassified it, but I didn't." Yeah. You're hardworking, but extremely dirty. Oh, hardworking. Base. Oh, holy shit! I want hardworking people in my economy. Nether portal. Holy shit! Finally. Wait, hold on. Can I make a... So deep here. Okay, well, I'll fucking come back to this.
Both Trump and our greatest sheriff, Joe Arpaio,
also,
looked into it
immigrants
and found
commit less
questionable
crime
stuff
than
there.
Native
I think Obama may have just
Americans,
been
but, you
trolling
know.
us. I think it's just a joke. Nobody really cares about it except for boomers who care about, right and wrong and stuff, and the fake people who believe in like the racism stuff. But Obama divided the country racially more than anybody. Lecture fan pointed that out. He was bringing Black Lives Matter to the White House.
We love to bully the weak as well.
Pre Obama,
Okay.
we were more racially united than after Obama, and that was predicted by people like Jesse Lee Peterson. And Trump, it's funny because Trump is the law and order candidate, and they're trying to act like he's this criminal.
Wait, Crenshaw, I'm sorry.
Trump is the law and order candidate running against a prosecutor as a convicted felon. Fucking okay. Wait, what do I not need?
I'm sorry. President Sunday hasn't said anything basically the whole time, and I think that that entire sentence is just up Sunday's alley. So I wanted Sunday.
Nice.
I've been talking over everybody else. It's all good. But
I don't need a
am
compass.
curious though if anybody else if we go around the panel and we could say what the actual initial prompt was and give an example of when we've actually addressed it in the past, however long we've been doing this for. Also, on that point.
The question was about divisiveness, and Trump is the one who is like responsible for most of the.
I hate to fucking say it. Lonerbox is the only one who's actually providing an answer to the fucking question.
No, I mean I've answered that question in my opening statement. I don't think Trump was a source. He might be the source right now, but I don't think if we're talking about sources, we just go to the most recent. I think the reason Trump existed in the first place was because you had very milquetoast, polite, very respectful conservative politicians playing the wrong game and losing elections because they were clapping down hysteria in their parties, while Obama was silent when his vice president was saying that his opponent wanted to put black people back in chains, that he probably, I forget the random things that their media outlets were saying, starting he was like doing like unsanctioned slave labor and refusing to pay. All these narratives about Mitt Romney that just ended up not being true at all. Obama was silent about them. And when you're silent about that growing and escalating mistruths and deceit that are really insidious, unless you think racism is not a big deal, those are really insidious claims. And you allowed an opening for a guy like Trump to gain hold in the party that was trying to play civility politics, because you beat and abuse them by calling them racists, calling them xenophobes, homophobes, misogynists, and then calling their candidates, who were clearly none of those things, the worst thing. Like saying he wants slavery back. He wants to put black people back in chains on the debate stage.
I want to pose I want to pose a question, because I want to drill down on this for a moment. Jepton, do you think that if that attack wasn't done on Mitt Romney, how do you think that would have affected like America's political?
There's 24 hours a day, more immigrants, more work per day. True.
There would have still been a space for Trump. Do you think Trumpism
more product cost less? Accurate. Correct. Guys, watch this. Guys,
you have said that, for example, I know that you believe that Trump has contributed to.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Guys, look. Production possibilities frontier curve. Okay. All the things our economy can produce. Here's where it is. Watch this. We're gonna import a bunch of illegals into our country. All the illegals are gonna flood into our border. Okay. What happens to this curve? Boom. We can produce more shit. More shit. Let's go. Let's go. Yay, come to pillage and plunder. Oh, my bad. I didn't consider that one.
I'm going to talk fast so that it stays succinct. If you look at the way that Trump
again,
won,
less crime than native citizens, but you know.
And then actually, as voters started to think a little bit more, Ted Cruz started massively gaining right near the end, but he was just too late.
Fuck, this is going to be really. I don't know if I can. I need to make a door.
The way they were on Obama, the way that a lot of people describe it when they're recreating history.
Meanwhile, you have
Megan
saying that
all of the neutral voting blocks over to the Republicans and saved us.
Take order at McDonald's instead of you. True, accurate.
If you didn't have a long lead up of people attacking conservatives.
Oh wait, I forgot. I'm in Java. I can put doors down.
I do think there would have been a lot less room.
In Bedrock, you can't.
He probably would have failed to
thank God.
Ted Cruz, who ended up getting pretty close to neck and neck near the end. And I think we would have a lot less political division, because I'm not gonna die on this absolutely insane hill that Trump is reasonable.
Someone got to do it, and you have to have kids. True.
Stoke the flames of division. He absolutely does, and he absolutely has done serious damage to our political discourse. And I despise that the window was opened for a guy like him to become our candidate. And I don't think it's the Democrats' fault. I think it's the game's fault. I think the media has an incentive to get clicks by saying these really inflammatory things about candidates, and so they're just going to latch on to whatever candidate is willing to say those things more, and they're going to publicize that person way more.
Okay, we're going to respond to that really directly. So you're talking about,
and then after Loner, we're going to throw it quickly to MPU before bouncing it back around.
So that objection, but then obviously if I wanted to do what you were saying, I could go with the Democrats and say, well, they had a reason to get inflamed because of how many times they were called communists by the Republicans, or how many times during the Iraq War they were all accused of being traitors who hated the troops and all this shit. So, but then again, that would be a very retarded defense, because at the end of the day, we're adults and we have to, you don't just forego the principles of democracy and everything else just because the other side's being mean to you. At the end of the day, Biden did say something very stupid about how some stupid law that Romney wanted to pass would put people back in chains to a largely black audience. But Trump made that character his entire political platform. That's what something the Democrats have not done.
He made the winning formula his platform, and I can blame him for doing that on a moral principle level, but I can't blame, when I'm looking at the a meta analysis.
I promise you will regret welcoming immigrants one day a lot.
For moving toward the direction of the winning formula.
I don't know how you think. I'm just gonna see. I'm gonna go to McDonald's and just see a Mexican working there, and all of a sudden I'm gonna hate immigrants. Even if let's say directly an immigrant stole from me, that would not change my opinion on the fact that immigration is overall good for the economy. I don't think that my opinion would not change on that. Yeah. Should Quebec be deported? What's the opposite of succession? What if you force, instead of a state choosing to leave, what if you just force a state to leave? Whatever that is, we should do it to Florida, and Canada should do it to Quebec.
And I agree. Democrats were called communists, then conservatives were called evil racists.
Trump is selling cards again. I saw $99 each. Yep, his trading cards.
But we're having a conversation about the source of the division, and I think the source of the division is exactly what even you and President Sunday got at the beginning.
No, it's annex is when you're taking more territory. It's like reverse annexing. It's just saying, get the fuck out of it. You're no longer part of our country anymore. Annex is like Russia's annexing territory from Ukraine. They're taking territory. I'm trying to think what the opposite there would be.
It's an incentive for tribalism.
I don't know if there's a word for it.
Roganism of it. That
Other than
encourages
just like
people to be
getting kicked
100%
out.
black and white against other group for their group. And I've fallen victim to it many times as a conservative who refuses to vote for Trump, but also refuses to vote for Kamala because I'm a small government conservative. Like, I think we should have really strong political divides, and I think that we should have a really strong encouragement to bridge political divides personally.
We're going to throw it over to MPU quickly.
Yeah, so the idea about when this started really gets mostly to the point. I mean, yeah, Jebtan, you're correct. It really begins with Woodrow Wilson. It begins with the 17th Amendment,
Terrell.
okay, and the loss of the states to be able to control or restrain the actions of the House based on states' rights versus the individual rights of the way people elect the House. Okay?
What was exceed from a country?
In a modern sense, it's really
not secede. The opposite of the federal government saying you're no longer part of a country instead of a state government saying we're no longer part of the country. Like the federal government saying you are no longer allowed to be part of this country. We're removing you from the union. I don't know what we would call that. I don't know if there is a term for that. I don't know if that happens ever.
Al Gore concedes the election and then unconcedes the election, and then we end up with this process that rolls all the way forward to the
Thanks for the follow, Roblox 34. I appreciate it. Oh, you're a bot.
You can't continue to keep counting ballots. And then everybody bitches and moans and says the election is stolen. I don't know how many Democrats.
I'm used to Bedrock now because I played on Bedrock to get the achievements on Bedrock.
People bitch about Donald Trump saying that 2020 was stolen.
Exile? Sure, Exile. Exile works. Yeah.
The Democrats were the ones to lead that charge. Oh,
kind of.
What? An independent study by the left-wing media after the election of 2000 actually found out that George W. Bush won by more votes than when the count was actually stopped.
Can we admit the Democrats did a much better job coming back and confirming that election than Republicans have lately, though? Like, we have to be able to concede.
George W. Bush won a massive amount.
I don't think they can unconfederate us all. I think you guys should exile Quebec. That'd be funny.
In the Senate in 2006, that they began to push this narrative like it's time to get rid of the Democrats or the Republicans, and they literally undermined him to the point that it was possible for the Democrats to have a chance in 2008. And honestly, let's be very candid. If it weren't for a third-party candidate in 2008, okay, and if it weren't for the fact that John McCain literally fell on his sword like a fucking rhino that he was, okay, that Barack Obama would not have won.
Okay.
Fell on his sword.
We have to throw it around. There's other people that gotta talk. There's gotta be no. I'm sorry, MP. We gotta throw it around. There's other people waiting.
You gotta understand.
I mean, they gotta understand there's other people on the show. President Sunday. I know you've been waiting, and we got Adam Mockler as well.
We still have not seen a single answer to the actual question that the panel.
Oh my God.
Posed, which is what caused the divisions. And
both Adam and Lonerbox definitely answered it. I would say whoever the real MPU is, the guy in the bottom right. I guess Einke answered it as well. He answered it really stupidly, saying it goes back to the 17th Amendment, but I guess he answered it.
I assumed it wasn't America, probably, but let's just isolate to America. We've got a whole bunch of people attacking the other party as being the cause of it.
I feel like
that's the division already.
I've pointed out a very clear answer. I feel like several times.
Okay, well,
I think it's the media's incentive to cover candidates that are.
Oh, he did too. Yeah, he mentioned the media incentive there. Yeah.
You can argue that incentive was caused.
But that's just restating what I said. That's not actually pointing at the actual cause.
I mean, I think the cause is. Yeah, I think that is a cause.
I think
the media's lack of journalistic.
No. The media can only do that, presuming there's already a division in the first place. Obviously, it doesn't have a side to pick.
I disagree. 100%.
Presumably that there's.
I think the media can absolutely manufacture narratives and inflame them. I think they've done that.
Of course it does, but it has no bearing on the question.
That does because
their thumb is on the scale every election.
If we're agreeing, President Sunday, that the issue isn't political division is good. The
it's
issue
just President Sunday law. Yep.
That are entrenched in our sort of.
When you have only binary political division, we're not talking about a lack of. We're not talking about political division in the positive sense. We're talking about an absence of other political divisions to give people more fine-tuned interests that would cause.
I don't think we only have binary political.
You're a parliamentarian?
No, I think the GOP has divisions within itself. I think the Democrat Party has divisions within itself. I don't think we have binary.
A lot more extreme than the GOP side, but
because
I just realized. Fucking hell! I need to go this way as well.
All the political divides within the Democrat Party have to unite against the democracy-ending Republicans, and the Republican divisions all have to pair together against the socialist, communist, Democrat. Evil
I
think the media takes.
Yeah, but that's not.
I don't know the President Sunday lore. I know. I don't think Destiny likes them. I don't remember why.
But it's true. It's not.
Let's have President Sunday finish, and then we're going to throw it over to Adam because Adam has been waiting patiently.
Well, as Ownerbox said, one party tried to coup the government, but at a more subtle level, one party has been obsessively going after intellectual freedom, the ability of entire demographics to get access to the voting booth in the first place, et cetera, et cetera. Just because that dynamic takes off from that doesn't mean that the premise is
what
false.
Demographic are you suggesting?
Democrat Party's terrible.
Are you saying they don't want black people to vote? They don't want what demographic are they purposefully attacking voting rights of?
Well, when you're talking, for example, about the general attack on entire lines of discourse, or for example, when you have an obsession with
misinformation argument.
No, hold on. Let him clarify. I'm trying to get a clarification. Don't interrupt his clarification.
Yeah, I was asking like the misinformation argument, but sure, go ahead.
I don't know what that means. The misinformation argument. No, I'm talking about the attempt to have entire sectors of academia either defunded or
He's breadtube socialist adjacent. Old debates capitalism for socialism were golden.
Oh yeah,
I gotta watch some of those.
Well, yeah, but he's explaining it, and then you're interrupting.
Let's let President Sunday have 30 seconds because we have other people who are waiting. Beautiful.
No, it doesn't matter. The point is that if you're coming down to a point where you're just referring everything to the other party, you're not actually getting behind
Wait, I forgot. I have a
in the first place.
fucking
now,
treasure
whether or
map
not that's
as well.
actually true or not is trivial. That could be the case or that could not be the case. However, the problem is that the way in which all of this conversation is oriented is that we are talking about questions that are so dire that you literally cannot physically, and Lonerbox is a constant victim of this, even when it's correctly. You cannot physically make any kind of overture to the other side or to a more moderate position without ceding ground to the other side with dire consequences.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I think that comes to the separation of perception and reality that the media has created. Because as you said, you think that there's the one party that is just unanimously pulling money away from levels of intellectual pursuit that's going to damage the country. But then one of our strongest Republican governors has elevated his state to #1 in education through more investment into education, higher teacher salaries, higher professor salaries, better tenure programs, more involvement of parents and school boards. Like, he has improved education, and he is from the party you're saying is attacking intellectual pursuits in education.
Is that a reflection of the party as a whole, or is that just one person?
I think one of the strongest governors and most influential governors from a party does represent a good chunk of that party as well, especially when he represented one of the bigger.
When the whole party is calling for the ending of the Department of Education, doesn't that kind of just like disregard?
Well, they just want parents to be more
The
involved.
party is not calling for the. This is
they swear fealty. They swear fealty to a man who is backed by a movement that's claiming they want to destroy the Department of Education.
And this is the issue. So
it is not the issue. It is the reality. It is the reality.
Rashad, stop interrupting me, because you know what I'm going to say. They swear fealty, quote unquote, to a man who has only ever denounced the plan you're referring to, who has only ever created an agenda that directly conflicts with Project 2025, and the only people that the Democrats are ever able to bring up that say that Project 2025
He's genuine though. He does not lie.
Project 2025 and are.
Oh wait, I skipped a message. The birds burn with lost. There was tax folder. There's so many Lord President Sunday endured. Oh no. Where I don't know if there's a fucking chest even in this pirate ship.
I am a representative because I want them to start.
Donald Trump and the truth are just tight like this, and we're just going to ignore all the people directly involved in Project 2025 who say, "Yeah, we're talking to the guy. Many of us are going to be in his administration." But
so you think Project 2025 is
currently
Project 2025 is Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation. You think they're very honest and Trump is a liar? Because you're saying
do you deny the obvious? Do you deny the fact that there is a connection between Trump's administration and them? He knows who they are. He associates with them. He talks about how their movement and their plans directly align with his. And then when they release Project 2025.
Except when
really, so when Trump says anything, regardless of any sort of conflicting information to the contrary, we're going to ignore that and instead believe whatever gives him the best image.
The issue, Rashad. You are only accepting information.
That's what you're doing.
I'm sorry to shut this down, but I'm sorry to shut this down. But other people have been waiting very patiently.
It's such a direct attack.
You guys have, over to Adam.
The entire reason the Project 2025 thing started is because I think Rashad said they want to eliminate the Department of Education. Did you say that? And then Jeb Tan said
that's not why it started. They started attacking Project 2025 because it wanted to push like unprecedented power to the executive. That's why they started attacking.
No, I mean like 2 minutes ago. Were we talking about the Department of Education? Donald Trump has said he wants to abolish the DOE. That is not coming from Project 2025.
Yeah, because you know what? Our schools were better before we had a federal.
Look it up real quick, Jeb Tan. But also,
we just destroy an entire department to solve what problem exactly.
I just want to clarify that Donald Trump wants to abolish the DOE.
Wait a second. I can't hear Adam, so please.
Let me take it back like 5 minutes. Jeb Tan, didn't you say something to the effect of the Republicans got more divisive because they were copying the winning model from Democrats?
No, not from Democrats. I think the politics got more divisive because politics trended toward the winning formula. I think Trump's specific formula did get ripped from the Democrats, and he exacerbated it. But I purposefully this entire time have been trying to not say it's the Democrats' fault for divisiveness, it's the Republicans' fault for divisiveness, because I don't think it is. I think it is the natural incentive for inflammatory rhetoric because of 24/7 widespread media that has come as a result of.
But hold on,
don't you? Wait. We gotta pause this for a moment.
Yeah, Jebtan, you keep not to keep attacking you or whatever, but you keep cherry picking this quote from Biden about putting people in chains while ignoring that Rush Limbaugh dominated the airwaves throughout the 2000s. And if we want to go all the way back to Newt Gingrich, this article reads, Newt Gingrich immediately urged people to call Democrats un-American, traitors, shallow, and sick. The 1994 election changed the way American politics works because it convinced lawmakers from both parties to use the winning tactic, which is basically what you were saying, but it seems like Newt Gingrich is the one that kind of mainstreamed this tactic.
No, he didn't mainstream it. No, Woodrow Wilson. If you want to argue the strongman president, the opposing party is literally evil. If you want to pinpoint an original person, it's Woodrow Wilson. But who the fuck cares when the Republicans did it right after him and the Democrats did it right after them?
1913. Come on.
So much white text, too much.
We're pretending.
Wait. Stop for a second, guys. Wait, no, MBU. Hey, that was a barbed question in response, and I want to hear the answer to that. Adam just said, Woodrow Wilson, really? That's like 100 years ago. Is Trump divisive because Woodrow Wilson, was? Yes. What Woodrow Wilson?
That's really your best example.
Okay, hold on.
Wait, stop. Crenshaw. I just said that he's going to respond, so he's going to respond. It was a barbed question, so he gets a chance to respond. Jeb?
Yes, thank you. Yes, history happens over a long period of time. I could also say Kamala's current stance on banning AR-15s comes from U.S. versus Miller and U.S. versus Heller, one of which happened before 1913. History happens over a long period of time, and for things to get so extreme as they have now, they had to have been ramped up over a long period of time. I think technology has made that exponentially faster, and that's why I don't think it's any party's fault. I think it's the 24/7 news cycle's fault. We've never had a 24/7 news cycle before the 2000s.
Okay, can I just
Literally had no idea who the Heritage Foundation was, and yet there's a video of him appearing at least two separate. Yeah, he obviously knows what the Heritage Foundation is. He obviously is lying about it. I mean, it's more contentious about whether Trump would actually enact Project 2025, but like the Republican Party, not just Trump, but the Republican Party has had a close relationship with the Heritage Foundation since Reagan, right? Like, this is not like that crazy of a thing to suggest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember if it was the Heritage Foundation. It wasn't the founder, but it was some like high level Heritage Foundation person who literally said Trump's making we understand Trump has to make a political consideration, but we still think he'll do it. And then Trump, the Heritage Foundation themselves says that Trump enacted 64% of his policies that they proposed in his first term. Or I think it was in his first year. I mean, schools are a great argument to ban AR-15s. That's not from that long ago. I don't know exactly what he's quoting. Gun control is not even that big of an issue right now. People don't seem to be talking about it as much, but yeah.
Basically, it's like a bipartisan issue where the media is incentivized to leapfrog each other in terms of sensationalizing and polarizing, and that's why you get that problem, and Trump just rode that wave. Is that more or less your argument?
I appreciate that, Steelman.
Yeah, so I've Steelmaned it, now I'm just going to take it apart. Because again, it's not a partisan issue. Because when it comes to, even if that were the case, then Trump is still the one who took that and chose to take that of his own volition. And if people who support him chose to support him and make that deal with him to be the leader of the Republican Party, he's the one that did that of his own volition. He's the one who, and also Fox, if we're talking about the media, Fox News, I don't know what the Democrat equivalent of this is, but Fox News knowingly lied about the Dominion case. And so they did, because they didn't want to lose their viewers to Newsmax. That's why it's a one-sided issue. And that's why. And that's why I'll say one more thing. One more thing. Come on, chill. One more thing. I'm just saying, inflammatory rhetoric isn't a bad thing if what you're saying.
Oh wait, I should have gotten more obsidian. I just realized I need to make an enchanting table too. Oops.
True. When people say one side is a threat to democracy or Democratic Federal Republic, it's because it's true, because he didn't accept the results of the election.
The issue is not everything they've been saying.
And he tried to overthrow the system.
Not everything they've been saying is true, though, is the problem. And that is a problem.
Generally,
we're pretending like you're pretending like Trump's divisiveness. You're pretending like Trump's divisiveness is similar to anyone else. Can you bring up another president who falsely accused the seated president of trying to murder him?
Okay, actually, we're gonna throw that question to MPU because he doesn't respond.
Can you name a former president who accused the seated president of trying to assassinate him in an FBI raid?
He didn't say. Look, he did not say that the president.
What do you think Trump was trying to communicate when he said that? I didn't want to hold hands with him.
I don't know if I was supposed to answer.
No, it's for MPU.
CIA have anything to do with the John Kennedy?
No, Jebtan can answer.
Well, no, we're trying to move on this time. I'm trying to.
Okay, well, look, if I may.
Stop. Everybody stop.
Little interjection.
Okay.
Okay, here's the deal. We've all been reducing this down to like this party, that party did, whatever. And yeah, there's probably a truth about that, but that's kind of beside the point. I know. But now I'm addressing you directly. NPU, at the end of this panel, you're going to be alone in a parking lot. It's going to be silent. And what I want you to think about is how your obsession with this, you as an individual, we know what the people in the parties are divided on. We know what their interests are. You as an individual, you put this shit above dealing with your personal life and making sure that you were in a good place with your family, with God, etc., etc. I want you to think about that when this call ends and you are in silence and there's no hope.
Look, bring it back. I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Okay, can I pose a question? Can I pose an actual question? Can I pose an actual?
Don't say that bullshit.
Can I pose an actual question?
That is society writ large.
Okay, this feels this was
still
way,
true.
Yeah, that was way offside. I don't know.
I just have a question.
Wait, we gotta quiet down now. Look, for me, that's like way past the bar. For my personal opinion. Wait, let me finish. Wait, let me finish.
To Brian Kai for accusing you of sexual assault before, Dylan.
What the fuck are you talking about? Sunday. You know what? Wait.
You're defending killing kids.
We're gonna quiet down. Wait. We're gonna quiet down for a second. Everybody quiet down for a second. Sunday. The reason that's past the bar for me because my mother was homeless and I saw like drug addictions and personal shit like destroy her. I don't know why you're like, oh, bring out less drama. Hi, let's bully like the homeless person. This is so fun. Oh,
I'm the homeless person.
I'm just a great. Look, I don't like this. I don't just look. All I'm gonna say is like, you're
I'm sorry. This guy isn't.
Look.
Oh wait, I can just go to the Nether and get the 4 corners of the Nether portal there. Fuck yeah, I forgot. I can do that. Hell yeah.
This is my one warning. Wait, I'm not done talking. Everybody, I'm sorry. I even have to meet you. I'm sorry. This is my one warning. We're getting off of this.
I'll save you the trouble. So good, Dylan.
Okay, whatever.
Sundays.
I have an actual question.
Okay, we're gonna go back to like 1 second. MPU.
President Sunday to charge out.
I mean, that is.
We
true.
love the homeless.
I mean, anyway, we're gonna get back on topic. That was crazy. Who wants to grab this and bring us back to actual like?
Can I bring it back, please? I have a question. I have an actual question. Okay, I want to ask the conservatives here. When Donald Trump told Congresswomen of color to go back to their crime-infested countries, what was he trying to communicate there?
He didn't say that. He said go back to where
he definitely did say that.
No, he didn't say go back to your country.
They're in here
go back to where you came from.
No, he said go back to your crime-infested countries.
They should
go back to your crime-infested countries.
I'm
more than happy.
I did.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who just said they should? Okay.
I don't know why we're doubting that Trump definitely said this. He
Trump 100%, unfortunately.
Where you came from.
He told
us saying, NPU.
Wait.
What happened? Why did he leave? Someone was talking about the bar and their mom.
Earlier, first of all, earlier President Sunday's like,
what do you mean?
Someday you'll be lying on your deathbed.
What are you asking?
It's just so dark. Like, why would you say something like that? But number okay. Someone said something a second ago. Oh, hey, were you the one that was saying that they should go back to their country?
Yeah, this is all talk. People are all upset about Trump's words. Give me a break.
Okay.
Trump's actions. Trump is the solution, not the problem. But go ahead.
But MPU, is Hake divisive when he says that? MPU?
No.
Please concede to that.
I have a question. So what is it about those Congressmen? Hold on. I have a question.
Wait, one at a time.
One more. Okay, so my question is what about them makes them need to go back to their country? Like, what separates them from like all the other congressmen and women? Like, what is it about them that makes them need to go back? And given the fact that the majority of them were born here, where should they go exactly? I'm really curious.
Well, Trump was going to deal with the anchor baby issue.
They're not anchor babies. So like, where do they go?
He wasn't saying go back to your country. What he was saying is, if you want to be a fucking dickhead for Brooklyn, go back to fucking Brooklyn.
No, he said countries. He said countries. He told them to go back to their countries, not their state. To go back
Oh fuck! I don't know if I have any lapis.
Their countries. I'm curious as to why.
1 second. I'm sorry. 1 second. Guys.
Okay, when Donald Trump is telling them to go back to their crime-infested countries, why is he saying that to them specifically? Like, what makes them so special? And what he also said before they tell us how to do things. Who is us, and what makes them they, and what makes everyone else us? What separates them? I'm curious.
Well, they're clearly, obviously, white haters, man haters, and they come in with a foreign, evil mindset that's anti-Christian, anti-white,
Foreign evil mindset. Oh, anti-Christian, anti-white. Oh my god. He just hit the we hit so many fucking things with that one, bro. It's funny how they try to explain away Trump, LMAO. Yeah, it's that was fucking insane what he just said. Evil foreign mindset, anti-white, anti. Yeah. Okay, well, where's my other shield? Here goes fucking nothing. I don't want to. Hopefully, I don't want to. I'm not gonna go searching for another fortress yet, but I want to find. I'm gonna find one that's chill. I'll write it down, and maybe we'll fucking kill blazes or whatever. But I want to see if I can find just some piglins to trade with first. Go back to Brooklyn. Brooklyn's not a country. Yeah, I know. He said go back to their countries, and he's like, no, he said go back to. He means go back to Brooklyn, or he means if you're an asshole from Brooklyn, not to do whatever. God, on Bedrock, it's shift to use your shield, but okay. Actually, I don't really want to go that way, do I? Actually, also, I probably want to write down the coordinates.
He's naturally going to speak the way that a whole lot of normal people think and feel, and he should have the right to do that. It's not as if they're actually going to go back. Did he actually try to get the government to do it? No.
This baby needs to leave.
And that's divisive, isn't it? And no one else has ever done that. It is divisive.
Because he's speaking how normal people want people.
So you believe the average normal white person thinks that
places where you came from, not your countries, Crenshaw.
Okay, I'll pull up exactly. I'll pull it up exactly.
Wait. Let's pause this for a moment. Wait, pause it. No, Crenshaw.
Big people.
Let me clarify what he said. He's lying.
Okay, wait, no.
They triggered me. Hopefully they give me end of rolls, although I doubt they will.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you both because I see the disagreement. Okay, and I'm gonna boil it down to its purest form. So, MPU, you're saying that when he says they came from, that doesn't mean their countries. Where Crenshaw, you're gonna say, I assume that's not the case. That he means their countries when he says that. Okay.
Can I read the whole quote?
No, one at a time, Crenshaw. I threw it to Crenshaw. Okay.
Donald Trump says that
Kamala just supposed to go 6 months in India and 6 months in Jamaica.
Progressive Democrat congresswomen who originally came from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe, the worst, most corrupt, and inept anywhere in the world. In parentheses, if they even have a functioning government at all, now loudly and viciously tell the people of the United States, because apparently these congresswomen aren't people of the United States, the greatest and most powerful nation on earth, how to run our government. Why don't they go back to their country and fix a totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came, then come back and show us? There's a separation. How? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Wait, we gotta give MPU a chance to respond. Let me
He means go back to Brooklyn. Clearly, Brooklyn doesn't have a functioning government.
Wait 1 second. We gotta give MPU the chance to respond. What do you think of what that quote he just said?
So dumb and so many points. Still manning is still dumb.
Like Ilhan Omar, who literally fucking hates
Oh my God.
She's not the only one.
Trump's did say it fine.
Anti-Semite.
Yeah, like 11 grapple. Wow. I guess splash potion of fire resistance might be useful, but.
The fucking Congress. Crenshaw, do you want to support?
Didn't Trump invoke Kanye and anti-Semite to Mar-a-Lago?
Okay, so wait.
Do you support Ilhan Omar?
I don't ever. She's not a representative of my state. I don't give a fuck about
Ilhan Omar. I don't know who that is.
Okay, now let's end it there. We're ending it there. Wait, no, we're ending it there.
Can I just point out that over the past 3 minutes, MPU went from Donald Trump didn't actually say that to, yeah, fuck them, they should go back to their country. Do you support them? Yeah, like, you're going to say that these people are sitting here. No, stop. MPU, Lecter fan, and Hake.
Go back to their country.
Okay, so when Hake said it, was it divisive?
That you're a liar.
When Hake said it, was it divisive? When Hake, you think they should go back to their country?
It would be great.
Okay, MPU, is that divisive?
If they don't want to fucking be in this country and be a contributing part of society, yeah, they should go the fuck back.
Okay, so
basically like participating in society.
Honestly,
and you want to contribute to this country? Fine, be here.
But they're congresswomen though, and like 3 of them were born here. But like,
they don't belong in Congress.
Come on.
I just find it really annoying that people like Hake, Lecter fan, and MPU. Hake and Lecter fan seem like nice people, but they've been gaslighting us this entire panel. Lecter fan's opening statements was calling Democrats communists, saying Joe Biden is a communist. Hake made up a new term. Hake thinks that they should go back to their country. Like, just say it one more time. Ilhan Omar should go back to their country.
What's up, Captain?
Do you think that Muslims should be banned from coming in, Hake? Because you guys are going to sit here and say that we're the divisive ones.
Welcome to the stream.
No, we should deport everyone. We should, like, it's just so annoying how you guys are going to sit here and gaslight us.
We should deport
every alien.
We should.
The truth is divisive. The truth is naturally going to be divisive, just as lies are divisive. You divide based on what's right, as Jesus did, as Trump is doing, and then you divide based on lies, which is what the Democrats and the rhinos are doing.
Yeah, because Trump was clearly speaking the truth. Does TTS not work for me? What do you mean? You didn't. You have to donate for TTS. I don't know. What? Did you donate? And I just didn't see it. It might not have popped up. I kind of doubt it didn't pop up. Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. Okay.
Let's let Hutch finish. Wait. Let's Hake finish. He hasn't talked much this show.
And then I can go.
Yeah, Hake, you didn't get to finish.
Listen, we accept dumb people here.
I think that to answer that one, I think Jeb's question, yes, I think Republicans might really be stupid if that's a real Trump quote, because Republicans have been voting in people who just turn against them and work with the Democrats and just follow the lead of the Democrats.
Ooh, and cooperation.
It is, I love cooperation for what's right, but not just catering. And it is human nature to divide. I don't join into
Is YouTube membership nearly there? We're not actually that far. I'm bored. Want to join a server with me? No, I'm reacting to stuff and I'm fucking. It has VC. Oh. And I gotta play this world. I think we're like 800 watch hours away, and I'm at the point where I get like 10 hours of watch time from every stream. Or I shouldn't say that. I get like I get about like the same amount of watch time as the time I stream. Sorry, Captain, I didn't mean it. Aw, you're so nice to each other, chat. So I think I think we need like 800 watch hours. It really means I need to, in order to do that, I need to probably stream at least 400 hours. But I mean, we'll get there. Actually, if I stream 40 hours a week, which I don't do, but if I did, it would take 10 weeks. But I don't in that time I'll like if I get like a viral video, like if I get a video that gets like 3,000 views, I can get like 200 hours of watch time out of it, like pretty easily. Oh. Here, let me go to my most viewed video. Let's just see. This isn't actually my most viewed video. I don't know why YouTube is saying it is. Just do not stream and go to sleep. Well, I mean, you guys don't watch if I'm sleeping, obviously. You're what gives me watch time. Like, see, like, yeah. See, this video is like 200 hours of watch time. So, like, when I upload the VOD to reacting to this and the sound, well, the sound soul debate probably won't do like super well, just because sound soul is not as popular as Loner Box and all these people. But yeah. Or if I do more Piers Morgan stuff here, I can just farm the shit out of Piers Morgan stuff. We'll add some of that to react to tomorrow. Oh, wait, maybe. Has he not done anything in 2 weeks? Oh, he hasn't. Damn. Okay, well. But, yeah, if I just farm reaction content, I honestly could probably get there relatively quickly. Can you live stream your videos? I mean, I could, but you understand, you guys are what gives me watch time. Like, you would have to watch that. Like, you would have to sit there and watch that.
The media stuff, because if the media were not exploiting evil human nature, if we didn't have the evil human nature within us, the media couldn't do anything. And it's not just the media. People are both spoiled and strained right now, and Trump can bring that back because he can bring back the economy. And when people are living well, they're less apt to blame other people. So, and he's also a uniter.
He's gonna bring back the economy.
He's for love. What's that?
Like, my issue is you're describing problems that started with Trump. Like, yes, we did vote in basically Democrat into the presidency. His name was Donald J. Trump. He's like a 90s Democrat. His policy platform, he just had the Republican platform changed to basically be a 90s Democrat platform. But, and you literally said it. It kind of was a Freudian slip.
It's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, I think Republicans are stupid if that's a Trump quote. You're like, I will take Trump's lead. If he thinks Republicans are stupid, then they are.
Well, they are. Look at how, we voted for McCain. We voted for Mitt Romney. I'm glad they lost.
This is the other ridiculous thing.
Yeah.
Insurrection?
I mean, like, you know what they say? The first 1,000 is the hardest, right? So eventually we'll take off. It'll happen. I'll manifest it.
Oh no, Romney! Oh no,
insurrection! Give me a break.
This can be done so fast.
Let's let Jeb finish, and then I gotta pose a question.
Okay.
I need the cognitive dissonance to be bridged, but it takes effort from you guys to do so. MPU, do you realize the separation from reality that you demonstrate when you say McCain died on his sword, but is a rhino? You're literally admitting that he died on principle, and then accusing him of being unprincipled as a result. Like, these are the guys we want to elect.
There's a difference
He's a coward.
between dying on your
I
sword
feel like
principle that
there's
upholds
gotta
the
be
Constitution, and then being one that's just simply
shit below
I
this,
came
right?
to Congress as a broke dick motherfucker, and then I left as a multimillionaire. That's
what sword did he die on?
What part of the Constitution? What part of the Constitution?
I want to hear. Wait, no, wait. I want to hear. Wait, I want to hear that question from Jeff Tan's question. I want to hear. Can I hear that? Can I? Wait, no, wait. Yeah, that question.
What sword do you think McCain died on? When you say he died on his sword, what are you referring to specifically?
McCain thought that he was doing the right thing, which is fine, except he literally sold out the Constitution.
In what ways?
He could have literally ended Obamacare, which is an unconstitutional bullshit program, and he chose not to do it on his fucking deathbed. So yeah, he sold the Constitution out for his quote-unquote principles.
Out of hatred for Trump. Out of pure hatred for Trump, by the way.
Did Congress vote adequately to completely reverse Obamacare? Did
They
Congress
did it with the 60-vote majority that cost them the 60-vote majority. You fucking ain't right they did it, but they did it with Democratic support, not with Republican support.
I encourage everybody to examine themselves. And, you know, the Democrats were crying, Russia, 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 and denying the election like crazy. And everybody does it. Just cut them some slack. Once it came down to it, Trump was orderly. And that's how...
What? What? That's not true at all. The Democrats did raise concerns about the Russiagate stuff. Like, you can watch the fucking them certifying the vote in like 2020, and like Biden has to say, no, we're not hearing any of this Russia shit. The election happened. Get over it. That was the orderly process. January 6th was not the orderly way to do that.
That's how boomers and Christians and conservatives are. So...
was Romney a bad candidate? I honestly, that's before my time. I don't know. I honestly have no clue. I don't really know. Wasn't alive. I don't know much of his policies. I don't really know. 15 second clip I saw, it was a debate with Obama, made him seem like a moderate, since Obama said they agreed on a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, I know he's I've seen the clips of him saying like, oh, Obama isn't a Muslim. He's a good man. You know, I just disagree with him on policy. He's still a good man. Yeah, I don't really know though.
But I'm assuming
I don't know. I don't care.
You don't care.
I was I mean, I was literally 3 years old in 2008. So
they were mulling around. The damage was already done.
What
I know.
What was he doing for those 3 hours?
Then there's like persecute. That's true. Lecture fan brought it up.
What about unemployment? What about fucking wage growth?
The moment you turn your back on the Constitution.
true. What about unemployment and wage growth? It was super high under. Well, unemployment wasn't high. Unemployment was really low under Biden, and wage growth was pretty high under Biden. Yeah.
I don't give a damn about your presidency. The moment you turn your back, the moment you break your oath, whatever you did as president,
okay, the political,
and you wiped his ass with it.
Okay, look, I know that we had a lot of heated debate today, and everybody here couldn't disagree with each other more, you know, but I want to throw something out there. Obviously, this conversation in and of itself is an example of the amount of political divisiveness and polarization, as Loner Pox put earlier. So I wanted to ask you guys, how do we mend the divide? Should we mend the divide? And can we mend the divide?
I would agree with Adam Mockler by saying, media literacy is a very big thing. I think also civics literacy is a very big thing. I think, watching Republicans go back to their districts and brag about legislation they refuse to actually support is never not insane to watch. I think that the division can be mended. It should be mended, but the only way it can be mended is for every single person who aided and abetted Donald Trump's insurrection and supported him after to go to prison. I think once that happens and people understand that there is a serious penalty for betraying the Constitution.
Oh, fuck. There's a warped forest at least, which means I can farm ender pearls if I don't die to a gas.
That will cost you possibly the rest of your life in prison. I think maybe we'll see a significant improvement in our nation's cohesion. So, yeah.
I think to bang.
I don't even know if I can hit it from this far away.
Because I don't know what it means. Is critical thinking? I think is the key to bridging the divide. Not critical thinking in terms of think and be critical of everything you've ever heard or looked at. Be critical of your own thinking. When you see a news article that gets you really angry at a group of people, analyze: are you angry at that group of people because it's true, or are you angry at that group of people because you've been presented a selection of facts that is designed to make you angry at a group of people? I think there are people on both sides in this conversation who are not critical in that context, and I think at least in political context, it's a really easy not to be critical in that sense. When I came to my sort of diagnosis that the media is the problem, it was a clinical diagnosis. I diagnosed it by treating it, and I treated it by looking at the different conversations I have and which ones are the best. It's the ones where people on both sides of the aisle will openly and proactively call out their own party's mistakes, call out their own media's lies, call out their own media's misinformation, and call out their own emotional biases in the conversation. And that tends to cure the issue, which created a clinical diagnosis of bridging this personal divide, not political divide, because political divides do not need to be mended, but the personal divide needs to be mended by proactively conceding whenever you have the opportunity to. Don't look at concessions as a loss, look at concessions as an opportunity to bridge the gap in a personal conversation, because at the end of the day, none of us are winning or losing an election with the concessions we make in a conversation, but we can win or lose coalitions, friendships, and empathy from the other side if we refuse to make concessions when there's an opportunity to do so. And I've seen a lot of concessions on both sides where there were really great opportunities for very easy concessions to be made, not being made, mostly from my side. So I agree that it is my side's turn right now to play with the wheel of
Base
hardcore proactive
concession.
political division, and the only way to mend that is to pull our hands off the wheel.
I think as well as just media literacy, even like basic chronology helps. For example, if you knew about how time works, you would know that inflation spiked in 2022 at 9%. Then the Inflation Reduction Act was passed near the end of the year, and now inflation is down to 3%. That's how time works. I mean, you can also go into how Trump's big policy that he got through was basically just tax cuts. You can go or separating families at the border. You can talk about his foreign policy and how he abandoned the Kurds in Syria or in Turkey for no fucking reason. You can talk about Jerusalem, how he moved the embassy there, and then that resulted in riots at Al-Aqsa. By the way, little known fact: if you ask most Palestinians why October 7th happened and why they thought it was justified, it's because of settler riots in Al-Aqsa, because people were emboldened by Trump moving the embassy to Jerusalem. But you can talk about how like free speech, even though Trump is the one who's floated multiple times, including this year, the idea of like jailing people for burning the flag. You can talk about Fox News and literally like all these media organizations who admit that they are lying to Republican voters and being like behind the scenes going, I can't believe people believe this shit, but we need to do it because they all otherwise go to Newsmax. Yeah, at the end of the day, you made a deal with the devil. Trump tried to coup the government. He failed miserably. You don't get let off the hook for trying, though. Lots of coups fail. I think everyone who has followed, and especially after this panel, everyone who has followed Trump to this fucking cliff edge basically deserves to eat their own weight in fucking shit for the next 10 years before they finally come back to reality. Yeah.
And with that, we have now ended the first debate of the Hippie Dippy Roundtable being back. I hope you all had a decent time, or at least you got something out of it, some experience, whether it be, joy or shame, whatever it was. Thank you so much for coming on. Hope you guys have a great night, and thank you so much for taking the time to come on tonight. Thank you very much.
That was interesting. Make lying to politician illegal. There's absolutely no way you could ever enforce what counts as a lie. There's no way you could ever enforce that. And also, like, First Amendment is the issues with that. Yeah. Accountable for their public statements. Every case of someone lying would turn into a massive shit show. That would be super divisive for the country. Just like the current Trump cases are divisive. Uh-oh. Two ender pearls. I think I have one ender pearl on my base. I need to get 16. Oh, there's a bastion. I'm not dealing at all with a bastion. I don't fuck that shit. I just need another fortress and more blaze rods. Okay, well, we'll continue to Minecraft tomorrow. I gotta fucking read shit. Let's get hype, everyone, for some reading. Let's go. Let's go. It's the Enderman up here. Let me kill this one Enderman first. Come on, look at me. Get mad. Yep. Uh-oh. That did a lot of damage. Okay, there's one more Enderman I saw over here. Hello, buddy. Yes. Did not even drop an ender pearl worth. Oh, one more. Come on. Hello. Get mad. Does he know he can teleport up here? Maybe it's too far and he can't. Oh, well, do it tomorrow. Discord, I can drag it back over here. Let's get hyped for some Rita and shit. Whoa. Okay. This is a relatively quick thing. I don't know if we'll take notes in it, and we might later if I make a UBI page for Notion, which I probably will. Actually, fuck it, we probably should, because I there's a chance I could repurpose some of it into a short. So let me do that real quick. Debunking the inflation myth, designing a resilient UBI. Ensuring economic stability through thoughtful UBI design. Universal basic income has been a topic of heated debate, with one of the most common concerns among critics being the potential for the UBI to cause inflation. Critics argue that providing a guaranteed income to all citizens could lead to an increase in demand for goods and services, which in turn could drive up prices and reduce the purchasing power of income provided. This essay aims to address these concerns by demonstrating why UBI does not inherently cause inflation and outlining ways to design UBI to mitigate inflationary risk. Criticisms of UBI is that it will have inflationary effects. But these are not inherent and can be mitigated through good UBI design. Purpose of this essay is twofold. First, to provide evidence why UBI does not automatically lead to inflation. And second, to present design principles and strategies that could help prevent inflationary pressures, thereby making the income provided more valuable. By examining empirical evidence from various UBI pilot programs and studies, as well as exploring economic theories and design principles, this essay will make a persuasive case for the feasibility of UBI without the feared inflationary consequences. While firmly advocating for a truly universal basic income, this essay will present a balanced perspective, acknowledging legitimate concerns and criticisms. The goal is to engage UBI critics thoughtfully and constructively, encouraging them to consider the evidence and design strategies rather than dismissing UBI based on inflation concerns alone. By addressing these concerns and head-on and providing detailed evidence-based arguments, this essay aims to foster a more informed and nuanced discussion on the potential of the UBI to create a more resilient and equitable economy. Understanding UBI inflation. Inflation refers to the general increase in the price of goods and services over time, which leads to a decrease in the purchase power of money. This phenomenon can erode the value of income and savings, making it a critical concern for any economic policy, including universal basic income. Economists typically distinguish two primary types of inflation. One, demand pull inflation occurs when demand for goods and services exceeds the supply, often in booming economies where consumer confidence and spending are high. Two, cost push inflation arises when the cost of production for goods and services increase, leading to higher prices for consumers. But here's the deal about UBI. It all depends. UBI can be deflationary in certain ways in certain contexts, but it doesn't have to be. We're walking a multivariable equation, so what are the variables? Inflation variables on UBI's impact. One, UBI amount of economic capacity. Okay, hold on. Typically distinguish between cost push and demand pull inflation. And UBI Doing effects on these. Based on a multitude of variables. Same number. Here first. The amount of UBI and the and economic capacity. Amount of UBI. The inflationary impact depends on the size of UBI. $100 a month UBI is different. Different from a 10K a month UBI. The amount matters because it affects demand and potentially labor supply. A poverty level UBI is more manageable and less likely to cause inflation. The amount matters. It's the higher the UBI is, the greater the effect on demand pull inflation, or the greater the effect on demand, and also labor supply. Net versus gross UBI. Inflationary pressures depend on net income gains. If someone receives 12K in UBI but pays 6K in additional taxes, their net gain is 6K. Inflation impacts the net, not the gross amount, making the actual inflationary effect smaller. Inflationary gains also depend, or inflationary effects also depend on the net gain, not the gross amount. Someone receives 12K in UBI, so they pay 6K in additional taxes. Their net gain, 6K. Economic capacity. The economy has unused capacity. UBI-driven demand can be absorbed without raising prices. In contrast, if the economies have full capacity, UBI may push prices up. For instance, in a recession with high unemployment, UBI can stimulate demand without causing inflation. Excess capacity also matters. Let's see. Capacity also matters. If there's excess capacity. Increased demand can be absorbed without increasing prices. Two, market. Oh, what the fuck? Market dynamics and time. Competition. Even if you're capacity, monopolistic actors can push prices up. Ensuring competitive markets is key to mitigating inflationary pressures from UBI. Policies that promote competition and promote monopolies can help keep prices stable. Okay, well. Even if there is excess capacity. Firms with price-making power still increase prices. Time. UBI might cause temporary inflation as prices rise initially, but this can signal to suppliers to increase production, eventually leading to lower prices. Markets adapt over time, and the initial inflationary impact can be mitigated as supply catches up with demand. Markets are dynamic and can adjust over time too. Higher demand. 3, financial policies and taxation. Third, banks and money supply. UBI impacts inflation depending on how much it interacts with the broad money supply. Pairing UBI with policies that control money creation, such as limited bank lending, can reduce inflationary pressures. Central banks can adjust monetary policy to manage inflation. How much UBI adds to inflation. It's also impacted. Or depending on how it impacts the monetary base. Comparing UBI with policies. That limit operation and mitigate inflation. Taxes pull money out of the economy, which can help manage inflation. A deficit finance UBI is more inflationary potential than one balanced by taxes. A comprehensive tax structure can counterbalance UBI's inflationary effects. For example, progressive taxation ensures that the wealthiest contribute more, reducing the overall inflationary impact and addressing income inequality. Additionally, land value tax incentivizes productive utilization of land. By taxing the value of land rather than structures on it, LTV encourages landowners to develop underutilized land, increasing economic productivity, and reducing speculative holding. This can lead to more efficient land use and help stabilize property prices. Value-added tax can also play a crucial role. A value-added tax is at each stage of production and distribution, pressuring consumers and businesses to avoid wasteful purchases. Okay. By making consumption more costly, VAT reduces excessive demand, thereby helping to control inflation. This tax structure encourages more thoughtful spending and can lead to more sustainable economy. Additionally, these tax mechanisms, progressive income taxes, land value tax, and value-added taxes create a balanced approach to funding UBI while mitigating inflationary risk and promoting economic efficiency. This song, if I saw JoJo Siwa IL, I would stomp her face in. Awesome. I added it to my like songs. This is awesome, man. This person has 1,000 monthly listeners. Thank you, Spotify. It's not the song you're hearing. Only I can hear it because it's copyrighted. Okay, what was the thing? Okay. Taxes can also use to take money at the economy and mitigate inflationary effects. They can also influence business consumer behavior. How UBI is financed also matters. Deficit finance UBI has more inflationary potential than one balanced by taxes. Interest rates. Higher interest rates can encourage saving rather than spending, which reduces inflation. Not all the UBI will be spent immediately, but some save for future use. Central banks can use interest rates to manage inflation directly. Effect. How much UBI saved? Spent. Fourth, welfare reform and supply side policies. Welfare reform. Replacing existing welfare programs with UBI may limit inflation. For example, spending cash instead of food stamps doesn't increase demand. Streamlining welfare programs can make UBI more efficient and less inflationary. Replacing welfare programs. What's a UBI? Doesn't increase inflation. Doesn't increase demand. Supply side policies. Concerns about UBI and rent inflation can be addressed through policies that increase housing supply like multifamily homes. Proactive housing policy might mitigate UBI-related inflation. Investments in infrastructure and technology can boost supply and reduce inflation. Supply side policies like housing construction can also be used to decrease inflationary pressures. 5, social and economic benefits. Down troop savings. UBI has been shown to reduce crime and improve health. Less spending in these areas can be counter-inflationary, balancing out potential price increases. Healthy and safer communities lead to economic stability. UBI has been shown to reduce crime and improve health. Which can lower spending in these areas. Healthy and safer communities lead to economic stability. Unpaid work. UBI could reduce the cost of services like childcare. People choose to exchange services instead of paying for them. This is an informal economy, can have anti-inflationary effects. Supporting unpaid work can enhance community resilience and reduce cost. UBI can also decrease inflationary pressures. Also reduce the cost of services like childcare. People choose to exchange services instead of paying for them. This informal economy can have anti-inflationary effects. Pressures. We will choose exchange services. For that. Pay for childcare. Money velocity. A dollar in the hands of a lower income population circulates more quickly than ones held by the wealthy. UBI tends to boost local and national economies due to its higher velocity. Increased economic activity can lead to significant growth without significant inflation. Alright, a velocity, money. It's higher for those at the bottom of the income distribution. Which UBI would help the most? Increased economic activity can lead to significant growth without significant inflation. I mean, technically, like the reason that rich people have low money velocities because they're saving it, they're investing it, and that's probably gonna have better long-term effects. But inferior goods with more money, people may buy higher quality products instead of cheaper alternatives. This shift can reduce demand for inferior goods, altering inflation dynamics. High demand for quality goods can drive innovation and efficiency. Some goods are inferior goods, which demands decrease without income. For which demand decrease with high income, without income. Technology, automation, and AI are deflationary forces. As technology reduces costs, UBI can act as a buffer to maintain consumer demand, preventing deflation from leading to recession. As AI and automation. Reduces cost and displaces jobs. UBI can be used to maintain stable consumer demand. Technological advancements that can drive productivity and economic growth, offsetting inflationary pressures. Evidence UBI does not guarantee inflation. Is this in the thing? It is. Finland conducted a 2-year basic income experiment from 2017 to 2018, where 2,000 unemployed individuals received 560 pounds per month. The results show that while recipients experience improved well-being and reduced stress, there was no significant increase in employment or inflation. That's 2,000 people out of like a lot of people in Finland, though. Although they might have focused on a local economy, I guess. The Alaska Permanent Fund has been distributing... Oh, yeah, I'll write that down. Finland conducted a UBI experiment from 2017 to 2018, where 2,000 employed individuals received $500 per month. And we'll just tweak just like this. The Alaska Permanent Fund has been distributing annual dividends to residents since 1982, funded by all our revenues. Despite these payments, there have been no significant inflationary impact. Alaska hasn't experienced any inflationary, any major. Oops. Impact from its permanent fund program. In fact, the fund has often led to a reduction in dividends prices when dividends are issued, as the increased purchasing power stimulates local economies without causing price hikes. This long-term example demonstrates UBI payments can coexist with stable prices. In Namibia pilot program, in the not even going to try OO settlement, provided $100 per month to residents, resulting in improved well-being, increased school attendance, and reducing poverty without causing inflation. And then similarly, in India, UBI pilot programs have shown positive outcomes such as improved nutrition and health without significant inflationary effects. Addressing common counterarguments. UBI will lead to hyperinflation. One of the common arguments against UBI is that a theater will lead to hyperinflation. However, evidence from successful UBI models suggests otherwise. For example, Alaska Permanent. Okay, yeah, whatever. Evidence discussed above. Proves otherwise. Increased demand outstrip supply. Yeah, to understand why UBI is different from situations that lead to hyperinflation, so Zimbabwe, essentially to understand the underlying cause. Zimbabwe's hyperinflation was primarily due to excess money printing in response to economic shocks, high national debt, and a collapse in production. In contrast, UBI is funded through revenue-neutral mechanisms such as taxes and redistribution of existing income, which do not increase the money supply. This fundamental difference ensures that UBI does not inherently lead to hyperinflation. increase consumer demand and outstrip supply. Critics argue UBI could lead to increased demand outstripping supply, causing inflation. However, concern over it can be here. UBI does not. It's money supply. Or I mean, technically you could do it where it could, but it doesn't happen. This concern could be addressed through supply side policies, phase implementation. Investments in productivity such as education and training, technology can increase output and meet the rising demand. Encouraging entrepreneurship through UBI can also foster innovation in new business, further boosting supply. This can be addressed with a phased implementation. And supply side policy. Oh, okay. Well, we're fine. We're chill. Supply side policies. The rich don't need UBI. Another common counterargument is the rich do not need UBI. Well, maybe seem inefficient to provide UBI to wealthy individuals. Universality has advantages. Universal programs reduce administrative cost and avoid a stigma associated with being tested programs. We're going to copy that. Yeah. Additionally, universality ensures that everyone benefits, creating a sense of social cohesion and shared prosperity. Yeah, I'll just also add. Rich people be taxed at a higher rate. Still receive net loss from UBI. Conclusion. In this essay, we have explored a common concern that universal income could increase inflation. By examining empirical evidence for various UBI pilot program studies, we have demonstrated UBI does not inherently cause inflation. We've also outlined design and principle strategies such as revenue neutral funding mechanisms and phased implementation that can help prevent inflationary pressures. UBI does not inherently lead to inflation. Empirical evidence shows little inflationary impact. Little to no, really. Various implementation strategies can be used to mitigate inflationary risks. When well-designed and properly funded, UBI can provide financial security and improve well-being without driving up prices. Beyond addressing inflation concerns, UBI has the potential to create a more resilient and equitable economy. By providing guaranteed income to all citizens, UBI can reduce poverty, improve health and educated outcomes, and foster innovation and entrepreneurship. It can also stimulate demand for goods and services that are currently underproduced, leading to a more balanced and dynamic economy. UBI can serve as a powerful tool for economic stability and resilience, ensuring that everyone benefits from economic growth and prosperity. As we have seen, UBI, when thoughtfully designed and implemented, does not lead to feared inflationary consequences. Therefore, he's repeating himself, which I mean makes sense to the conclusion. But there's therefore, it's crucial for critics to engage with UBI proposals thoughtfully, consider evidence and design strategies rather than dismissing them based on inflation concerns alone. By addressing these concerns head-on and providing detailed evidence-based arguments, we can foster a more informed and nuanced discussion on the potential of UBI to create a more resilient and equitable economy. Let us move beyond the fear and skepticism and work together to explore transformative potential of UBI. I'm gonna start collecting links on UBI. Oops, on UBI. So let's just put that there. He probably has more. Anyone I should have UBI, send me it. I'm probably not going to read all of them, but I'm just going to collect links because I can absolutely farm it for Twitter Shorts views. I don't know, Twitter views. Twitter exposure. I might actually end up paying fucking $8 to stream on Twitter. I can't have the chat from Twitter. Well, I can have the chat from Twitter, kind of. I can use a Restream to have the chat from Twitter, but if I use a Restream to have the chat, then I can't have the chat from like Rumble and Kick and a bunch of the other platforms. So that's annoying. But no one talks in a fucking Twitter chat anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. But it's like you have to pay $8. First of all, I could only stream to 5 platforms with Restream, right? So right now I stream to like Facebook and shit, which like I have to pay $8. Okay, I don't have $8 to pay. First of all, that's like 3 weeks worth of income from my Twitch shop. So I have to pay $8. And then I have to disable streaming on one of these platforms. So either Facebook, Rumble, Trovo, DLive, or Kick. Now, really, not streaming on Trovo, DLive, or Facebook. Neither of those are really a hit at all. Although it says one person's watching a DLive, which is rare. Almost nobody ever watches in DLive. Shout out to the DLive viewer if they're real. I don't know if they're real. It doesn't even say somebody's watching in here. Where's the city? Yes, this says 5 viewers. Mine doesn't have 1, so I don't even think that's real. So I probably just wouldn't stream on DLive, because the other platforms have more benefits, even if it's slightly less. No one's ever come to the Facebook chat, but I can at least like upload reels to Facebook. So like in theory, there's like some discoverability where like I upload reels, and in theory that'll be relatively popular, and someone could convert over to the Facebook live stream. In theory, that can happen. I doubt it. It hasn't happened so far, but that in theory could happen. Whereas DLive, there's literally 0 discoverability at all. So why would I stream on there? People have come into the Trovo chat before though, so I don't want to stop streaming there. Only one person has ever come to the DLive chat, and he was a viewer from Twitch. He wasn't a DLive viewer. So yeah, and people come to the Kick chat from time to time. I have like one loyal Kick viewer. Tony is out there sometimes. What's up, Tony? If you're watching, thank you, Tony. Anyway. Fuck, I wonder how long is it? God damn it. I want to read. I should have started streaming earlier today, but at the same time, I don't want to stay up too late, and I need to edit the things I just like filmed. So how long? It's the first chapter. Page 3 to page 9. Okay, well, okay. That's the introduction. Page 9 to page 30. I think I actually already read the introduction technically, but it was a while ago, so we're getting rid of these. Okay, well, at least read the introduction, and then after that, I'll decide if I want to keep reading tonight. God damn it. Okay, I got it. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. I might have. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I got so much shit to do, man. Most economists, to the extent that they think about the subject at all, regard the Great Depression of the 1930s as a gratuitous, unnecessary tragedy. If only Herbert Hoover hadn't tried to balance the budget in the face of economic slump. If only the Federal Reserve hadn't defended the gold standard at the expense of the domestic economy. If only officials hadn't rushed cash to threaten banks and thus calmed the bank panic that developed in 1930 to 1931, then the stock market crash of 1929 would have only led to a garden variety recession, soon forgotten. And since economists and policymakers have learned their lesson, no modern Treasury Secretary would ever echo Andrew Mellon's famous advice to liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate farmers, liquidate real estate, for it to rot in its out system. Nothing like the Great Depression can ever happen again. Or can it? What economists view the Great Depression as an water event. Only Federal Reserve had defended gold standard. Only heard Hoover, blah blah blah. Oh fuck! I forgot. Fucking Kindle does that every time. Maybe there's a setting to disable that. Then the 1929 stock market crash would have only led to a recession. Forgotten recession. Economists saw it. The lesson was learned. But group of Asian economies late 1990s experienced economic slump that bore eerie resemblance to the Great Depression. Like the Depression, a crisis struck out of a clear blue sky, with most pundits predicting continuing boom, even when it's some kind of momentum. As in the 1930s, conventional economic medicine proved ineffective and perhaps even counterproductive. The fact that something like this could happen in a modern world should have sent chills up the spine of anyone. It certainly sent chills up my spine. The first edition of this book was written in response to the Asian crisis of the 1990s, where we saw the crisis as specifically Asian phenomenon. I saw this a troubling element for all of us, and warning that the problems of the Depression economics have not disappeared in the modern world. Sad to say, I was right to be worried. As this new edition goes to press, much of the world, very much including the United States, is grappling with a financial and economic crisis that bears even more resemblance to the Great Depression than that of the Asian troubles in the 1990s. The economic trouble that Asia experienced ago, and that we're all experiencing now, is precisely the sort of thing that we thought we had learned to prevent. The US and most of the world now also experiencing the very same Great Depression like problems we thought we had learned to prevent. Oh, by the way, we would have never gotten this. But like in any economic Biden debate, like I was in earlier with that one guy for like a little bit, Biden stopped the Silicon Valley banking crisis so hard that nobody remembers it. Everyone forgot. Nobody cares about the Silicon Valley Bank thing anymore because we bailed them out. But I don't actually know. It's Silicon Valley Bank. Are they gonna continue to operate like indefinitely? Are they gone? I don't actually know. Shut down by federal regulators. I don't know if they wait, actually, weren't they bought? Yeah. Bank tries to make a comeback. Yeah. Okay. After the acquisition, okay, yeah. First citizens was okay. In the battle days, big advanced economies and stable governments like Britain in the 1920s might have had no answers to prolonged periods of stagnation and deflation. But between John Maynard Keynes and Milton Friedman, we thought we knew enough to keep this from happening. Small countries like Austria in 1931 may once have been at the mercy of financial tides, unable to control their economic destiny, but nowadays sophisticated bankers and government officials, not to mention the International Monetary Fund, are supposed to quickly orchestrate rescue packages that contain such crises before they spread. Governments like that of the United States in 1930 to 31 may once have been stood hopelessly by as national banking systems collapsed, but in a modern world, deposit insurance and a readiness of Federal Reserve to rush cash to trust institutions are supposed to prevent such scenes. No sensible person would have thought that the age of economic anxiety was past, but whatever problem we might have in the future, we were sure that they would bear little resemblance to those of the 1920s and 1930s, but we should have realized a decade ago that our confidence was misplaced. Japan spent most of the 1990s in an economic trap that Keynes and his contemporaries found completely familiar. The smaller economies of Asia, by contrast, went from boom to calamity virtually overnight, and the story of their calamity reads as if it was taken straight out of a financial history of the 1930s. At the time, I thought of it this way. It was as if the bacteria they used to cause deadly plagues had long been considered cured by modern medicine, had re-emerged in a form resilient to standard antibiotics. Here's what I wrote in the introduction to the first edition. So far, only a limited number of people have actually fallen prey to the newly incurable strains. But even those of us who have so far been lucky would be foolish not to seek new cures, new prophylactic regimens, whatever it takes, lest we turn out to be the next victims. Well, foolish we were, and the plague is now upon us. Much of this new edition is devoted to the Asian crisis of the 1990s, which turns out to have been a sort of a rehearsal for the global crisis now in progress, but I've added a lot of new material as well in an effort to explain how the United States found itself looking like Japan a decade earlier, how Iceland found itself looking like Thailand, and how the original crisis of the 1990s, how to the horror found themselves again at the edge of the abyss. About this book. The Krugman turned to the president on page 6. Fuck Kindle. Let me admit at the outset, by the way, I tried to open this. I guess this kind of makes sense, but I bought the book. See, this book I actually bought legally. Okay, I did. Crazy. I know. The other books, allegedly, someone else, my brother, may have downloaded them from Anna's archive and put them on my computer without my knowledge or consent. Allegedly. I bought this book legally, and I can't I can only open it in a Kindle app. I thought I could download it. You can download it. I thought I could download it and like open it in a better e-reader, but you can't because it's fucking DRM protected. It has DRM. Allegedly, there's a plugin that can DRM it, but I couldn't get it to work. So let me admit at the outset that this book is at bottom an analytical tract. It is not so much about what happened as why it happened. The important thing to understand, I believe, is how catastrophes can have happened, how the victims can recover, and how we can prevent from happening again. This means that the ultimate objective is to say, as the same business school, to develop the theory of the case, to figure out how to think about this stuff. Aims explain why these crises happened. How do you spell Is it not? Is it that? I don't understand how to. Avoid them in the future. But I try to avoid making this a dry theoretical expedition. There are no equations, no inscrutable diagrams, and I hope no impenetrable jargon. As an economist in good standing, I'm quite capable of writing things nobody can read. Indeed, unreadable writing, my own and others, played a key role in helping me arrive at the views presented here. But what the world needs right now is informed action, and to get that kind of action, ideas must be presented in a way that is accessible to concerned people at large, not just those with economics PhDs. Anyway, the equations and diagrams diagrams for formal economics are, more often than not, no more than scaffolding used to construct an intellectual edifice. Once that edifice has been built up to a certain point, the scaffolding can be stripped away, leaving only plain English behind. It also turns out that although the ultimate goal here is analytical, much of the writing involved narrative, partly because this is a storyline, the sequence in which events happen, is often an important clue to what theory of the case makes sense. For example, any fundamentalist view of economic crisis, that is a view that economies only get the punishment they deserve, must come to grips with the peculiar coincidence so many seemingly disparate economies hit the wall in the space of a few months. But I am aware that the storyline provides the necessary context for any attempts at explanation, and that most people have not spent the last 18 months obsessively following the unfolding drama. Not everyone recalls what Prime Minister Mahathir said in whatever nonsense in August 1997, and relates it to what Donald Tsang said, ended up doing in Hong Kong a year later. Well, this book will refresh your memory. A note about intellectual style: one temptation that often afflicts writers on economics, especially when the subject is so grave, is a tendency to become excessively dignified. Not that the events we are concerned with aren't important, and in some cases a matter of life and death. Too often pundits imagine that because the subjects are serious, it must be approached solemnly, that because these are big issues, they must be addressed with big words, no informality or levied aloud. As it turns out, however, to make sense of the new and strange phenomenon, one must be prepared to play with ideas, and I use the word play advisedly. Dignified people without a whimsical streak almost never offer fresh insights in economics or anywhere else. Suppose I tell you Japan is suffering from fundamental maladjustment because its state-mediated growth models lead to structural rigidities. Well, guess what? I haven't said anything at all. At best, I've conveyed a sense that the problems are very difficult. Hold on, I can understand this. Suffering from fundamental maladjustment because the state-mediated growth model leads to structural rigidity. I cannot. No, wait. I understand some of it. I understand structural rigidities, fundamental maladjustment. I feel like I should know the strict definition of oh my god. The strict definition of maladjustment in economics: poorly adjusted to demand. Turn to describe divergence between actual position and what should be a free market. I'm used to psychology. Anyway, I would say this book seems to be accessible. Doesn't include complex equations. Or advanced economic jargon. Suppose, on the other hand, I exploit Japan's problems with an entertaining tale of ups and downs of a babysitting co-op, which will in fact make several appearances during this book. Maybe it sounds silly. I love the babysitting co-op story. Maybe the levity will even offend you. It'll offend your sensitivities. But the whimsicality has a purpose. It jolts the mind into different channels, suggesting that in this case, that there may indeed be a surprisingly easy way out of part of Japan's problems, so don't expect a solemn, dignified book. The objectives here are as serious as can be, but the writing will be silly and subject to demands, as the subject demands. And with that, let's begin our journey, starting with the world as it seemed to be just a few years ago. Okay, it's 3:30, and I want it. I'm not going to be in bed by 4 a.m. I know I'm not going to be in bed by 4 a.m. That's what I aim for, but I never do it. I never do it. I'm going to inevitably stay up later, but that's what we're going to call for today. Okay. I'll stream again tomorrow. I'll try to stream earlier at like 5 p.m. I'm going to stream tomorrow by 6 p.m. and you guys have to hold me to it, okay? This is your job. Get mad at me if I don't. Scream at me. Thank you everyone so much for watching. I appreciate that you guys watch me stream. I love streaming. A lot of people watch. All my Verking viewers, love you guys. All my horizontal viewers, love you guys. Love you guys. The YouTube viewers who give me the Switch please watch time, love you guys. The Twitch viewers who allow me to raid other channels for shoutouts, love you guys. Yeah, I'll stream again tomorrow. Get mad at me if I don't stream by 6 p.m. EST. Okay. I'm gonna send a Twitch viewer. I can't send a Twitch viewer over to the boss because he fucking sets his raid limit to like I think I had 7 viewers once and I still couldn't do it. I don't know. So I guess you're going to Kid Not Kin. My 2 Twitch viewers. Alright, thanks everyone for watching. See you tomorrow. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, chat. Bye, chat. Bye, chat.